Gacha Cultivation Path, Part 1.
The train has arrived at Volmir Valley. The automated announcement echoed through the cabin. As the train slowed, Rex took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before stepping off. The moment he set foot on the platform, his gaze swept over the valley. The place had changed. So much is different from the last time I was here. The train stop, once a simple wooden station, had transformed into a modern structure, resembling those in the city. Yet, it was eerily deserted. No passengers, no station attendants, just an empty platform. As he left the station and stepped onto the road, a strange unease settled in. There were no cars. No signs of life. This isn't right. There should at least be a few people around. What happened here? Following the familiar loamy path, he climbed a small hill. From the top, the valley stretched before him, stone houses clustered together, encircled by mountains. At its heart, a shimmering lake reflected the sky, and beside it stood a small yet elegant mansion. His destination. But first, he had to pass through the village. Though small in population, the craftsmanship of the buildings rivaled that of a town. As he walked through its quiet streets, a few villagers noticed him, their eyes lingering on the unfamiliar face. He paid them no mind. He was used to such stares. At a roadside tavern, an old man with white hair rocked gently in his chair, sipping from a worn cup as the cool breeze brushed against him. His peaceful moment, however, was interrupted. Huh? The old man squinted, barely lifting his eyelids. Who'd be visiting at this hour? A nearby villager glanced at Rex. Judging by his clothes, he looks like a noble. The old man exhaled sharply, waving a dismissive hand. Must be someone related to those folks by the lake. Leave it be, don't disturb my peace. He took another sip but froze when a familiar voice called out from the street. Grandpa George, you didn't go fishing today. His response was instinctive. Ah, Rex, lad. Decided to enjoy the breeze today. I'm heading to my aunt's place now. Goodbye, Grandpa George. Yes, goodbye, Rex. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening as the name finally registered. Rex? Wait. Rex halted, turning back with a questioning look. What's wrong, Grandpa George? The old man's voice trembled. You're Rex? Yeah, Rex Grimes. George's breath hitched. My boy, where have you been all these years? Come, sit. Tell me everything. One moment, George muttered, pushing himself off his chair and stepping into the tavern. Inside, a man lounged lazily against the counter, feet propped up. Without hesitation, George kicked him. Arg! The man tumbled onto the floor, face first, before scrambling upright, rage flashing in his eyes. Who the hell? His voice died the moment he met George's glare. It's the chief. The anger vanished, replaced by palpable fear. What can I do for you, sir? Get out of my sight, George spat. And stay away from my granddaughter, you hear me? The man nodded frantically, retreating without another word. Outside, George handed Rex a chair. Everything all right, Grandpa George? Rex asked, glancing toward the tavern. I thought I heard shouting. Just some fool rambling nonsense. Don't mind it, George muttered, settling back down. Now, why are you here? I thought you were in the army. What happened? How were your days there? Rex chuckled. Relax, Grandpa. One question at a time. He took a deep breath. All right, let's start from the beginning. Rex Grimes, the fifth son of Duke Elias Grimes, was born into the main bloodline of the Grimes family. To protect him from potential bullying and rivalry, his mother had sent him to Volmir Valley under the care of his aunt. But as a direct heir, he was soon recalled at the age of 8. From then on, his life revolved around rigorous training and royal education. Volmir became nothing more than a summer retreat, a place of fleeting happiness. Over time, those visits dwindled until they stopped entirely. As a member of the Grimes family, renowned for its military legacy, joining the army was inevitable. Upon graduating from the Royal Academy, Rex followed the family tradition, enlisting as a mere soldier despite his noble status. However, unlike his elder brothers, who thrived under their father's influence, Rex had no political backing. His maternal lineage excelled in business, not warfare. This left him isolated, surrounded by ambitious officers who sought to curry favor with his eldest brother. His own captain was one of them. Then came the mission that changed everything. A reconnaissance operation turned into a bloodbath. The information they received was flawed, intentionally or not, Rex never found out. But he did know one thing: it was a trap. His captain, along with most of their unit, perished. Only a handful survived. And that was just the beginning. One fateful day, as a battle raged, the sky darkened unnaturally. The enemy forces, once fierce, abruptly began retreating, faces pale with fear. Then, a distant rumble grew louder. Look to the sky. It was already too late. Fiery orbs, each radiating the intensity of the sun, tore through the heavens. At first, there were only a few. Then came a downpour, meteors raining devastation upon the battlefield. Panic spread like wildfire. Soldiers screamed, scrambling in vain to escape the incoming destruction. The ground trembled under the relentless bombardment. Smoke and flames engulfed everything. At the heart of the chaos, Rex fought to survive. Channeling every ounce of mana, he formed a desperate barrier. His protective artifacts shattered one by one under the relentless assault. The heat was unbearable, the force of each explosion sending shockwaves through his body. His limbs screamed in protest, but he refused to fall. Then, blackness. When the firestorm finally ceased, silence settled over the battlefield. The rescue teams arrived at dawn, their boots crunching over scorched earth. What they found left them speechless. Amidst the smoldering ruins, a lone figure stood. His armor, once pristine, was now cracked and charred, barely holding together. His body, covered in wounds, trembled from exhaustion. Yet, against all odds, he had survived. One soldier swallowed hard. By the gods, he's still alive. Even though Rex had survived, he was gravely injured. When they found him, he was barely clinging to life. His rescue was only possible due to the vast resources of the Grimes family, particularly his mother's desperate efforts. She had spared no expense, using every connection and influence she had to save him. Though he had survived, the damage was irreversible. His body bore few visible wounds, but internally, the injuries were severe, so severe that he could no longer cultivate. The realization shattered him. For the first time in his life, Rex broke down in tears, unable to accept his fate. But, eventually, he pulled himself together. He had no choice. Since cultivation was no longer an option, he used this as a reason to retire from the army. His mother had orchestrated most of the arrangements, but he had given his consent as well. Reclining on his bed, he had pondered his future. "What do you want to do now?" his mother had asked. He had thought long and hard before answering, "Tell Mom that I will fulfill whatever she wants to do." Ultimately, he decided to return here. As for his barony, he left its management in his mother's hands, deciding to oversee it only when he wished. That about sums it up, Rex concluded after sharing his story with old George. A weight seemed to lift from his chest. George, on the other hand, was fuming. His face darkened, and his breathing grew heavy. "That damn Raymond!" he cursed. Raymond Grimes, the eldest son of the Grimes family, was the first to receive George's wrath, followed by an unrelenting string of curses aimed at even the Duke himself. Rex, however, paid no mind. His father had never shown him a sliver of affection, unlike his firstborn. Let's relax, Grandpa George, Rex said with a small smile. How about some tea? Pouring a cup, he handed it to the older man. George sighed before taking a sip. What do you plan to do now? George asked after a moment of silence. I don't really know either, Rex admitted. But what's happened has happened. I can't change the past, so for now, I just want to relax and see where life takes me. George sighed again. It's been hard on you. Rex didn't respond. He didn't need to. It had, indeed, been unbearably hard. If not for his mental fortitude, he might have gone insane. Well, Grandpa George, I'll be heading to Aunt May's now. Take care on the way there. I will. After Rex left, George remained seated. But within seconds, he was swarmed by curious villagers, eager to know who the mysterious young man was, especially the young girls, who were clearly fascinated by Rex. He had to endure their endless questions before he was finally left in peace. The tavern door creaked open, and a young woman in a receptionist's outfit stepped out. Though her attire was modest, it did little to conceal her beauty. Her delicate features were striking, though she was lacking in a certain department. Grandpa, who was that person? She asked. George chuckled. The one you've been wanting to meet all these years, your little childhood friend. Though he's not so little anymore. Her eyes sparkled with recognition. I'll go see him now. Before she could run off, George grabbed her shoulder. Let him rest for a while. He just got here. Visit him tomorrow. She rolled her eyes but obeyed, pouting as she went back inside. George, however, remained deep in thought. His expression darkened as he muttered under his breath, Elias. Elias. Arriving at the mansion, Rex noted that it remained unchanged. As he stepped into the front yard, his eyes fell on a young woman with black hair, watering the plants. She wore a maid's uniform, but he knew better, this was his cousin, Laura. The uniform was something she wore due to certain traditions established by Aunt May. Hearing the rustle of the gate opening, she turned, her gaze landing on Rex. His face seemed familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. May I know what business this fine gentleman has? She asked politely. Lorraine, don't you recognize me? He responded with a chuckle. She frowned, scrutinizing his face before realization dawned on her. It's me, Rex. Her eyes widened in shock. The watering can slipped from her hands, but she paid it no mind as she rushed toward him, throwing herself into his arms. Instinctively, he caught her, surprised by how light she was. However, he couldn't ignore the unmistakable sensation of her soft curves pressing against him. After a long embrace, she pulled back slightly, locking eyes with him. I heard about what happened. Are you okay? Any lingering injuries? She began inspecting him, tilting his head to check for wounds. Before he could protest, she started unbuttoning his shirt, intent on examining further. I'm fine, really, he assured her, gently stopping her hands. There are no injuries left. What about your cultivation? Did it recover? Rex shook his head. No. She fell silent, her expression unreadable. It's fine, Lorraine. I've come to terms with it. It's in the past now. Her smile slowly returned. I'm glad to hear that. Then, in a more playful tone, she added, if anyone bullies you, tell Lorraine. Of course, he replied, chuckling. Now, let's go inside. Mom is going to be so surprised to see you. She grabbed his hand, leading him through the mansion. Nostalgia washed over him as he took in the familiar surroundings. As they reached the kitchen door, she suddenly stopped. Don't go in yet. I want to surprise her, she whispered, grinning mischievously. Let me go in first. Reluctantly, Rex let go of her hand, feeling an odd sense of loss as she disappeared inside. In the kitchen, a beautiful, mature woman was preparing ingredients for a meal. She bore a striking resemblance to Laura, more accurately, Laura resembled her. "Mom," Laura called out. The woman turned, already aware of her daughter's presence. "Laura, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be finishing your chores?" "I was, but we have a visitor." "A visitor?" Aunt May repeated, puzzled. "A visitor. Who is it? Try to guess first." "It's someone you know." She guessed one after another but never hit the mark. "Stop, stop. It was wrong of me, Mom. I will just show you who it is." Saying that, she made way from the doorway for Rex to come through. Upon seeing Rex, her expression turned to surprise as she covered her mouth with her hand. Walking towards him to see clearly, Madeline realized who it was instantly, unlike Laura. "Rex, is that you?" She watched him grow up, and during the time he was injured and was in a coma, she constantly visited him. She touched his face and asked, "Didn't you get better just a week ago? Why are you here?" "It's fine, Aunt May, I am already fully healed." Madeline, or in short May, which Rex calls her instead of just Aunt, was a woman with soft, chestnut-brown hair which falls past her shoulders. Her hazel-colored eyes looked soft and her entire demeanor looked like a warm pillow which could be hugged. Though her face was round and a bit more childlike, she didn't lack anything in terms of motherly aura and charm, especially the two mountains which Laura had inherited. She was beautiful and cute at the same time and was a bit shorter than Laura. "I wanted to come here and spend my time here." Of course, of course. "You can stay and go as you like here, the doors of this house are always open for you, my dear." She led the boy to the living room and started to talk with him and asked him in detail why he arrived here and also check his mental health, as she knew he had lost his cultivation. It would be a heavy blow to any cultivator if it were to happen to them. _______________________ The familiar creak of the door and the sight of his childhood room brought a wave of nostalgia over him. Wooden bookshelves lined the walls. A large oak desk sat by the wall and on it were a desktop computer, along with a sleek console labeled Neo Station. A large monitor which also doubled as a smart TV was on the wall. Looking at the clean room which had no dust, he smiled as he knew that someone had cleaned this room always, though he was not here since his visit this time was not even informed. He specially told his mother not to tell his aunt in order to surprise her. Thinking of which one to play, he went to the Neo Station, and looked at the game discs in the drawer from his childhood. "I guess I should to upgrade this into a Neo Station X." Loading a game disc, he started playing it for 15 minutes, then stopped. Not because he wanted to stop playing but because something else occupied his mind. Looking at the stopped screen and translucent screen on it. "Now let's take a look at that thing," he said as he thought of the connection which he had with it vehemently, and suddenly a translucent screen appeared in front of him. Gacha wheel. Below it was a wheel with small sections and icons on each of them. Not all sections had icons as most were. As for the icons, he only knew a few of them. There was a button below the wheel with the words "spin the wheel," which he pressed but insufficient points. Points X23. How do I gain points? Please get wives and practice the art of love and creation of life. Only yin and yang will give birth to creation of points. He soon understood the meanings of those words. Then how did I gain those points? Unread message. Please go to the message log function to read the unread messages. Go to the message log. Due to being close to a partner with overflowing yin, the host benefits from absorbing this yin, gains 1 points, X23. The system didn't explain who he gained those 23 points with, but at the least he knew that it gained from the contact with woman. He thought of what actions he had with the opposite sex and only thought of accompanying his cousin's sister and his aunt. The two were the only woman aside from his mother that he had even close to after he had gained this system. As for how he gained this system, it was not instantly gained after he woke up from his coma, but rather after he had gathered his mental strength to face with his future and overcame his inability to cultivate, did he gain this system. As for the Een that was described in the message log, it made him want to learn more about Yin and Yang. He searched in his desktop and found some materials, then also wanting to read it from books in the library, he took out a laptop from one of the drawers and took them into the library and double-tasked. Underscore. After a few hours of research, he gained some knowledge. Though it was not much, he had to analyze the information from some of the stories as well as the theories. His conclusion was that those who had a lot of Een most of the time had beautiful appearances, which was a theory which he found and thought it to be most true. As for the overbearing Een, he could only say that it would only be his cousin Laura. She was the one who had the most contact with him and had similar effects to those who have an overbearing amount of Een. He didn't have a good reaction reading the texts related to it. According to the text, those who had an overbearing amount of Een didn't very much have a good life. When they reached their 30s, they would suffer from such misfortunes as described in the text. The causes of overbearing Een can be of two sources. One was that the host of the overbearing Een have some type of ice Een constitution with some being stronger than another. The second was that they have some item of the Een nature as if being cursed. There were solutions to both of them, one being better than the other. If it was an item which was causing such, finding out the item which causes the problem and removing it would relieve the pressure and slowly remove the causes, but if the item has been with the wearer for long, there might be a need to use some yang treasures. But those who have a Een constitution, whatever kind of Een constitution it may be, most of them don't live longer than 30, but the thing was Laura was already over 30 and Rex was sure that the source was that she had some kind of Een body. The reason being was that the words of the system was that he could gain points from the opposite sex, not from items of Een nature. Though it didn't say it explicitly, he already tested it with some Een items from his storage ring which he could still use due to his exceptional mental strength and control of mana. There were 3 ways to take care of the side effects of the Een constitution. If the constitution was known from birth, the woman who had the constitution could be treated with items which had yang nature. If it can't be healed at birth, the other 2 ways were either to find phoenix flame fruit which was rare or find a male with the yang constitution. Of course, between the 2, finding the fruit had better chances than finding a male with the yang constitution. He didn't go find Laura, but waited for dinner. Since it was being fine right now, he could figure out slowly. There was a knock on the door and Laura, who was now differently, was at the door. "Rex, let's go. Mom has already prepared dinner." "Okay, Lorraine." At the dinner table, only Laura, Rex and Aunt May were there. "Eat more, dear, I prepared all these dishes specially for you." He looked at the variety of dishes on the table and knew that she still remembered all the dishes he liked and should have even known more from his mother. "Thank you, Aunt May. By the way, where are Sarah and Alicia?" "Oh, they went to visit their relatives since it's nearing Lantern Festival. Laura wanted to stay since she wanted to keep me company. It's nearing the time of Lantern Festival." "Right, it's also around that time already. They said that they would be back after the festival." The village also had already started preparing. Even though it has not started, there are still many things which can be experienced beforehand. "How about you and Laura go to the west of the village? There is a night market there. There are many good stores there. I will make sure to visit it with Lorraine. And I have a question. Wasn't Lorraine tested to also have ice attribute? Why doesn't she use it though? Her grandpa, my father, tested her talent. He said that even though her talent with ice is good, it's not as good as her wind element. And that the ice element should not be practiced because it might hurt her body. When she tried to practice the element, it made her unable to sleep due to the cold." Hearing that, Rex knew that his grandfather from his mother's side should know something about Laura but kept it quiet. Most people who had high talent for more than one attribute would train more than one if they have the chance in order to expand their range of abilities. He also noticed something while he asked that. Laura seemed to stop for a moment when he asked about it as if she knew something. After they finished their dinner, Laura and Madeline started to carry the plates and Rex helped them, though they tried to stop him, they couldn't stop his sincerity and accepted his help. Underscore 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 underscore. Later, Rex stepped out of his room, dressed in a simple black colorware which was in opposition with his silver hair. He glanced at Laura, who was now wearing jeans and a white blouse. "Are you ready to go?" They arrived at the black market, which was led by Laura. Similar to how he was dragged by her through the mansion, she led him this time as well. Showing one shop after another, trying out food one by one. During the time, he also looked at his message log and saw that his points indeed increased with Laura. Laura nodded, a playful light in her eyes as she took his hand. They navigated through the cobblestone streets of the village, illuminated by lanterns strung between rooftops and glowing in hues of red and gold. The night market bustled with activity. Merchants called out their wares, musicians played lively tunes, and the aroma of grilled meats and sweet pastries filled the air. Laura's excitement was evident as she dragged Rex from one stall to another, sampling treats and marveling at trinkets. Rex watched her fondly, his heart warming at the way her laughter rang out, clear and carefree. Even though it has been long since they haven't met, seeing her get back closer to him without trouble made his heart ease a bit. They soon stopped at a game stall where participants threw darts at balloons to win prizes. Laura looked at the stuffy white bear which was placed as one of the prizes and her eyes sparkled. She paid for 10 darts and started shooting, but she didn't get enough points to get it. The points were graded with the colors of the balloons, and if paid enough, one would get the prize with more darts, but seeing that she didn't want to use any more money. "Rex, let's go." She tugged him and tried to walk holding his arm, but she wasn't able to move as he stood in place, paying the owner for 10 darts. Seeing that he also wanted to play, she stopped and waited, releasing his arm. Throwing the dart at the balloons, the red balloons which were of 10 points were gotten one after another. The stall owner's brows shot up as the last balloon popped, making the crowd murmur in awe. "I haven't seen such accuracy in years." "Young man, which reward do you want?" For these kinds of people, just in case there would be, the owner always set a rule where each person can only get 100 points for max. He was glad that he set that rule long ago despite his friends saying he shouldn't. Rex pointed at the white teddy bear, and the owner handed it over with a grin. Even though he didn't have cultivation, no longer his body and muscles were still trained to the brim, and because of his accurate control of his body and muscle memory, he was able to get the max points. "Lorraine, here." Giving the white teddy bear to Laura, she was surprised. "It's something you won, you don't need to give it to me. You can give it to someone else if you want to. But I played it for Lorraine." With him stuffing the bear at her, she had to hold it or else the bear would drop to the ground. Though it was still with plastic covering, she wouldn't necessarily drop it for no reason. She smiled and accepted the gift. The stall owner commented, "Young man, you are very lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend." Before Rex had a chance to explain that they were cousins, a ripple of applause broke out among the onlookers, and someone even whistled. Her face turned crimson, and she quickly tugged Rex away, hiding behind the bear's plush head. The date ended and they came back to the mansion. On the way back, they walked under the night sky with the road lamps shining on the road they walked. "Lorraine." He called out to her as she hid her face behind the teddy bear. "Yes. Can I ask something specific?" She nodded her head. "Have you experienced anything before? Like feeling unnaturally cold?" She sighed, her eyes darting away. "No." He knew that she was lying, since even though she looked calm, there was a slight tremor in her fingers. It was something which he used to see whether she was lying or not, never telling her. "I know you are lying, Lorraine." She sighed, knowing she couldn't lie in front of him. She didn't know how, but ever since little, he somehow always knew whether she was lying or not. "Can you tell me about it?" "I promise I won't tell Aunt." "You promise?" He nodded. "Pinky swear." Holding out his pinky finger, he locked it with hers. "It started about when I was young. When I was young, Grandpa tested my talent." Flashback. Laura, all you need to do is place your hand on this crystal ball. A white-haired old man with a burly frame said. Okay, Grandpa. She looked to be about 9 years old. She didn't really think about testing her talent because she didn't cultivate yet because as a child, she wanted to have more fun and her mother allowed it. Her mother was not here since his grandpa didn't necessarily called her for just talent grading, it's just something he brought up when she was visiting him here. She put her hand on the crystal ball and it started to glow in a purple color. Very good, your cultivation talent should be grade B/gifted talent, advanced. He had a smile on his face, a bit proud after seeing her talent. Reaching for another crystal ball from his storage ring. Next, we will test your attribute talents. Touch this crystal ball. Removing the crystal ball which he put with another one which she couldn't find what was different, she put her hand on it. One color after another flashed but not for too long as another stronger element flashed and overcame it. Finally a green color shined on the crystal ball, it shined brightly and had a deep hue. Oh, a genius talent, a grade A talent for wind control. Judging by the shine it should be advanced. Congratulations Laura, my granddaughter. Then suddenly a blue color started to take over the crystal ball. Like a storm, the entire ball turned light blue and the color started to brighten and the air in the entire room started to get cold. Ice started to spread from the crystal ball and to the entire room. It was fast and in almost a breath, the entire room had ice and the ceiling with icicle. By then, the crystal ball showed cracks and signs of breaking. Gee Grandpa. Laura's voice trembled, her lips turning a pale blue and her breath visible in the ice-cold air. I feel so cold. Her entire face looked pale and her entire body shivered. Her white skin had into a bluish tint as if she had suffered from a frostbite. Even her dark hair had snow on top of them as if it had turned into white hair. She fell down but her grandfather caught her. When she woke up, she was already on a bed. Never use your ice element, Laura. Ever since then, she would at least have to visit him once a year at the least. Once she got a little bit older she asked her grandfather about what it was and after pestering him for a long time, he finally gave up and asked her to promise him to not tell her mother. She promised him and the result shocked her. End of flashback. ___________. Grandpa told me that I wouldn't live beyond 30 if nothing was done. But with his means, he was able to lengthen my age limit to 50. Sitting on a bench by the lake, she talked about her youth. When I went to test my talent that time, you had to go back to your main house. You only came back at summer. Rex understood that she kept it a secret in order to not let it go out and accidentally reach her mother. I will try to find a way. Laura smiled as she looked at him. There is no need to, I already accepted the fact. If a way was found, I would naturally be happy. But don't try to force yourself because of me. You already suffered much. She said as she squished his face and planted a kiss on his forehead. Thank you for your concern. She dusted herself and stood up. How about we go home now, it's already late. She held her teddy bear from the bench and walked ahead. Touching his forehead where she kissed him, he had a light smile from his previous stunned state. It seems that my favorability with Lorraine wasn't decreased by the years. Rex, what are you doing? Come quickly. Yes, yes. She looked back at him. He quickly caught up to her and they went home. _____________. Back inside his room, Rex looked at the points in his system. Points X 357. Below the gacha wheel there was now 2 functions instead of 1. It seemed as if the system had updated. Roll once X 100, roll 10 times X 1000. He pressed the roll once and the arrow on the gacha wheel started to spin rapidly. After spinning for some time, the wheel started to slow down and one of the was selected. Congratulations, for the host for getting Eyes of True Sight. A new function of the system has been unlocked. The golden reward of the new B-Wheel has been gained. The new B-Wheel items has now been revealed. Gacha Wheel number 1 has been unlocked. One huge revelation after another was revealed, and his brain was now filled with a lot of information which he needed time to process. After a few minutes, he finished. The Eye of True Sight unlocked the function of being able to see the information of other people. It was like the probing skill, which was a skill used to probe the cultivation level of others, but his skill would allow him to view most information of the person if the person allows him. Of course, even without being allowed, he would be able to view a certain amount of information still. He didn't think he was lucky, but after getting the golden reward, which was the main reward of the new B-Wheel on the first spin, he couldn't help but feel whether he had used up a decade worth of luck. He claimed the Eyes of True Sight, since even though he had obtained it, he still needed to claim it to get it. After he claimed it, his eyes started to ache a bit, but it was still bearable, but tears started to roll out from his eyes without him knowing. Seeing that his arm was hit with a drop of water, he looked down, and as he looked down, more drops fell. He looked into the mirror to see his eyes dripping tears. It continued for a minute more and his eyes were watery. But after finishing it, he felt there was changes to his eyes. He felt that there was also other benefits aside from being able to view the information, that is, his eyes have become sharper. He opened his window to look outside, and he could even see the mosquito flying around the grass a bit far away. Not only that, his reaction with his eyes at the least had become faster. It was not too fast, but if he were to activate the skills within his eyes, he could feel as if the world had slowed down. He knew it was not the world slowing down, but his eyes taking in information very fast. As a result of getting the golden reward, he now knew what those items in were. And he also unlocked a new gacha wheel. As for the cost of rolling in the new gacha wheel, it was 1,000 per 1 roll and 10,000 for 10 rolls. But rather than the new gacha wheel, one of the items in the new B-Wheel attracted him. It was a body constitution, the pure young emperor body. The male who had such a body constitution would be able to fight battles as long as he wants, with inexhaustible vigor, of course that battle being in bed. Isn't this the solution for Lorraine? He felt happy as he didn't need to search for much. As long as he was able to get this body, he would be able to save her from her predicament. The only thing was to guarantee the roll. He would at least need 29,900 points, that is 299 rolls. Of course, if he gets lucky like before, it would be good, but he was never a person who relied on luck, so he didn't know what would happen. Let's roll the other 2 rolls. Congratulations for the host for getting 1 year of cultivation. Congratulations for the host for getting a rank 1 mana gathering pill. He didn't have uses for both of them. Even if he gained 1 year of cultivation, he couldn't cultivate along with his mana core. His talent, which was with his mana core, had gone as well. As for the mana gathering pill, he had plenty in his storage ring. Wait, cultivation shouldn't be just mana cultivation. Maybe I could use it on other things as well. Rex tried to find out a way to use the 1 year of cultivation he got, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait till he found out about what he could do, maybe another system function. He looked at the second gacha wheel, but the price below it for each roll stopped him from thinking any further. 3 down, 297 to go. He slept with a peace of mind since he had found the way at the least for curing Laura. The next day, waking up, he didn't really know what to do. He didn't really thought of what to do after coming here. I guess I can start my usual exercise, Rex said, sitting up and stretching. Of course, he didn't forget about getting close to Laura to obtain more points, which was his primary goal for the time being, but sticking to her all the time might not be comfortable for her. He must know when to retreat and when to attack. It was similar to warfare. Rummaging through his storage ring, Rex took out his training suit and started getting ready for some jogging. Once ready, he stepped out of the mansion and breathed the fresh which was present. Just as he approached the gates, he saw a beautiful girl in front of the gates of it who seemed to have just arrived. Upon seeing her face, he realized who it was. Though it had been long since they met each other, he still recognized her. She had rich, dark violet hair and her eyes were of similar color bluish-purple which seemed to take in everything around her with sharp curiosity. She wore a casual outfit which was a cropped leather jacket over a fitted white blouse paired with high-waisted jeans along with ankle boots. "Clarissa, is that you?" "Yes," though the woman named Clarissa replied in confirmation, there was a small smirk tugging at her lips. "Phew, it seems your brain's still functional if you can remember me." As Rex walked towards the gate to have a better look, Clarissa asked him with a questioning tone. "What's with the outfit?" "I was intending to go for a jog." "Great, I was going to as well." He knew she was not, but she just wanted to go with him. Having a company is better than not having one. "Do you have your clothes or are you gonna run around in that?" Pointing his finger at her clothes, Rex said. Clarissa also looked at her clothes and knew that it wouldn't be good for a jog. She thought for a moment before her smile brightened. "I have it in my storage ring. Then you can go to the changing room." She quickly went inside the mansion. Being a childhood playmates, she was also quite familiar with everyone in the house and has been through every room of the house. Underscore 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 underscore. Waiting at the front doors, he stretched his body and waited for her. Then a thought passed through his mind. "Right, I can test the eye of true sight. I don't want to alarm her, maybe I should tell her." He thought but denied that idea afterwards. "I don't need to know everything, I just want to test the skill." Before he could think any longer, the doors opened, and Clarissa stepped out. She now wore a snug black sports top that accentuated her thin figure, paired with matching high-waisted shorts that showcased her long white legs. A pair of running shoes completed the look. Her confident demeanor and natural beauty left him a little stunned. Rex's gaze lingered a moment too long. "Have you seen enough?" Clarissa asked with a teasing smile, her hands on her hips. "Let's go." Clarissa rolled her eyes at him as he didn't even respond to her tease, but seeing that he started jogging away without waiting for her, she ran after him to catch up to him. "Don't you know it's rude to leave a lady behind?" "A lady? Are you sure about?" Rex smirked with his eyes directed to her chest with exaggeration, but his thoughts left when he saw that it was not that small as it was used to. Though not as big as Laura, it was not so small anymore. Clarissa's face turned scarlet as she looked at where his eyes went. "You pervert," she sputtered, swinging her arm at him, and the jog suddenly became a run instead. The road led around the lake and then towards the south forest and back at the lake again. Breathing heavily, Clarissa stopped at the bench, not able to keep up with him anymore. "Ugh, I'm done." Seeing that she needed to rest, Rex also stopped and turned back, sitting beside her. As soon as he sat down, she hit him. "Can't you at least let me win once?" I'm sorry. How about I let you win next time?" "That's about the millionth time I heard of it. And you never let me win." In the games they used to play when they were young, Rex never let her win. Taking out a water bottle from his storage ring, he started to drink it and then gave it to Clarissa. Reason why he didn't give her one before was they used to run around like this, not for jogging, just for playing, but every time they rest afterwards and he takes a drink, she would drink from his bottle instead of brining one, or even if she has one she would drink from his bottle. If he offered it to her first, she would say that she wasn't thirsty and waited for him to drink and then she would drink. He didn't understand why she would do it, but it slowly turned into just normal action for the two of them. "Grandpa told me about what happened. You can't cultivate anymore?" Rex's smile faltered, sighing, he nodded, bracing himself for pity or judgment. Instead, she smiled brightly, a little too brightly. "So are you going to live here from now on?" The wind blew rustling her hair as she looked at him with a bright smile. It was quite a picturesque scene. "Yes." "Hooray." "I mean, oh no, you can't cultivate anymore." Rex looked at her with a deadpan look. "I'm sorry, okay." Silence took over for a while before she continued to speak again. What are your plans for the future? I haven't thought of it yet. Since you are going to stay here, why not marry a wife and start a family? She said as she looked away, but her ears were red. Maybe, he said with a wry smile. Oh, cheer up, will you? There might be a chance in the future and you might be able to cultivate again. Why don't you just hope for the best instead of being unhopeful all the time? Thinking of that, he knew that he most of the time thought of the worst scenario instead of the best scenario which could happen. But remembering the gacha wheel which would be able to turn the fate of Laura, he knew that there would also be a chance to turn his fate as well. Thinking back to the items on the new B wheel, he found something. Even though he knew the information of the items, it was in like a library form, he would have to view and search it. But unlike a normal library, just with a mental command he could search for items which would relate to the topic he would think of if they had any relation with any item in the wheel, and he found some things that might help him. Clarissa, thank you. Is thanks even needed between us? Yes, it was my bad. He stood up from his seat. Let's continue with the jog. Giving his hand to her, which she accepted, and got up. In the shower room, Rex looked at his points, which was gained by being close to Clarissa. Points X 143. Though it was not as much as being with Laura, Clarissa also had very strong yin as a parent by her appearance. She just didn't have a constitution like Laura, so she didn't give as much points. He decided to not roll and kept it for a 10 roll. As for the information he received from using his true sight skill on Clarissa, which he had many opportunities to do. Without telling her, he used the skill on her, but there was no reaction from her, but he was able to get the information he wanted. So she's already at essence absorption 5th stage. It also shows favorability. The favorability of hers was at 94, which was very high. Those above 90 was in love, above 80 was falling in love / having affection for oneself. He already knew of the feelings which Clarissa had for him, but he didn't expect it to be this high. As for his response to this, he would accept it of course, but it was not the correct time yet, was what he would say before, but now. It was different. He went to the dining table afterwards where he saw Laura preparing breakfast. But there were only 2 sets of breakfasts. Lorraine, is Aunt May not eating with us? She has something to do this morning, she left early. So, it's just us. Yes. What are you going to do afterwards, Lorraine? Me? I am going to get some fruits. We are running low on them. So are you going to the market? No, the fruits in the orchard in the back mountains should be matured by now, so I am going to get some of them. We have an orchard in the back mountains. Yes. Since when? About 3 years ago. Can I come along? I want to help you with it. Sure. He tagged along for helping. In hindsight, it was not only to get points being close to her. It was also because he wanted to know what has happened during the years he was not here. Since he was going to live here starting from now on, he wanted to see what he could help with. ____________. As they walked toward the back mountains, Rex observed the scenery. The orchard wasn't large, small enough to be managed by a few people. Various fruit trees stretched across the area, their branches filled with ripened produce. There was a shed nearby. Laura led the way, opening the shed door to reveal neatly organized tools which included baskets, pruning shears, and a ladder. Why are we here? Rex asked. We'll need the ladder to pick the fruits. Laura explained, stepping inside, but before she could reach for it, Rex placed a hand on her arm. Let me handle that. They arrived at the first tree. Putting down the ladder, Laura went up the ladder and started to pick some fruits, seeing which one was good and collecting some of them. The process continued. While Laura was collecting some fruits, the ground started to shake. Though it stopped after a few seconds, it still caused some effects. Laura, who was on the ladder picking up fruits, was the more affected one between the two of them. Since one of her hand held the basket which held the fruits and the other was picking the fruits, she couldn't hold on to something to balance her sense of gravity. Ah! She screamed, but somehow when she landed, the impact was not that hard. Opening her eyes, she thought she was in heaven with clouds around and being held in the hands of an immortal who looked so handsome, who looked somehow similar to Rex. Lorraine. The image of this immortal slowly aligned with the image of Rex and then replaced by Rex, who was calling out to her. Lorraine, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. You weren't answering me when I called out to you before. Sorry, I was just lost in thoughts. I was expecting the pain to arrive, but luckily you were here, Rex. She smiled as she said those words and looked at him. I also saved the basket. Thank you, Rex. He said as he held out the basket, which also fell. She had already came out of his embrace and she grabbed the basket from his hands. When she fell to his arms, he didn't forget to use his insight skills on her. Speaking of which, the earthquake was very strong. I wonder what caused such. She had a serious expression on her face as she said. Laura put her hand on her chin as she tried to think. Have earthquakes become common during the time I was not here? No, it is rare, or rather said, there has never been such a strong earthquake here in the Les Centauri, unless the one in the main point of the earthquake had an even more strength, then it might be really bad for wherever it happened. Laura replied to his question. Let's quickly what we are doing here and head back home to see if anything happened. Rex said, to which Laura nodded. Collecting more variety of fruits which they needed, they headed home afterwards. Opening the doors to the mansion, they saw the state of the mansion inside. Even though the mansion itself was fine, but the state of the items inside were not. Oh no! Laura started to walk around the mansion, inspecting the damage done. Underscore. Walking back quickly, Madeline could see the mansion with her sight. Her face showed worry. Hopefully, nothing bad happened. She quickened her pace. Opening the door to the mansion, she could see that there was a pair of boy and girl cleaning the place up, which was a bit littered after the earthquake. As soon as she saw the two of them, she felt as if the weight in her heart has dropped a lot. Laura, Rex. She hugged both of them and then checked for their bodies, checking whether they have any injuries, and they were released only when they told her repeatedly that they were fine and catered to her worries. I'm so glad that you two are fine. Why are you in cleaning clothes, Rex? You don't need to do that, my dear. It's Laura's job. I told him repeatedly, Mom, he didn't listen. She pouted. It's fine, Aunt May, I just want to help out with what I can. You just recovered, why bother yourself with this? Not wanting him to continue doing it, Madeline continued to coerce him. X was back now in his room after being coerced by Madeline. Getting a knock on his door. Rex, can I come in? Of course. He opened the door for Laura, who entered, holding a cleaning mop and a bundle of other cleaning supplies. I am here to clean your room. Can you stay outside for a while before I finish cleaning it? She said, looking at him with her cleaning. Is it really fine, Lorraine? I can clean my own room. Rex scratched his head as he said. No, haven't you had enough of Mom berating you? Didn't she already gave you an earful last time for me allow you to help? She also scolded me for it. Putting her hands on her waist, Laura said, acting disappointed. I'm sorry, Lorraine. It's fine. Laura looked at him with a smile. Why are you so resistant to having me clean your room? Is there something you need to hide? Laura, having a teasing gaze, looked at him. No. Then you shouldn't worry. She motioned him toward the door. Opening the door and leaving, Rex remembered something and reopened the door to see Laura, who looked at him with a smile, hiding something behind her back. Is there something you need, Rex? Yes, I wanted to tell you. I can't go to the black market with you today. Is it because of Clarissa? Rex was a little surprised she knew of it but thought that since these two were also friends, it wasn't uncommon that she would know. Yes, I promised her that I would go with her today, so. Go ahead. She said with a smile, but Rex knew that she was a little bit upset. I will go with you tomorrow, Lorraine. She nodded as hummed. As soon as he left, Laura in the room relaxed and put what she was putting behind her on the bed. It was the pillow of Rex. She laid on the bed. Sniff. She had a relaxed expression on her face as she lied on the bed. As for what Rex told about, she had already knew of it, not because Clarissa said it but ___________. Flashback. At the early morning, she woke up early and started to walk around the mansion while inspecting everything in order to arrange what she would need to do for today. If her two younger sisters were here, the chores would be done more quickly, but since they needed to go, she could only do it alone. As she was walking through the hallways, she was checking the window panes, whether to clean them, but she saw a girl walking slowly to their mansion. Looking at her clearly, she knew who it was. Clarissa, why is she here? She didn't say she was coming. Hearing an opening of the door. Is Rex up at this hour? Her mother had already left for something to do and only she and Rex were at the house. She didn't alarm Rex but sneakily looked from the doorway. She saw him walking toward the outside of the mansion and thought. Did those two make an arrangement to meet? Seeing the two of them walk away after changing clothes, she looked at them from the window and her expression was smiling but irritation was evident on her face. I guess it was bound to happen sooner or later. End of flashback. ________________. It was easy for her to draw the conclusion of whom Rex made a promise with. She continued to lie on the bed and thought back to how she was Princess Carried when she fell off the tree and her imagination started to run wild. I can't take too much time or else Rex might come in again. Let's do this quickly. It didn't take long for her to clean the place. At night, Rex arrived back at his room after going on the date, delivering her home and coming back to his house. He looked at his points. It was 534, it might be possible to achieve for another 10 roll the next day, but he decided to wait till the entire festival was finished. Instead of doing it every time he had and possibly of getting unlucky, saving more chances and getting something good out of it would make his day better. He thought back to the morning where he used his skill on Laura. The information received from her was quite astonishing to say the least. Her cultivation was not that high as Clarissa, but she was still in the same realm. Ever since little those two were very competitive with each other, and being the same age as each other didn't help the case either. Back to the information, the constitution of Laura was not a normal constitution but something even more special. Isampress constitution. And the methods to cure it were even more severe than the normal. And her talent seemed to be sealed. Maybe intentionally. _____________. The next day continued with. In the early morning he went for a jog with Clarissa. Since he was going to do it daily, she decided to tag along. Back at the bench after they did a few laps. Rex, yesterday night was so fun, how about we go back to the market again today? About that. He explained about how he had made a promise to Laura before mentioning her about how they could go to the black market was that had to void the promise with Laura. So you can't go with me anymore? I hope that you two can take turns, or I could take both of you at the same time. Laura voted for the first option. I was going to ask for your opinion. I also like the first option. Then it's settled. The days continued till it was 2 days before the festival began. Today was the day for going with Clarissa and the next day would be with Laura, and after that the Lantern Festival would start, but it seems that things were bound to be changed. Rex, it seems that I will have to do something tomorrow. I won't be able to go to the black market with you. How about you go with Clarissa tomorrow? At the time when Clarissa came for the date, she received the information and thought that something was wrong, but knowing that she would be able to spend even more time with him, she didn't think much of it. Looking at the two of them, Laura, who was watching from above, had a bright smile on her face. It seems that it's true. Girls who are in love most of the time become dumb. Now, I just need to wait her to take the bait tomorrow. Looking at the face of Clarissa, who had a proud expression on her face, she couldn't help but want to do something back. She had another idea as her smile brightened even more. Underscore 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 underscore. Coming back home after the date, Rex went to his room and took a shower as usual, but when he came out of the shower, he heard a knock on the door. Coming. He opened the door to see Laura, who had pajamas and a pillow in her arms. Lorraine. What are you? I am here for a sleepover. Lorraine, I don't think it's appropriate for us. Rex said with a troubled expression on his face. Appropriate or not is said by people who don't know about our relationship. We have slept together when we were young. Why can't we do it now? She raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Situations are different, Lorraine. That was when we were young. Seeing that Rex was still not letting her have her way, Laura continued her attack. What? Since you are all grown up now. You don't want to sleep with me anymore. She pouted with a cute expression on her face. Fine. Since it's like that. Laura motioned to leave, her expression as if she was hurt by his rejection. But her soft arm was grabbed her Rex. Okay, you don't need to leave, Lorraine. Hee hee. She had a victorious expression on her face as she quickly moved into his room. The bed was quite big, so it was enough for the both of them with enough space. She quickly went to her side on the bed where she always slept and started to use her phone while staying, making herself comfortable as she always used to. Night has reached and it was already 15 minutes later than what he usually slept at. It's already late, Rex. Why don't you come and sleep already? Close your computer. He knew that there was no escape to this and came to the bed and went to his side of the bed. I am closing the lights now, Lorraine. Lying on the bed after closing the lights, he couldn't sleep for a moment. Even though they used to sleep before. He had been sleeping alone for a long time and he couldn't get used to it yet. Looking to the opposite side of the bed, he saw Laura sleeping soundly. Not wanting to be left out, he soon fell asleep very soon. But not known to him, Laura had a smile on her face as soon as he fell asleep. Opening her eyes, she looked at the sleeping face of Rex with a delicate smile on her face. This is the advantage of living in the same house, Clarissa. Before, when he had to go away from this house, she felt very sad and realized she loved him. It might be considered taboo in some specific countries, but for nobles like them, it wasn't quite so. Since realizing it, she had been expecting for the day, the chance to reunite with him, and the chance had came. She was not going to let it slip. As for Clarissa, Laura knew that she also liked him but didn't stop their relationship. Not only because it was her best friend, her rival, but also because she wasn't quite certain in her ability to live beyond her maximum age limited by her body. Polygamy was quite common among nobility and royalty, so she wasn't concerned about Clarissa that much, but she had to be the main wife. She wanted to realize her dreams before she passed away and give birth to his babies, so that at the least he might be able to remember her through them. But she remembered something: those who didn't have the constitution which his grandfather told about would suffer if they were to have a relationship with her regardless of realm. It seems that even that idea has to be scratched. She already knew from her grandfather that her constitution was very special. It was not an ordinary Ice-Een constitution but the strongest of its kind, the Ice Empress-Een constitution. With her grandfather's status, even if it was difficult, it wasn't impossible to gain the Phoenix Flame fruit. The tree of it was even in the possession of her grandfather. Reason to that was because of at the age of the ancestors of hers, there was also once a girl with an Ice-Een constitution. War was constantly raging at that point and it was very difficult to get information about such, and unfortunately she died. Because of that, the father of that unfortunate girl started to plant the Phoenix Flame tree instead of taking it himself. The flame fruit not only has the function to heal the disadvantages of the Yin constitution, it could also increase the strength and elemental talent of fire for those who consume it. Those who are of the Yin constitution would not get the second benefit. That ancestor buried his daughter along with the fruit, and time passed, and now in the possession of their family was a fully mature phoenix flame tree. His purpose was that in case those who were of their lineage suffered from such constitutions again, regardless of what condition it might be outside, they would be able to treat it so that they won't suffer similar to his own. I'm sorry, Rex, but you will have to suffer from my advances a bit more. A single tear slid down her cheek, landing softly on Rex's face. She quickly wiped it away with her sleeve, her lips forming a gentle smile. This is enough for tonight, she murmured before lying back beside him. Touching his face with a smile, she slowly fell asleep beside him. Morning arrived and Rex could feel a weight on him, and his hand seemed to be touching something squishy. He looked down to see Alora, who was sleeping soundly on top of him, hugging him like an octopus. It seemed that she had quite a good sleep, that she even slept past her usual wake-up time. As he moved slightly in order to not make her wake up, but she still woke up, brushing her face with her hands. Opening her eyes slightly. Good morning, Rex. Good morning, Lorene. Did you have a good sleep? Yes, I slept so soundly, I should sleep more here, she said with a smile to which Rex had a troubled expression on his face. Lorene, aren't you going to be late for your chores or the thing you needed to do? The chores are fine, I usually woke up early just so that I can get it done faster. As for the thing, it's just Mom and me going to the city to buy stuff to decorate for the festival. There are some things we do at home. We are going at evening. Mom takes her time when shopping, so it's going to take a while. You should also get ready for jogging, Clarissa should already be waiting at the door. ____________. Evening arrived and it was time for going with Clarissa. Going to the market, she asked him continuously. Are you sure? She said nothing else. She only said to think of it as exchanging days. She couldn't help but feel that there was something off about it. They quickly arrived at the market and it was as bustling as the previous day. Clarissa seemed to be more familiar with the market than Laura as she led him around places one after another. Clarissa, is there something you want in that stall? Being found out by Rex, she nodded. I wanted to buy some floral garlands for decorating the entrance of the village. But I didn't want to disturb our date. It's fine, I will buy it afterwards. Rex knew that she was an airhead at times but very kind to those who are close to her. If Laura was the bold and active one, Clarissa would be the reverse. She was very shy when they first met, but when she got closer, she started to become a little more bold, but only to her close ones. I don't mind. Let's go get some. Are you sure? Rex pulled her hand and they walked towards the stall. Then he saw something which he didn't think he would see from her. He watched as Clarissa skillfully haggled with the vendor, her confidence evident in every word. Holding her spoils of war, she looked back at him, but her face turned crimson as she forgot that she was being watched by him. You could learn a thing or two, you know. Though embarrassed, she said her speech without stuttering. Noted, if only Master Clarissa would teach me, Rex replied with a faint smile. He liked how lively and engaging she becomes at time and time when she focuses on something. You. She no longer wanted to argue with him as she saw something that interested her. She dragged Rex toward a nearby candy stall. The vendor, an older man with a smile, offered them a few samples. You have to try this, Clarissa exclaimed, handing him a piece of rose-flavored candy. Rex didn't hesitate before eating it, but what he didn't expect was that his mouth turned hot and it became spicy, but he held it in and waited for the heat to dissipate. But he wanted to do something. So hot, so hot. As he exclaimed, the vendor also turned a smile. He knew what the little girl was doing, but he turned a blind eye to it. Clarissa started to laugh, but what she didn't expect was that a similar candy was put into her mouth. Hot, hot. Uncle Josh, water. She said repeatedly, which earned a laugh from both Rex and the vendor named Josh, but he still handed her a glass of water. Leaving the stall, Clarissa had teary eyes and her tongue was put outside as she tried to dissipate the heat. "Serves you right for trying to trick me." Clarissa turned to him and said something, but she bit her tongue and her tears started to roll. Sitting on a bench nearby, Rex had to coax her. "Does it still hurt? You ace." Her tears had dissipated, but Rex thought that she looked quite cute. "Here, as compensation." He pulled out a piece chocolate which he had bought from the stall before when Clarissa was trying to dissipate the heat in her mouth. "How does it taste?" "Sweet." "I'm glad that you think that." He pulled out an entire bag of candies into her hands. They continued through the market, stopping occasionally to watch street performers. They looked through one stall after another and Rex finally had a store which interested him. He stopped Clarissa and told her to wait on a bench and went to the stall. Clarissa waited, eating her kebabs that she had in her hand. There was already a dozen of skewers that were in the plastic bag which she had eaten. Rex came back with a bracelet which had tiny, glimmering stones, and before she could think of anything, he wore it on her wrist. One of her hands was holding the plastic bags and the other hand was holding the skewers, and she couldn't stop him. "You don't have to keep doing that." He had given her plenty of gifts before, even as children. Though this bracelet was not expensive, it could not hide her joy as she received it from Rex. Toward the end of their trip, Clarissa insisted on visiting a food stall selling steaming dumplings. She ordered a large batch and handed Rex a handful, urging him to try one. The dumplings were fresh, hot and quite tasty. "These are my absolute favorite," Clarissa said with her mouth full of dumplings, looking like a chipmunk. Rex knew that she was a foodie, but looking at her figure, which doesn't seem to gain fat. As the evening progressed, the market grew more crowded. Rex grabbed her hand to prevent them from getting separated. "It's just practical." "Yes." Clarissa nodded, but her ears showed a tint of pink which Rex looked at with interest while she kept her head down and looked away from him lest he saw something embarrassing. Underscore. Going back home after finishing the date with Clarissa, Rex opened the door, but it seemed to have collided with something. He heard a scream and quickly saw a body which was falling from the sky and opened his arms to catch. "Lorraine." "Rex, you are already back," Laura said with a giggle. "You need to be more careful, Lorraine. This is already the second time. What would happen to you if I weren't here?" He said and looked at her, who was smiling even though he was reprimanding her. What he didn't know was she did it intentionally. She already heard him opening the gate but didn't get out of the way so that this could happen. "Well, it wouldn't be a problem if you were always beside me, right?" To her answer, Rex had a speechless expression on his face. "I won't bother with it anymore. What were you doing before, Lorraine?" "Decorating. Mom and I just arrived back not too long ago, but we thought that it would be better to get it started quickly so that it doesn't get late. Can I help with the decorations?" "You will need to ask Mom about that, Rex. I don't want it to end up like last time," she said with a fake sad expression on her face. Even though she was scolded by her mother, she didn't regret it, doing things together with Rex. The result was that the proposal was rejected by his aunt. That night, similar to the night before, he heard a familiar knock on the door. It was Laura, who came with the same purpose as yesterday. The next day was the day of the opening of the festival. While going on a jog with Clarissa, he saw how the village had prepared for the festival. Though he had seen what they were doing in the previous days, it can only said to be incomplete. Similar to how a painting is when incomplete, people would not recognize what was being painted, but after the finishing touch, the true essence and appearance would be seen. In the same, he saw the finished festival appearance of the village and only say, "Wow! Wait till it's night time, it will look even better." Looking at his surprised expression, Clarissa said while feeling a sour taste in her mouth due to the fact that the first day of the festival would be handed over to her rival. Rex felt as if many changes had taken place. The festive place he used to remember those still festive looks quite different from when he was here before. Even though it looked strange to him, the changes were for a positive turn and he felt satisfied. Underscore 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 underscore. As Rex stepped out of the dressing room wearing the black hanfu Laura had chosen for him, he seemed to embody a prince from an ancient legend. The hanfu chosen by her suited his lean yet muscular frame, though there was a few which he had to try on before this one. The white fabric, adorned with silver patterns resembling dragons curling up the sleeves and down the hem. All of the hanfus he wore before as well as this one were tailor-made. He didn't know when Laura contacted the store, but he didn't mind. His silver hair was now carefully styled, suited his handsome face. The longer strands near his temples, while the rest fell naturally complemented his overall look. His icy blue eyes, radiant and piercing, seemed to glow, carrying a calm yet magnetic intensity that made it impossible to look away. Coming out of the dressing room, Laura and the sales clerk looked at him with sparkling eyes and knew that this was the correct one, and inside the mind of the sales clerk, thoughts about how to get this young man appeared, but looking at the beautiful woman beside her, she gave up voluntarily. She knew her limits. "You look amazing, Rex. This suits you well. How much is the rest of the payment?" Laura had already given the down payment. "It's fine, Lorraine, I will pay for it." Seeing the determined expression as she silently looked up at him, he stopped as he let her pay for it. As for how he arrived at this hanfu shop. Underscore 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 underscore. Flashback. Coming out of his room after taking a shower and readying up, he came out with a simple jeans and a t-shirt. He went to Laura's room and knocked on her door. "Lorraine, are you finished yet?" "Almost. Just a sec." Laura was breathtaking in her hanfu. She wore a deep crimson ensemble with delicate silver floral embroidery trailing down the sleeves and skirt. The design flowed like cascading petals, complementing her fair, porcelain-like skin. The contrast of the crimson fabric against her dark hair was striking, creating a vivid image of beauty and grace. Her raven black hair, usually left loose, was elegantly styled into a half-up bun, with the rest flowing down her back in glossy waves. A silver hairpin adorned with a small dangling crystal rested in her bun, catching the light and adding an ethereal touch to her already captivating appearance. Her hazel eyes, shimmering with warmth, now carried a playful glint. She twirled and asked Rex. "What do you think? How do I look?" "You look stunning, Lorraine." "Thank you." She also looked at him, but her hand reached her chin, looking like she was inspecting his wear. "Why don't you also wear a hanfu?" End of flashback. Underscore 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 underscore. In the end, he was dragged to this hanfu shop. Whether or not she already had this intention in the first place, he only knew after he saw her pre-designed tailor-made hanfus made for him. As they left the shop, the sun had set, and the village glowed with the soft light of golden lanterns. Strings of lights crisscrossed above the streets, and the air buzzed with excitement. "It's beautiful." Laura smiled warmly, slipping her arm through his. "It'll get crowded soon. We should stick together." Her gesture startled him, but he didn't pull away. They wandered through the festival, visiting stalls one after another. They stopped by various stalls which were both new and ones which they had visited before in the previous days, but since it was a day of festival, there seemed to be more stalls and people. At one point, they stopped by a calligraphy booth where they tried drawing calligraphy. Laura skillfully drew hers, which drew the attention of some and Rex himself, leaving him stunned. "What are you waiting for?" His clumsy strokes made her giggle, and she leaned close to guide his hand. They dropped by a dessert shop and Rex had a popsicle in his hands whereas Laura had ice cream in hers. A sudden burst of fireworks lit up the night sky, drew the attention of Laura, who looked back after the spectacle had finished to see that her ice cream had decreased a little. She looked at Rex and saw a small bit of strawberry ice cream left on his mouth. "Rex. Why did you secretly eat mine? You could have asked me, you know. Now, you will have to bear compensation." She took his hand and bit into the popsicle and took out a large chunk. Looking at his stunned appearance and the small bit of ice cream which was still on his mouth. "Geez, look at you. Come closer." She took away the ice cream with her delicate fingers and ate it. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Eat quickly, your popsicle is gonna melt." Looking back at Rex, who seemed to be gazing at her, Laura said. When he finished eating, his hand was already soaked a bit. Laura took his hand and took out a handkerchief and started cleaning the dripping places. He let her clean it as he looked to admire the scenery, but his attention went back to Laura as he felt a soft slimy touch on his hands. Rex saw Laura, who was licking his hand with her soft tongue. "Lorraine, what are you doing? We are out in public." To his worried appearance, Laura had a teasing smile on her face. "Are you shy?" Red had black lines on his face to Laura, who still wanted to continue. He just let her do as she pleased, just hiding it with his body so that it wouldn't be seen to people. It was definitely because he wanted to deny Laura's tease. As they walked back home, leaving the village, Laura and Rex were stopped by a fellow who also wore a hanfu. It was Clarissa. "I was waiting for you guys. We need to have a talk, Laura." "Rex, how about you go back first? I will come back after talking with Clarissa." Not knowing what they were going to say, looking at the two beauties who were looking at him, he left decisively. "What did you want to talk about?" Laura had an innocent expression on her face. "Laura, you trickster. You tricked me," Clarissa said continuously, to which Laura was giggling the entire time. "How did I trick you?" "You exchanged the dates and reversed the order. If it was in order, I would have both the first and last days of the festival with Rex." Laura hid her smile with her fan, which she took out from her storage ring, and said, "How is my outfit?" "Yes, it looks good. Is it the one which we got from the mall a week before?" "Wait a minute, why are you diverting the conversation elsewhere?" Clarissa answered, but realized suddenly that she was being tricked again. Since young, even though they were rivals, they were quite close. As for the content of their rivalry, of course it was with Rex, but it was revealed since then that Laura had an edge in tricking Clarissa, specifically as she was a bit of an airhead when dealing with her close ones. Fine, I tricked you, I'm sorry, but if it was going normally you would have gotten 2 days and I would only get 1 during the festival. How about this, I take tomorrow and you take the last day?" Laura asked, to which Clarissa stood there, lost in thought. It was indeed possible, but she would be the one suffering since it was during the days of the festival unlike the other days, and most of the time would be handed to Laura, but she couldn't reject as she already took 2 days before the festival, and the first and last days of the festivals were the better days than the middle. Biting her nails, she sighed and was ready to answer, but was taken back by what Laura continued to say. "It is not impossible to share Rex tomorrow." She had a smile on her face as she said it. Clarissa hung her mouth, surprised by the words that came out of her best friend. "Are you really, Laura? Are you sick?" Clarissa got close to her and started measuring her temperature, to which Laura slapped her hand with her fan. "What do you mean, am I me?" Laura questioned her with a straight face. The real Laura would never really share anything with me, concerning her precious Rex. To Clarissa's words, Laura had black lines on her face and an urge to hit Clarissa's head. "I guess it was too kind of me to offer something to my old friend. It's fine, treat it like it's nothing, I will just take the last day also." She started to walk away but was stopped by Clarissa. Stop, Laura. I'm sorry." She said sorry continuously, to which Laura couldn't help but feel bad a little. Did I push her too much? Laura thought, looking at the silly appearance of Clarissa. Okay. I accept your apology. Now which one do you want to choose? The sharing one. Clarissa said with a small tone. Then, we will share him tomorrow and you can take him on the last day. Rex, back in his room after arriving back, looked outside from the balcony of his room. He looked at the reflection of the moon in the lake as he felt the breeze. He felt that his decision to come back was indeed good. Feeling the warm atmosphere here made his heart warm and calm. He closed his eyes and breathed out the fresh air. It would be better if Mom could also live here. Rex thought, but maybe it wouldn't be impossible in the future, since it was not set in stone. Going back to the embrace of the AC, he opened the door to his room and went back. ______________. The next evening, Rex stood before the mirror, adjusting his light blue hanfu with silver clouds and waves. The outfit gave him a clean yet cold look. Despite being ready, he stayed in his room as instructed, waiting for Laura to tell him who he had to go with. She told him that there would be a change in the schedule but didn't tell him whom he was going with. He waited till there was a knock on the door. He opened his door to see two beautiful girls. Lorraine, Clarissa. So, who's going with me today? Tada. We both will be accompanying you today. They both said in unison, which left Rex, who blinked in confusion. So both of you are going with me today. ________________________ Going into the village with each of arms being held in the hands of Laura and Clarissa, he attracted the attention of many. Both of them were quite beautiful, and going into the village with one already took the attraction of many. Now going with both, and since it was a festival excluding the people from the village, there were a lot of people from outside as well. Walking through the bustling village, Rex found himself in a peculiar yet enviable situation. With Laura holding one arm and Clarissa the other, they garnered countless stares. After all, coming with one beautiful was one thing, two was another case. Usually, Clarissa wouldn't be so bold to do this kind of act, but being with Laura, who was both her rival and friend, started it. Why wouldn't she be brave enough to do it? They visited various stalls, starting with the food vendors. Laura insisted on trying the grilled skewers while Clarissa dragged them toward the candy-making booth, thinking of making Laura suffer with the rose candy. At the archery game, Laura started first and her best score was 8 out of 10, with overall being 28 in 5 shots, which was quite good. Rex clapped his hands and said, "Not bad." Laura came back with a smug yet proud expression. "I can do it too." Clarissa boasted about her skills only to miss every shot. "You're supposed to hit the target, not scare the birds away." Laura giggled and said, earning a pout from Clarissa. Rex tried his hand at the game, surprising them both by hitting the bullseye for every shot. "Not fair, Rex. Did you teach Laura but not me?" The next day, at the breakfast table, Aunt May asked Rex. "Have you gone to the festival yet, Rex?" "Yes, so many things have changed. I have been busy with some things that I wasn't able to accompany you." "It's fine, Aunt May. Lorraine showed me. It's not good. Festive environments are to be enjoyed with family and I haven't been able to enjoy it with you too." She sighed with her hand on her chin. She wasn't usually busy during festival times like these, nor did she go out to the village. She usually spent her time at home with her daughters. "How about I join you when you two go to the festival? We need to come back before the lantern release. I have already prepared a big lantern at the backyard." Both of them didn't speak but had a bit of a wry expression on their face. How should I explain this to Clarissa? Laura thought. ________________________________________________________ Waking up to the sound of her alarm, Clarissa woke up refreshed. This was the last day of the festival as well as the day she can spend her time alone with Rex. Being childhood friends who grew up together, she loved him to say the least. She hummed and went down to the restaurant floor, or also called the bar, at night. They didn't offer rooms for rent, but the other building they owned just in front of the street did. Since it was a festival, many people from the city, whether it be relatives or just curious people, also came to visit, and it sold well. But the reason for her happiness and joy that was present on her face was because of another matter. Clarissa went out of the tavern quickly. "Old Six, have you ever seen young Miss this happy?" "Oh, you didn't know." "Right, you were out that time, so you didn't know. The childhood sweetheart of young Miss just came back last week." "You mean that fifth son of the Grimes?" "Yes, who else except for him?" "What happened for him to come back?" "It hasn't been long, so the news haven't escalated yet, it seems." Old Six talked about what happened. "I see. Quite an unfortunate fellow. He had quite the potential." "Old Five, don't talk about it in front of the master. He seems pissed whenever he hears about it. Underscore 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 underscore." Evening arrived and Clarissa in her room could be seen choosing one hanfu after another from her drawer. Maybe this one. Or maybe this one. After settling on her choice, Clarissa rushed out to find Rex, eager to meet him at the mansion. But as she walked down the road, her steps faltered when she saw the group of three approaching: Laura, Rex, and Aunt May. Laura had an apologetic expression on her face, and Clarissa immediately understood that something should have happened. Though still a bit upset, she kept her composure. She approached Aunt May with a polite smile. "Aunt May, what brings you here?" To Clarissa's question, Aunt May smiled warmly. "I came to spend the festival with these two here." Clarissa nodded, though she couldn't help the sour feeling in her heart. This was supposed to be her day with Rex. She was meant to have him all to herself, but now, everything was different. "Why don't you join us? The more the better." Underscore 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 underscore. Walking through the village, Rex showed Aunt May around the place, as she had never really been too fond of crowded places and most of the time didn't come to these festivals. Behind the two was the girls Laura and Clarissa, who were following them, having a conversation quietly. So, that was what happened. She nodded and understood, but she couldn't help the sour feeling in her heart. It was supposed to be her day. "You didn't do this intentionally, did you?" "Of course not, even I didn't expect Mom, who is a hobbit during festivals, to suddenly come out because of Rex." The group continued to walk around the festival, with Rex explaining one after another of what stalls what was to his aunt. The group wandered into a section of the festival featuring games and activities. Aunt May's competitive spirit surfaced when she spotted a ring toss booth. "Let's see if I still have my touch," she said, rolling up her sleeves. To everyone's surprise, she landed 3 rings in a row, earning cheers from onlookers. The booth attendant handed her a small stuffed rabbit as a prize, which she immediately gave to Rex. "For you, dear. A little memento," Aunt May said, her voice full of affection. Laura started whispering with Clarissa. "Between Rex and me, at times I wonder if I am an illegitimate daughter." Underscore 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 underscore. As the sun dipped below the horizon. "Okay, let's go back now. Clarissa dear, you should also come back with us. We are going to release a big lantern, we might need more people." She nodded, and a group of 4 people returned to the mansion, where the garden was transformed into a glowing wonderland. Lanterns of all sizes and colors were scattered around, their soft light creating a warm ambience. In the center of the garden stood the large lantern Aunt May had mentioned, its surface decorated with hand-painted flowers and symbols. Such a huge lantern. So beautiful. Aside from the lantern, a large table had been set up, with empty plates stacked together, as well as heaters for keeping the heat of the grilled meat and other items as well. "Mom, are we going to eat barbecue?" "Yes." Laura trotted over to the grill, and upon seeing it, her forehead sweated a bit as she asked. "Mom, isn't this the latest model?" "Yes." "Are you sure you have read the manuals to this?" "No, why?" "I don't think you can handle it, Mom." "Why don't you use the old grill?" "I bought it just for this sake, it would be a waste not to use it." Madeline's shoulders drooped down as Laura said it. Laura said this because she knew her mother with electronics. It took quite a while for her and her two sisters to teach their mother how to even use the ones in the kitchen. Before they had to use primitive means. Then a hand touched her shoulder. "How about you let me do the barbecuing, Aunt May?" Are you sure you can handle it, Rex? Have you really recovered?" She touched his face and said. "Yes, Aunt May." "Then. I will let you handle the barbecuing for now." It was only for now, as she will learn it by bothering her daughter, though it might take a while. Madeline, Clarissa, Laura sat at the table while Rex started with the barbecue, and a sizzling aroma started to come out soon after. After a full meal, Rex leaned back, his stomach pleasantly full. He ate the most since he didn't want to waste the food he cooked himself. "I am gonna go for a walk, Aunt May, Lorraine. I want to tag along." Laura blurted out when he stood up and said that he was going to go for a walk. As for Clarissa, she went to the bathroom. "Okay, both of you be careful going out." In front of the mansion near the lake, Laura and Rex could be seen. The two figures were very close, or rather Laura got closer to Rex. They chatted cheerfully under the moonlight. "When you were away, I tried to send you messages, but you only answered after a few months. That was because I was busy. But what about the time when you didn't answer for a year straight before coming here?" "That's because my phone got destroyed, you already know about it, Lorraine." "Exactly how?" "How about I tell you about it slowly later, Lorraine?" "Of course, it can be just like the bedtime stories you always used to tell." "I miss them. If you like to, I could still tell them." She showed a bright smile upon hearing it. Sitting down on the bench, Laura motioned him to sit beside her. "Do you want to know what I sent during the time?" "What did you send me, Lorraine?" he asked, but no answer came, so Rex looked towards her, but what he didn't expect was the soft feeling on his lips and the pretty face of Laura, which was very close. The feeling came very quickly and left, it was a light kiss. A feeling of coldness was left on his lips. He was stunned and didn't have a word to speak. A rustling sound came from behind which their focus turned to, but there was nothing. "I will go back now. You should also come back in a while, Mom is gonna call you soon since the lantern release is starting soon." Though her facial expression looked calm and all, Rex knew that she was very nervous and was shy after her act because her ears were red. As for the content of their conversations about what she wanted to say, Rex could understand what it was from her actions. As the night became darker, there was a small lantern which was released, and in the next few moments, hordes of them came up. Looking at the release of lanterns from the village, the four Rex, Laura, Clarissa and Madeline did as well. The big lantern started to rose, and with the wind started to follow the direction in which the other small ones went as well. Through the cloudless night, the scene of the ocean of lanterns flowing through the night sky was beautiful. Time passed and the lanterns could no longer be seen clearly. "I should go back now," Clarissa said to Madeline. "How about you wait for Rex to send you back?" "It's fine, Auntie, I will go back by myself," Clarissa said as she waved her hand. Looking at the back of Clarissa, Laura, who just arrived back, said to Madeline, "Mom, I forgot to tell something to Clarissa. She shouldn't have gone far, I should be able to catch her." Okay, try to be quick and come back. It's late already." "Okay, Mom." She quickly ran and tried to catch up to Clarissa. Underscore. After reaching the front of the mansion, Clarissa saw the bench in front of the lake. Her eyes started to turn red. Not wanting to think about it anymore, she started to run away from the scene which she saw. She ran and ran till she was out of breath and stopped looking at the ground, which started to get wet with the tears which dropped from her face. Why is it always like this? Why not me? Words didn't come out of her mouth, but her tears were continuous. Clarissa. As soon as she heard that sound, she knew who it was. She quickly wiped her tears and tried to make it seem like everything was fine. Aura. Her voice choked a little as she said these words. She turned and looked at her, but seeing her face she remembered the scene and looked down, unable to look at her straight. Laura, seeing this, sighed. Clarissa, did you cry? No, why are you asking that? I know you are lying. Clarissa became silent at those words. It was not only that Laura, being her best friend, knew whether she lied or not, but also that there was still a slight sound of her voice being a little choked due to crying. Can you tell me why? Silence persisted a bit more till Clarissa opened her mouth and said. You and Rex. She wanted to say more but no words came out of her mouth. I knew it. Laura knew that the rustling was definitely not because of a critter but because of Clarissa. Even if you saw it, why are you crying? I know you also like Rex. Clarissa, upon hearing those words. That's exactly the reason. I hope you have a great future. She turned after and wanted to run, but her arm was grabbed by none other than Laura. Wait for me to finish my words. Even if he have me, why can't he also have you? You mean? Yes. Both of them understood what each other meant. Clarissa hugged Laura immediately. That's why you are my best friend. Laura immediately interjected. Sisters. Clarissa hugged her even tighter as she said. Sisters. Clarissa replied back, happy that Laura would allow her to also date him. What a touching scene. A clapping sound was heard and a group of 3 men appeared. As soon as they were near, the stench of beer and alcohol could be smelled. 1 fat and 2 burly men, all of them looked drunk. How about you pretty young ladies, help us old men get to our house. We will reward you well. They laughed as they said these words. But 3 mouths which were laughing were reduced to 2 as a crashing sound was heard. The 2 men who were laughing beside the man in front quickly looked to see that their friend was smashed into the ground a few meters apart from where he was standing before. His mouth was fuming out blood and his nose seemed like it was broken. There seemed to be a few white stones laying around where the blood flowed out from his mouth. He was not dead, but he was no longer conscious. There was a young man who stood near the place where their friend stood before. They were a little shook, but... You little mutt, you think you can. Before he was able to talk, with just one blink he disappeared and what appeared on the face of the thinner man was a foot. Before he could comprehend what had happened a series of blows came forward, the man was smashed into the ground with the similar scene as the other one. The remaining fat man became a little scared and wanted to, but before he could he was also in the same scene as others, but his was a bit more as he suffered more body damage as well. He always used his fat to protect himself when in fights, but it seemed to not work against this kid was the thought before he lost his conscience. Underscore. Not a word was said by Rex as he fought, but... Are you two fine? Facing the 2 of Laura and Clarissa, his voice was full of worry and warmth. The whole fight didn't even last a minute. But instead of him being able to say a few words of comfort, he was bombarded with questions instead. Rex, are you fine? You just recovered, is your body fine? Did they do something to you? Similar questions were asked by both of them as they looked around his body. I am fine. Are you really? They both said and continued looking around his body. After a brief moment, as if they checked out everything, they nodded to each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you here? Laura asked first. I can't leave 2 girls who left alone in the middle of the night, can I? And both of you didn't wait for me, I just wanted to go to the bathroom for a moment. But more importantly, what are you 2 doing in the middle of the road? Ahem, girl talk. Right, Clarissa? Of course. Clarissa nodded as she followed. Let's go, don't let this guy hear what we are talking about. Both of them started walking towards the village. What kind of girl talk does it require to stand in the middle of the road though? The thought passed Rex's mind, but it was just a passing thought as he didn't remain curious for longer. He motioned with his hands behind his back and... Young master. A figure came out of the dark as if he was already there or materialized out of thin air. You can handle the scene right. Of course, young master. As he left to chase the two who had left, the man who was in black clothing was led on the scene. When Rex was a bit further away. You two, you should also come out. Then two figures also emerged from the shadows as well. Huh, old third. You are as sharp as ever. Both of you are locals, so you both should know what to do right. Of course, but the next drink is on you. Walking their way towards the village, Laura left with Clarissa first because she knew that Rex had to deal with something. She was ready to deal with those people just in case as she prepared her wind magic, but she had never used it to combat. She was a bit worried that she might overuse her magic since she knew these people had no little to no cultivation. Both Clarissa and her though had above essence absorption cultivation, with each of them being at 5th and 7th, they were sheltered since young and didn't know how to fight. The cultivation realms were divided into 10, with the first being root awakening, essence absorption, spiritual foundation, harmonization, soul forge, manifestation, heaven's link, heaven's will, ascendance awakening and transcendence. They were also termed as rank 1 to 10, with sub-stages present from 1 to 10 as well. They headed their way towards the village while talking, and Rex caught up with them. After leading Clarissa back to her house, they also left towards their own. Underscore. As for the two fellows before, they were ready to act as soon as they felt a few auras appear from their senses. Old Six, I thought you were watching the surroundings. I was though. How did they manage to appear? He felt the three auras with bad intentions. AET ready to act. Those fellows are just in the root awakening realm. Why don't I leave it to you? Don't be lazy, we need to act together. I don't think it might even be needed. He sensed the aura which was incoming, from which old Six pointed, and felt that it was familiar. It was Rex. You sure he can handle it? I am sure, even if he lost his cultivation now, he can deal with these pipsqueaks. He relaxed. He knew that the sense of old Six were most of the time correct. Come out. They heard the voice clearly. Though they could not see what was happening outside, they could still sense it. Is he mentioning to us, old Five? Of course not, just wait. The next day, Rex had already gone for a jog with Clarissa. She seemed now closer than before, and her favorability seemed to have jumped up to 98, Laura was also the same. After showering, he headed to the dining room to have his breakfast, but stopped when he heard voices near the front door. He heard the opening of the door and turned to see two beautiful girls, one with chestnut hair and striking violet eyes, the other with silver hair and light blue eyes. The chestnut-haired girl stepped forward, dropping the suitcase in her hand to the ground, and assumed a defensive stance. Who are you? Why are you in our house? She looked as if she knew martial arts, but the form which she took was not even good, which Rex saw immediately. They looked similar, and looking at the suitcases, he realized immediately who they were. As for the reason why they might not recognize him, he didn't mind. After all, there was a lot of change before he left and now. Before he could answer, a familiar voice called out. Oh, Sarah, Alicia. You're already back. Madeline appeared, smiling warmly. Mom, who is he? Who else? It's your older brother. Hurry up and greet him. At the dining table, everyone sat together with Madeline at the center, Rex to her left, followed by Laura, with Sarah and Alicia on her right. Madeline served everyone, but Sarah noticed that Rex's bowl always seemed to receive the largest portions. Though Madeline gave food to all of them, the disparity was clear. Sarah frowned, feeling a pang of irritation. Rex, oblivious, ate everything without complaint. His seemingly bottomless appetite never seemed to affect his physique. Finally, Sarah couldn't hold back any longer. She stood up and asked sharply. "Since when did we have an older brother?" "It's Rex, Sarah." Laura answered her while adding more food into Rex's plate, which already had a lot of rice and other types of dishes. Sarah's eye couldn't help but twitch at this sight, but upon hearing the name, she fell silent for a moment before continuing, her voice trembling slightly. "Even if it's Rex, why is he here? Didn't he leave before?" She was a little affected by emotion, putting her hands on the table, but she forgot to control her strength and she slammed her hands on the table, which received a glare from Madeline. "Sarah, why are you raising your voice and making a commotion? Weren't you the one who wanted to see him the most?" Madeline, not knowing why she was acting like this, tried to question her. "No. Who would want to see this guy?" Sarah replied back, her face flushed. She quickly stood up and stormed away. "Hey, where are you going? Finish your breakfast." Madeline called after her, but Sarah didn't stop. "I'm full." Madeline sighed, resting her chin on one hand and the other supporting her breasts. She's never acted like this before. I don't know what's gotten into her. "Cheer up, Mom, she should just be tired from the trip and was a bit angsty." Laura tried to comfort Madeline, who was a little worried for Sarah. Her 3 daughters were always very supportive and obedient, that she didn't know what to do in this situation, which she never really faced before. "Aunt May, it might be related to me. How about I try to talk to her?" Madeline thought for a moment before agreeing. "All right, but eat first. Underscore 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 underscore. Sarah, are you in there?" There was only silence. No reply. "Sarah, I know I left for a while without contact. But I am back now. How about we talk things through?" Still no response. Rex glanced at the breakfast tray in his hand and sighed. "You didn't eat much. I brought some breakfast for you." Turning the doorknob, he opened the door, intending to enter the room. However, as soon as he pushed the door slightly, a sharp voice came from inside. "Don't come in." A pillow came flying from inside, hitting the door with a thud. Rex thought for a moment whether to continue or not, but stopped when he felt a gentle tugging on his sleeve. He looked back to see Alicia. "It's better not to disturb her right now," she said in a low, shy voice, looking down without looking into his eyes. Even though she was already nearing 30, her height was still quite short, and compared to Rex she could only reach a bit below his chest. Rex looked at the tray in his hand, which he wanted to give her. He sighed and left it on the ground in front of her room. Following Alicia, Rex went to her room. Rex sat on the chair looking at Alicia, who was sitting on the bed. "Big brother, can you tell me what happened?" Alicia asked curiously. Even though she was quite shy and reserved in front of others, this was her older brother whom she had spent her childhood with. She was trying to talk to him more, in order to become close like they always used to. About what? Rex didn't know what she wanted to know about him. "Why you are here now? Are you staying for a while?" she asked, still a bit shy as she tugged her hair as she spoke nervously but looking into his eyes with her big watery eyes. "So you haven't heard it from your mother or Laura?" Alicia shook her head, confirming his question. "Well, it's like this." Rex explained to her, but he didn't go into much details like George, since she had mostly heard from her mother before, since she always told them about his situations and how he is doing when they inquired about him, as well as that he didn't want her to get angry for himself, so he maintained the story to a minimum. During those times, he didn't have much time. He could only talk with Aunt May for a moment and tell her how he was doing and then stop. During his academy years, Rex had been able to maintain some communication, but his time in the army was different. There was no visits, though there was some communication done, it was close to none for the most part. Though his academy time was quite enjoyable as well, his only regret would be that he wasn't able to fully enjoy it. As for the reason why, he didn't want to think about it anymore. So, you are going to stay here forever? Yes. Despite the entire thing he told her, she picked up the question that she was interested in the most. But not energetic like Clarissa, she just smiled. What have you been doing these years? Rex also started a conversation with her which lasted for a while. But afterwards he asked her the main purpose of coming into this room. Alicia, why did you stop me from meeting Sarah? Well, sister became like that when you stopped coming home. But after a bit of time, she came back to normal. She cried a lot and then for the next few days, she became like she is now, moody. Rex nodded, understanding what she wanted to say. Did you also cry, Alicia? Seeing that she didn't speak, Rex just came near to her and brushed her head. If you don't want to say it, you don't need to. I am leaving now. Alicia, who was left in the room, stretched her hands towards Rex as if she wanted to say something, but seeing the door close, she touched her head which was brushed by Rex's hands. Big brother is still the same as ever. Underscore 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 underscore. Flashback. In the early morning when the sun has just started to come up, there could be seen a girl who was hugging a boy stopping him from moving. There were two other girls who were bigger than her who were standing on the side, but one thing was the same for all three of them were the tears in their eyes. Please don't leave me, big brother. Alicia, I am not going forever. I will come back in a while. She started to slowly release her strength on her grip and it let Rex out. He looked at Alicia who was still sniffing her nose looking at him with tears in her eyes. When I come back, I will bring lots of toys for you. Okay. He brushed her hair with his hand while holding out his pinky finger with another. As he thought so, Alicia also held out her pinky as she said. Promise. Promise. He would always be back during summer and the three of them would wait at the door, but 1 year as the three of them waited, there was no sign of Rex. That summer, the three girls waited at the door for Rex's return. But he didn't come. Year after year, they waited, only to be met with disappointment. End of flashback. Underscore 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 underscore. Now, with Rex finally home, a myriad of emotions came to Alicia's heart, but it also came with a bit of hesitance. Was he really the same big brother she played with, adored? Years of not meeting each other made it a bit strange for her. But seeing that he was still the same big brother, Alicia felt better and she felt her shyness to him decreasing and becoming closer in her heart just like always. Still, she was still a bit shy and couldn't bring herself to admit that she had cried for him too. Her gaze shifted to the stuffed rabbit on her bed and started punching it. Mr. Floppy. It's all your fault. Rex, coming out from Alicia's room, saw the empty plate in front of Sarah's room and smiled a little as he went to grab it. He knew that Sarah didn't hate him nor did Alicia. He had already used his skill on both of them and their favorability of him was above 80. He could only take it slow. He didn't expect it to be like Laura who was above favorability 90. Looking at the points in front of him, it was enough for 35 rolls in the new B-will that is. Congratulations to the host for getting. The results of those 35 rolls were as follows. An spear skill, some resources for alchemy and a special pill. The rest were just cultivation years and pills related to recovery or others. Skill, Thunder Spear. Grade, Yellow. Mastery, Novice, 0%. Description, fast and efficient like thunder. Strike down your enemies before they even blink. Even though he was not as lucky as the first time he rolled, not getting the constitution he wanted. He was satisfied that he was able to get a skill and a yellow level skill at that. The grades of the skills were mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, divine and celestial. The Grimes family didn't lack yellow level skills, but this skill was not a skill that was in the library. One thing that differentiated the strength of families were these skills aside from main cultivation. But he had no intention of giving it to the Grimes. The spear was his main weapon aside from his spells and cultivation. Since his cultivation was no longer usable, why don't he practice body refining in other martial arts? It was because body refining still needed a dantian and his dantian was no longer good. Why was a dantian was needed even for body refining was because unlike cultivation where it is the main part, it is still required as a sub-part, it will be able to store the energy which you will need to refine your body. But why was he thinking of body refining would be because of this pill, the special pill which he drew. When he used his skill on it. Bingo! Heavenly Rebirth Pill. Grade, Heaven. Description: a healing pill capable of even bringing back a part of the body whether it be a lost leg or a lost arm. The grades of pills were similar to skills. It was a heaven grade pill which was the item he had been wanting to get from the novice wheel. Other pills that were in the novice wheel were only mortal or yellow but this one was not. Even in a family like his own, it would be hard to get pills of similar grade. His intention for wanting to get this pill would be to heal his dantian. Whether or not it will work, he could only see after taking it. After all, it was a heaven-grade pill. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore and took it. An hour passed and there was sweat on his forehead as well as his entire body shaking and a blob of liquid passed through his neck and came to his mouth. He couldn't help but throw up on the ground. It was deep dark red liquid. My dantian recovered but it seems that talent may not. He sighed but quickly recovered himself. Though his talent was now grade F talent he still gained talent from the Gacha wheel and he expected more in the more expensive ones such as the Gacha wheel number 1. It's still good that my dantian had recovered. He looked at the blood he threw up on the ground and wiped away the blood on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were unnaturally cold and his fists were clenched very tightly. Poison. Someone poisoned me. But who? Thinking of the situation, he couldn't help but feel as if a cold bucket of water had been washed over his face and his expression was very grim. If it is what I think it is. You will regret underestimating me. He looked at his phone and saw the messages his mother sent and replied to them. He thought it was time and quickly typed something back aside from replying. Cultivation and body refining, these two were naturally the two ways of cultivation in this world. One being easier to train whereas the other not. Of course it depended on talent, one had a high requirement for it whereas another not. Body refining was something that most people could do but it wasn't common. The reason would be that in order to maintain status quo, the nobility held off the knowledge of body refining millenniums ago and since then materials about it have disappeared and even if want to make an appearance again, it would be hard to do so. For now, only some nobility had some materials on it. Of course even if they could, they wouldn't necessarily do so. Body refining though may sound good on the surface as people with even low talent could body refine, it consumed a lot of resources. Grimes also had some materials regarding it but also his mother's family, the Levants also had it. He wasn't unnecessarily giving up on cultivation either. Even though his previous talent was not there, his talent had degraded and only was an F-level talent but who said that it would only stay there. As for the poison, he needed to visit someone. But before that, however, he had another matter to address. Looking at the two beautiful women who were sitting on their respective seats in front of his own, he knew what they wanted to do. Their faces showed a bit of nervousness. Rex. Laura was speaking but Clarissa who couldn't wait any longer. Rex, where is your confession? Clarissa blurted out, her face reddening immediately right after. A bit speechless, Laura looked at Clarissa. Confession, what confession? Rex feigned ignorance, a teasing glint in his eye. Clarissa upon hearing that started to stammer. It was that after she heard from Laura that they were going to force out his confession, testing the waters, her heart was beating and her mind was dizzy and she couldn't help but blurt out whatever she was thinking. That. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to speak. Laura upon seeing this first though Rex was dense but seeing his face which was full of teasing, she knew that he was teasing Clarissa. But she had to stop it now. Clarissa and she was now in a team. Rex, stop teasing her. You know exactly what she was gonna say. Clarissa, upon hearing that, quickly saw his facial expression, which he tried to hide, but Clarissa still saw it. Upon seeing it, her face turned into a pout. Okay. Rex, upon seeing that it was a 2v1, stopped his mischief, raising his hands up in surrender. Do you both have feelings for me? Both of them nodded. Are you willing to accept each other, and perhaps more? Both of them nodded again, but hearing the last word they looked at him. What do you mean by more? Are you planning to take more women after us? Both of them turned to the aggressive. Ahem, it was just a slip of the tongue. It seemed that his plan would not work yet, but he wasn't worried. As the favorability went above 100, it would turn into love between husband and wife, and if he reached a high enough level in it, he should be able to handle this discussion. In other words, he would just have to make the two of them love him so much that they can't leave him. He began, pausing to gauge their reactions. They leaned forward expectantly, only to grow impatient as he hesitated. I also love you both. But do you really want to love someone like me? Both of them looked at him in disbelief. What's wrong with loving you? I don't have my cultivation now. I am now just a normal mortal, whereas you two can still cultivate. They both looked at him with a gaze that was questioning. He asked seriously. Are you questioning our feelings? Both of the girls asked at the same time. Rex smiled at this. It seems that I don't even need to ask that. But I haven't seemed to have seen whether you two really love me. He said with a provocative gaze which flared a small anger in Laura as she smiled and got closer to him. Touching his face with her hands and squishing it. Slurp, slurp, glup. Clarissa, upon seeing it, closed her eyes with her hands as her face turned crimson, but she still left a small gap between her fingers to look at the situation. It lasted for a few moments before Laura let go, but she couldn't, as there was a hand which tied her waist and brought it closer to him, not wanting to let her go, and Rex started to get dishonest with his tongue. He only released her when she hit him on his chest, though lightly. Laura's face was flushed and she was breathing heavily. Even though she wanted to just prove to this guy, it seemed that she had indeed fallen to his trap. Satisfied now? Laura asked with a small trace of anger on her face. Satisfied, satisfied. He nodded again and again. Clarissa saw that it was finished, so she removed her hands, but her face was still crimson red. Rex, your face. He touched it and it felt a bit cold. Laura also forgot about the small anger she was feeling and asked with concern. There was ice on his face and even some icicles on his nose. Oh. He snapped his hand and a small fire appeared on his hand, and he flicked it to his face, and the ice that was on his face was no longer there and his face turned to its original color. Huh. Both girls reacted with surprise. That, magic. Yes, it's magic. Rex said with a bit of mystery on his face, feeling a bit smug. Laura, seeing this face, pinched his waist. Ouch. Now, there was a satisfied Rex, and on each of his legs sat a beauty. This was the compromise that was set for him, telling about everything. There was a bright smile on his face. Now tell us, already. Didn't you lose your cultivation? Okay, fine. I indeed lose my cultivation, and my dantian was even damaged. That was the reason for me not being able to cultivate anymore. But I was able to recover my dantian a little while before with something my master gave me. Then you should be able to recover your cultivation, right? Not necessarily. They held their curiosity when he said this. Even though my dantian was recovered, my talent is no longer what it used to be. It has regressed to an F talent. Two gasps were released as both of them held sympathy for their lover. Don't be worried, even if the path cultivation is not good. I can still try body refining. Don't tell anyone yet, this is our little secret. Both Laura and Clarissa nodded. Clarissa didn't know what body refining was and wanted to ask him, but another thought passed her mind and she changed course. Why did your face turn into ice, when you did that with Laura? Laura held Clarissa's hand and... I will explain about it later. Rex interjected at this moment. I also needed to tell you too about something. I will need to leave. Huh? Didn't you say that you were going to live here forever? Clarissa's voice trembled slightly, her eyes starting to glisten. Yes, but situations change. Yes, but situations change. Seeing that any second later Clarissa would start crying, Rex chuckled and reached out to pat her head. I am joking. I need to visit my mother. Clarissa's eyes were still watery as if she suffered an injustice and her face turned into a pout as she hit his chest with lightly. Don't joke about things like that. Rex took the opportunity to tease her a bit further. It seems that only Laura has shown her feelings. A certain someone still hasn't. I wonder if she really loves me. Clarissa's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she hesitated. Slowly, she leaned closer, closing her eyes, but Rex had already took the opportunity to press his own over hers. He wanted to make a deep exchange, but before he had the chance to, Clarissa bolted away. Looking at the direction where Clarissa ran away, he didn't chase her, knowing that she needed time. He needed to make moves on her slowly, making her get used to it. Look, you made her leave. She left, but you didn't yet. When are you leaving to visit your mother? Around 3 to 4 days later. His hand started to get dishonest, touching Laura's thighs. What are you doing? She slapped his hands lightly, but to no avail. He continued his dishonest work. I am massaging you. Running around the house, cleaning everything. Your legs would get tired. What can I do about it? Mom has a past with servants. A sigh escaped her mouth. Rex also knew about it. Aunt May had a dark past. Though she doesn't resent her children, she resents the father of theirs. Though Rex knew about it, it was not too much. When Aunt May and these 3 sisters moved here, Rex lived with them since then, making their relationship more strong. Even though he was young at the time, he was sensible and followed his mother's instruction to take care of his aunt. Though he didn't quite remember how, he did indeed take care of her from time to time and helped her. I will try to change it someday. Saying that didn't make Laura relax, but a bit restless. Don't. You don't believe me. He looked at her in the eyes. Laura saw his icy blue eyes, which seemed brighter than when he arrived. Just don't push it too much. I know what to do, Lorraine. As long as you know. Now stop touching so I can continue my work. She pinched his waist and he stopped his dishonest hands as he held his waist, which had been pinched. Looking at Laura's back. Wait till I get the pure young emperor constitution. I will punish you till you beg for mercy. Feeling that Rex was thinking dishonestly about her again, Laura looked back but saw that he was just looking at his phone sitting at the rest area in the garden. A woman's sixth sense is scary. He almost sweated when he saw her looking back. Fortunately his speed was fast enough. Underscore 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 underscore. Asterisk whoosh asterisk, asterisk whoosh. The sound of spear slicing through the air sounded in the garden. Sweat was all over his body. Even though he was a cultivator, not a body refiner, he was still in the army, so training his body was necessary. He was training in the mansion's garden half naked with no clothes on, his upper body showing his abdominal muscles. 2 days has passed since he gained 2 lovers and also started to train with his spear. Though he had no manual for now, he still knew the basics and had been training it since then. The first time he trained, his aunt saw him doing it and tried to stop him, hugging him and trying to stop him not to let him get hurt. It was quite funny trying to get his aunt off and reassure her. As Rex finished his practice, he sat on a chair in the rest area. Laura came with a bottle of water and a towel. Even though he had it in his storage ring, he didn't stop but let Laura carry out her actions. As for his relationship with his other two cousins, Sarah didn't talk to him much, but she didn't hide from him anymore and didn't reject his presence as well as coming out at the dining table for eating, but she didn't really talk much, and whenever he asked her about something it was always a short and cold answer. His relationship with Alicia was becoming better. He looked at the points he had accumulated and was surprised to see that he had enough for 20 pulls. Looking at the logs, he realized why he had gained so much. During these 2 days, whenever he had a chance with either Clarissa or Laura, he was dishonest with them, taking advantage whenever. It was definitely not his nature, ahem. Due to the amount of exchanges that were done, also mostly done with Laura, though he had to clear up the frost each time, he was able to get enough for 20 pulls at least in the novice wheel. Lady Luck, please guide me. He pressed the 10 roll with his mind and the wheel started to roll. Out of what he obtained, the most interesting was a skill and a plant. The previous time he got plants, they were alchemical resources which he knew by using his skill on them, but this one was different. Skill, Eclipse. Grade, Mortal, Progressive. Mastery, Novice, 0%. Description, a skill that allows the user to completely conceal their cultivation level from others. The strength of the concealment depends on the grade of the skill. Item, Crimson Vine Sapling. Description, a plant which only grows in the midst of war, a plant born from the blood of others. Those who survive to taste the fruit say it's sweet, some say it's the blood fruit of the fallen warriors. When fermented, they produce a rich wine that might intoxicate you. Extent of wine grade without external resources, 3rd grade. The next 10 rolls didn't give out anything useful, the only useful thing being a yellow grade sword, which was nice. Though he might not any use it for himself, he could use it as a gift. Item, Refined Sword. Grade, Yellow. Description, the sword is a meticulously crafted yellow grade weapon. Similar to his Thunder Spear skill, it was a yellow grade, but it was a weapon. If it was a spear, he might think about comparing with his own and see which one would be stronger. The skill Eclipse, which was to hide his cultivation, interested in him not because of anything else but the progressive behind its grade. As for the plant, he had other ideas about it. By now, Laura had finished wiping his sweat and was sitting near him. Lorraine, can you tell Sarah about my leave tomorrow? Sure, but you haven't told her yet. No. Even though she didn't reject his presence, talking to her was still quite a difficult task. She most of the time avoided him. Don't worry, I will tell her. Laura said with a smirk in the corner of her mouth. ____________. The next day, looking at the carriage which had arrived and the 4 people who had gathered at the front of the mansion, he waved his hand. They also waved their hands at him with a bit of reluctance. He had already said his goodbyes and he wasn't staying for long, at most finish the task within 2 to 3 days and come back. The carriage started to move and he looked at the scenery which was passing by. His current destination was the train station, but his aunt told him no to walk there but called for a carriage. Though cars and such were the main necessity, it wasn't so often in these places. Rex. Rex. He frowned, certain he had heard his name. Shaking his head, he dismissed, thinking it was his mind playing tricks on him. Moments later, the coachman's next words made it sure that it was definitely not tricks that were being played. Sir, there seems to be someone chasing our carriage. Rex looked out of the carriage window and saw a familiar figure. Stop the carriage. Rex ordered, stepping out as it came to a halt. He waited as the figure approached, her silhouette growing clearer with each step. It was Sarah. Her face was flushed, her breathing ragged as she closed the distance. Before Rex could speak, she collided with him, wrapping her arms around him in a desperate embrace. I'm sorry. Please don't leave. Not like last time. With those words he understood and played along. After all, he didn't want to ruin the good intentions of a certain someone. I will have to. No, I will behave. I won't act like that to you anymore. Please, please don't leave. I beg of you. Do you promise? Yes, yes, I promise. As she promised, he turned his back to her and almost walked to the carriage but was stopped by Sarah again, wrapping her arms around his waist, stopping him and hugging him. Why are you still leaving? Didn't I promise? She asked, tears glistening her eyes. Rex turned to face her, wiping away her tears with a gentle hand. Silly girl, who said I was leaving for good? You are not. Sarah asked, tears still flowing from her eyes. Rex chuckled. I'm just visiting my mother. I'll be back in a few days. Realization dawned, and Sarah's face turned crimson as if steam started to come out from the top of her head. She spun around wanting to flee, but her waist was caught by Rex. The situation had reversed. Release me. Huh, no. The carriage to the train station now included another passenger, Sarah. With the reasoning that it would make her tired to walk back, he took her with him. He told the carriage driver that he would pay for her return as well after she returned home after sending him to the train station. As for Sarah, who realized she had been tricked, she sat with a pout on her face. So, you were tricked by Laura. Humph. She crossed her arms, refusing to elaborate. Huh, you promised that you won't act like that. Are you going to break your promise? She hesitated before looking at him, but her eyes darted towards another place as her face became red because she couldn't look at him in the eyes. They chatted for a while, but it was mostly Rex doing the talking and Sarah's short responses. Of course Rex knew that this was only because she was a bit shy due to what happened before. But progress was progress and he had to thank Laura for it. Upon arriving at the train station, the carriage driver stopped and waited. The train had already arrived. I have to go now. She nodded, but she finally looked at him in the eyes and asked. When will you be back? 2 or 3 days later. Let me add you on WeTalk. Then you can contact me with your phone. The two exchanged accounts before Rex stepping into the train, into the advanced apartment for nobility and important figures. He looked at Sarah and waved his hand with a smile while the train moved. Sarah also waved back her hand lightly. After she could no longer see him, she looked back at her phone, which had the icon of Rex in her friend chat. There was a hello emoji. She smiled brightly and left the train station and went back to the mansion with the carriage from before. Upon arrival, she could see the teasing face of Laura. Her anger instantly surged and yelled. Laura! You! She started to run and Sarah couldn't catch up with her, who was using the wind element to her advantage. Don't use your element if you dare. Why not? You lied. But didn't it work out for you? That. Sarah thought back to the WeTalk and the conversations he had with Rex on the carriage, but she refused to let Laura take the win here, and so the two sisters started to run around the place. Underscore. After arriving at a train station to the city, he stopped. His current destination was none other than the teleportation tower. It was quite easy to spot. The tower with the T logo on it was exactly it. He passed the reception and went into the room, which also had other people. The teleportation started and reality started to warp and a very bright light flashed. When he opened his eyes, he was still at the same place. Rex had already used it several times before, so he went through the doors which had opened. The reception looked similar, but the receptionist and workers were not. Then a woman in office wear approached him. Her black hair was styled into a neat bun. Her emerald green eyes sparkled. She wore a fitted blazer and a pencil skirt. Her high heels made click-clack sounds as they walked on the floor. Her legs were not covered, which showed their whiteness, and her thighs, which were like round apples. Young master. She bowed her head lightly. Ayana, you are here to pick me up. Yes, madam told me that I should go. He looked at her with suspicion as he got to her face. Did you request her that you wanted to go? Of course not. she said with a teasing smile with her tongue out, and Rex couldn't tell whether she was lying or not, so he gave up. She led him to a car which she opened the door for him, and the driver was still Ayana. Sometime later, they arrived at a skyscraper which his mother owned. They went through the door and immediately rows of employees started to bow to them. They went to the elevator and arrived at the highest floor. The doors to the elevator opened and there was a desk with stacks of paperwork. Behind the desk was a chair which showed its back to them. "Mom." As soon as he called out, the woman sitting with her back towards them stood up in an instant. Isabella Levance. She had long silver hair, her eyes were of a piercing blue and her lips curved into a smile as soon as she saw her son. Running towards him quickly, she threw herself onto him. Whatever elegance and authority that she exuded before was not present when meeting her son. She wore a navy dress and her heels clicked constantly as she ran toward Rex. Due to the height difference, she was carried off the ground. Hee, she started to giggle as she sniffed him. The smell of a woman. Ayana, did you get close to him? No, madam. She said with touching her face. Your smell isn't like this either. Dear, did you went around and visited some places you shouldn't? She looked at him with a sharp gaze, not letting him leave her hug. Of course not. It should probably be from Aunt May. Isabella continued to look at him with a gaze before looking at Ayana. Ayana, you can leave now. She nodded and left with the elevator. Isabella fell down from his embrace and quickly went to the sofa and patted the space beside her, inviting him. Mom, is it fine to kick out Ayana like this? What's wrong, are you worried for your assistant? She said with a tease on her face. Assistant. Yes, your assistant for your barony. Didn't you say you would manage it for me, Mom? Even though I said that, I feel like it would be better for you to manage your own barony. If I manage it, it would have dissatisfaction among other nobles, and it is part of the Grimes's land, so meddling in it wouldn't do great for me. I understand, Mom. What she wanted to say was that before, when he was injured, she could manage it for him, and she said that she would manage it to make him feel better. But now that he had recovered, she couldn't take control of land owned by the Grimes. How about you accompany Mom to go around the place? Of course, Mom, but before that I need to tell you about something. What did you want to tell? There should be no one here, right? Mom, who healed me when I was injured before? It should be Medicine Master Ramos. Why do you ask about him? It's because. Rex explained that he was poisoned and that he was able to find out about it. It was a poison which would not be able to find normally under circumstances. He took out a vial and gave it to his mother. Burton. An old man in a butler suit appeared after she yelled his name. Rex could feel that his mom included mana in that yell. What would you like me to do, madam? Go find out what this vial includes and also find the whereabouts of that medical master Ramos. Do it quick. She said in a cold tone, to which Burton seemed a bit surprised but quickly acted since he knew that his master was quite angry. Dear, I am sorry you had to suffer like this. Blame Mom. It was my fault that you had to suffer like this. Her eyes were teary as she hugged Rex once more. Rex was shaking from his mom's violent hug. He was almost dizzy from the shake but was able to stop his mother. Tears were glistening in her eyes. It took some time for him to coax her. It's fine, Mom. I also have something to show Mom. He took out a plant in a pot from his storage ring. Is it a gift for Mom? Yes and no. Mom, do you know what this plant is? She shook her head because she didn't know about it. This is the crimson vine sapling. It is a plant rumored to be extinct. Isabella listened with great interest. So it can be a potential wine. I want to test it, Mom, and if it turns out great, it could also benefit. Don't mind if it's successful. Putting her fingers on his mouth, Isabella interjected. You can use it in your own name. I'll help you. Mom is happy that you thought of this for me, but I would like it if you were the one to have this success. Listening to the next words of his mother, he knew that his mother wanted him to have success and make his name greater so that his future would be better instead of making her name bigger. It was not that she didn't trust the vine would not turn out to be good wine, it was that she wanted her son to have the biggest share of the pie. After all, he still had a barony to manage. Though he could get help from her, too much would hinder him and it would not be good for his reputation. I will let Ayana help you to grow it in your barony. Rex nodded and continued chatting with his mother when Burton arrived. Madam, I have found out that it is a poison made from the venom of Nightfang serpent, a rare creature, and several other ingredients which seem to be equally rare. I still need further research, but it should be that it is a timed poison. There are some reagents which are slowing down the destruction. As for the medical master Ramos, it seems that he has gone missing since the last time he had came here. The last sighting of him was in Dusk Wind, but it is still a rumor. Dusk Wind, isn't that related to her? Is she the one who instigated this? Mom, don't jump to conclusions yet. It could be a ploy to create discord between you and her, allowing the real mastermind to benefit. You're right. But... Rex held her hand as he explained softly to coerce her. I've already dealt with the poison. I just wanted to inform you because other people would benefit and you need to be careful, especially since there are dishonest people here, especially the one standing right beside us. Then quickly 5 shadows appeared near Burton. They held his hand and legs and stopped him from moving. Madam, I don't know the meaning of this. Young master, I don't know why you would suspect me out of everyone. I was the one who watched you grow up. I have served here since the birth of Madam. Isabella had a difficult expression on her face. Son, maybe. Trust me, Mom. Shut his mouth. One of the shadows immediately pulled out something and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. Rex walked near Burton and reached into his suit's compartment. He pulled out Burton's storage component, which was a keychain. He immediately used his identification skill on it. Destroy the formation for me. Try to use the biggest force you can instead. When trying to destroy a storage ring's formation, most of the time is done with slow and steady destruction, trying to not trigger the safety mechanism, otherwise it would destroy everything inside, but what Rex said was the reverse of it. One of the shadows who were on the side held it but hesitated for a moment. Just do it, I won't blame you if you used your full force. If you didn't, I would. Rex ordered serious and cold as he said this, hesitating no longer. The shadow used the strongest mental force he could and the formation was destroyed instantly. The shadow was a bit surprised but handed it back to Rex. Rex rummaged through the ring's contents. Burton, you already have the phone which was given by my mother. Taking out a phone which was given to every employee, which was necessary for business-related operations. Well, Burton. What's this? What do we have here? Rex pulled out a second phone, identical to the one which was taken out before. Trying to keep some secrets, are we? Let's just say you just wanted to keep your privacy with your family. Oh wait. I'm sorry, I forgot. You don't have any relatives, you are an orphan. Rex said the words with no remorse nor a shred of apology. I will give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you just wanted some privacy. Rex walked around the place. Each of his step was the only noise in the silent room. Armed with a destruction of data if a wrong password was entered. I see. Maybe it will work with this secret keypad. Rex said as a pad with numbers appeared was released from a side of the phone. He connected the phone to a TV screen so that everyone could see it. Very fun to use, how about making me one as well, Burton? The password, let me just enter these few numbers. He pressed each number slowly. Each number he pressed even though Burton didn't show any signs of anxiousness. Inside his heart, a storm was raging. How does he know about these? Can he read minds? The buttons were pressed one after another, with the second last one pressed. It seems that it won't be leaked. That was the thought he had before he saw what Rex continued to say. Oh right, I almost forgot it was changed last 2 days ago. The password's second last word was deleted and placed with another and the last button was pressed and the phone opened. Look what we have here. Messages upon messages were sent with an unknown person. Or maybe this. He looked into one of the files that was sent to the person. A gasp was heard from Isabella upon seeing it. It was a design series of clothes which would be released. Isabella realized why her business had been a bit more stagnant in these years. Rex looked at the old man who was now sweating as he did something. Are you perhaps looking or this? Rex showed it like a magic trick, his hand was turned and what appeared after it turned back was a small needle with a pack. The old man finally showed a reaction on his face, a look of surprise and fear. The needle would pierce the pack which included toxin which would kill himself. Rex started to walk towards the old man. Each step he took felt like a century with the atmosphere he made, but he was walking normally towards him. You might be thinking. How does this brat know everything? Can he read minds? The 5 shadows also swallowed their saliva. Maybe. Rex said, a smile spreading across his lips. Yet, it wasn't a reassuring smile. Between the two options of whether he could or he could not, the former would be more believable. Abolish his cultivation. He said to the 5 shadows and they did as told. The old man's muffled scream echoed through the room, the gag in his mouth failing to block the entirety of it. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips. I don't need you to tell everything you know. Because I already know everything. By the way. This is a gift for you. He stretched his hands towards the old white hair of Burton and grabbed it. Then a purple-black fire started to light up on his entire head from his hair to his face to the entire body. Though it didn't burn anything, he started screaming hysterically even more than when his cultivation was abolished. Though the sounds were blocked by the gag in his mouth, it didn't sound any less terrifying. Rex on the other hand watched with an amused smile on his face. It lasted for a while before the old man passed out, his eyes were white and tears and snot were dripping and even white foam was coming out of his mouth. Rex went back to his mother's desk. He didn't die. Also wait a moment. He wrote down several names. Monitor these fellows and see what they do. They shouldn't be all of them. You 5 can go now. The 5 shadows were fast and they left quickly taking Burton along with them. Rex. After the group had left, Isabella looked at him not knowing what to say. Mom, I was worried something would have happened to you. I wished I could have found out earlier. He hugged her. She released a sigh of relief and hugged him back. The tension in the air as well as what she felt eased and a smile lit up on her face. Underscore. Mom, can I see if there was anything done to you? It won't hurt, just don't resist. He touched his mother's hand and probed. Fortunately there was nothing done to her, which meant that their target was not entirely his mother but himself. But seeing that they still targeted her business, it might also mean that they might target her in the near future, which was one of the reasons for his searching. How is it? She asked anxiously. You are fine, Mom. She breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she wasn't ready to die yet. She still wanted to watch over her son. But she quickly shifted her concern to him. What about you, my dear? I'm fine. I've even recovered my dantian. Isabella's eyes widened in surprise. Your dantian? Yes, though my talent hasn't returned with it. Did you get help from that woman? To her question, Rex hesitated for a moment before nodding. I still don't know why she would take you as her disciple. But if this is the result, I suppose I can tolerate her a little. She clasped his hands tightly, her face lighting up with joy. This calls for a celebration. Mom, please don't tell anyone about this, Rex said quickly. Why not? She asked, frowning. This concerned her son's reputation. She didn't understand why he wouldn't want to announce it. There are enemies everywhere. If they find out I've recovered, it might be bad news. And if the Grimes learn of it, I might be taken into the army again. Her expression darkened. They wouldn't dare. Last time, they caught us off guard. But if they try it again, I won't hesitate to involve your grandfather. Mom, it's fine. Just keep it between us for now. What happened at the time was quite unfortunate for him. Though all the main offsprings of the Grimes had to go to the military, where and when they go could be managed, though there was a time limit, most of them went at least in their late 20s. He was taken in rather too early, and more so if Mother could prepare for him, he could have been sent to a better camp which would have guaranteed him better achievements. Almost all of his elder brothers did this, but when it was related to him, why was it changed? More so, why was he dragged into the battlefield while he was still in the Royal Academy? Mom. Fine, I understand. You still haven't explained how you were able to tell how Burton was a traitor. Rex became silent at those words. It's fine if you don't want to tell, everyone has secrets. Mom, it's like this. After a while. So you are saying that, in a dream-like world you met with a person who looked like a divine being. He told that you and him had some relation in your past life and he gave you his inheritance. Yes. Though he lied, if he had to show more and more powers he obtained to his mother in the future, he wouldn't have to hide it in front of her. Isabella's eyes sparkled with radiance. My son was blessed. Our ancestors are watching over us. Underscore 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 underscore. That was what happened in the morning of the day after he had arrived here. Currently, he was now in the manor of his mother. His mother was still busy, since even though he told his mother that he would come soon, he didn't specify the time. The reason for Ayana arriving as soon as he came here would be that his arrival at the other city was sent to the other party. It was already night time. He had slowly met the people around his mother secretly with one of the shadows and already noted down who was to be monitored. He would give this note later when he had the chance to his mother. The powers he used during the interrogation was the new function that had unlocked along with the Eyes of True Sight. Eyes of True Sight, though, was the reason for the unlocking of this new function, was one of the abilities of this new function. The new function of the system was called Information Gatherer. There were 3 steps to gathering information, and the first would be the use of the eyes, depending on the strength of the person as well as the favorability, loyalty and trust of the person. The amount of information he would be able to gather would vary. If the strength of the other person was stronger than him, he would only be able to gather a limited amount, whereas if he is stronger than the other person, he would be able to gather more. The information he could gain from using this would only include superficial things and more, such as trust, loyalty, affection, cultivation, etc. But currently, since he didn't even have any strength nor cultivation, he wouldn't be able to see the other person's strength unless he did the second step. The second step of the information gather would be the abyssal touch. Just by touching the person, he would be able to gather the information of where he has been, what he had done during the past, still depending the strength and trust of the person in opposition of whom he is trying to get information. Aside from that memory, other information would also be gained. If dealing with confidants who trust him, depending on the trust, only the second step would need to be used, if he wanted the information. The third step was for those whom he would need forcefully gather information, soul search. When using soul search, if the other party still had soul strength, Rex would have to compete with that person. Rex wouldn't suffer that much from the battle, only that he would not be able to use it again for a while on the same person, and that he would have to recover in closed doors. He would only use this skill if the other party was in a weaker state than him, that is, in soul strength. Rex used this skill on Burton only after his cultivation was abolished, which meant his soul strength had weakened. After all, cultivation and soul were connected to each other in a way. When one reached the soul-forging realm, 5th realm, they could use their spiritual consciousness to escape during times nearing death. As cultivation realms increase, the lifespan of people increase as well. Only when reaching around 200 years old would one be considered as an adult in the eyes of the strong. The reason why he was suspicious of Burton would be that when he viewed him with his eyes, he was able to see that his loyalty was quite low for a person of his status. Of course that was only to him, so he used his abyssal touch while giving the vial to him, and he was able to figure out more. Underscore 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 underscore. The morning sunlight pierced through the windows. It was already the next day. Wearing a comfortable suit, he was ready for spending time with his mother. The last time he had gone out together with his mother was a long time ago, at least in terms of mortal age. As he came down the stairs, he looked at his mother, who was wearing a white blouse paired with a light blue skirt that reached her ankles, along with a matching light blue hat adorned with a soft white ribbon. All in all, she looked like a young girl who was going out on a date. Seeing her appearance, Rex was a bit stunned. He never really saw his mother wear things like these like a young girl. When he was young, his mother usually wore her business clothes because she had to take care of him while taking care of business. As for his father, except on rare occasions, he never existed in his life. Rex didn't care about him either. Rather than a father, he would rather treat him as a stranger. "Mom, you look beautiful. And you're as charming as ever, my dear," Isabella replied with a warm smile. Isabella led him to the garage, which looked like a museum of luxury, with rows of gleaming vehicles reflecting the sunlight that streamed through the glass ceiling. Rex felt that he could even hear the sound of a shing as if the cars were glistening. He was a little stunned as he looked at the rows of cars. He didn't have much recollection of these cars from his childhood, but seeing them made him wonder whether his mom was a car enthusiast. Isabella made her way toward one of the cars. It had a jet black body, the surface so polished it gleamed like a mirror. Its sharp curves and aerodynamic form speaking of speed. The low growl of its engine as Isabella started it was enough to send a thrill down his spine. "Get in, dear," Isabella called, her voice tinged with amusement as she saw him standing there, entranced. Rex slid into the passenger seat. The interior was equally as impressive. As the engine purred beneath them, Rex couldn't help but glance around at the other cars in the garage. Many were similar in design, the similar properties being sleek, fast, and undoubtedly expensive. It was like stepping into a shrine dedicated to the gods of speed. "Mom, are you a car enthusiast?" Rex asked curiously, to which Isabella smiled beautifully as she adjusted her sunglasses. "Why do you ask?" "Well, this garage is impressive," he said as he looked around the myriad cars which were present in the garage. She chuckled, noticing the way his gaze lingered on the vehicles. "Do you want one?" Rex blinked and shook his head quickly. No. I was just curious. I'm not really into cars." "Pity, I was thinking you would feel the same with Mom. But if you ever change your mind, just say the word. I already have an idea for which one to give you." As they pulled out of the garage and onto the estate's private road, the car's engine roared, and Rex felt himself sink slightly into the plush seat. Isabella drove with precision, her hands steady on the wheel, but the speed at which she handled the vehicle was something else entirely. The moment they hit the main road, Rex realized something: she wasn't just a casual driver, she was someone who loved speed, a speedster, or so he thought in his mind. The car surged forward, passing smoothly through traffic. The world outside blurred slightly as they accelerated, and Rex gripped the edge of his seat, his heart thumping. "Mom!" he exclaimed, his voice carrying a mix of surprise and alarm as he saw his mother looking at him casually as if she was playing a game. He worried whether there would be a crash. Isabella continued glancing at him, a playful smile at her lips. "What? Too fast for you? You're definitely enjoying this," Rex muttered, his knuckles tightening around the door handle. The roads leading to the mall were filled with people walking around. The occasional rumble of the car engine accompanied them as they passed by, and pedestrians on the sidewalks turned their heads to admire the car. They couldn't see what was inside through the glass, but seeing this car was already enough for them to know that the person inside would be rich and powerful. When they reached the mall's parking lot, he sighed in relief. Though he got used to the speed halfway, it still gave him a bit of a shock. "Mom, you really love speed, don't you?" Isabella's smile deepened as she reached for her bag. "Maybe, do I?" Isabella had a look as if she was wondering whether it was true or not. Rex shook his head with a smile on his face. He hadn't expected this side of his mother. As they stepped out of the car, a small group of people passing by couldn't resist stealing glances at them. Some admired the car, while others whispered among themselves, looking at the two of them from time to time. After all, as handsome and beautiful as they were, it was worthy to attract such attention. Isabella, unfazed by the attention, linked her arm with Rex's, pulling him toward the mall entrance. Rex looked back at the car one last time before stepping inside the mall. A thought crossed his mind. He didn't fully understand his mother's fascination with cars or speed, but he now knew that his mother liked such cars. Isabella and Rex entered the mall. The entire scene was filled with energy as shoppers roamed around everywhere, chattering as sounds filled the mall. The entire mall was very large, so despite the large amount of people, it still felt as if there was still quite a lot of space. The air conditioning was comfortable and the air smelled clean and nice. As they strolled through the mall, looking around the shops, they passed by a luxurious watch shop and Isabella's gaze fell on Rex's wrist. Noticing its emptiness, she stopped abruptly. "Rex, don't you think it's about time you got yourself a watch?" she asked, tilting her head toward the shop. "Me? I'm fine without 1 inch." Rex said casually. "Come on. A man needs at least one good watch to show off." Without waiting for his agreement, she grabbed his arm and led him toward the store. He understood what his mother said, a watch was one of the few things a man only had to show off. As they entered through the door to the stall, which opened automatically, a young saleswoman greeted with a professional smile. "Welcome. How can I assist you today?" Isabella didn't answer immediately, her eyes turned sharp, scanning the displayed watches. "Let's try some of these on him," she said at last, gesturing toward some of the glass cases. "Of course," the saleswoman said, quickly selecting a few pieces to present. One by one, Rex tried on the watches at the order of his mother. Isabella inspected every single one that he wore, occasionally tilting her head as if weighing the design against some invisible standard. "This one's elegant," she murmured as Rex wore a silver minimalist watch. "This one has a bold charm," she remarked when he switched to a black and gold piece. Finally she chose 5 watches which looked exceptionally well on him, but Rex glanced at her wearily. "Mom, they're all fine. Just pick one." He really thought he would have to stay here for hours if he continued like this. Though he wouldn't mind accompanying his mother, he didn't want to spend the whole time in a watch shop. Isabella shook her head, her eyes sparkling with determination. "No, you suit all of them. We'll take them all." "All of them?" Rex echoed, his brows rising in disbelief. "Yes," Isabella said decisively. "You look good in each of them." "It's settled." The coworker at the counter blinked but maintained her professional smile as she began packaging the watches. As Isabella paid for the purchases with an effortless grace that bespoke immense wealth, the saleswoman exchanged a glance with her coworker, who had been watching the interaction from behind the counter. "Your girlfriend has excellent taste, sir," the saleswoman said when Isabella started to pay. Rex froze for a split second, not knowing what to say. Before he could respond, Isabella turned to the salesman, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Girlfriend, oh no. I'm his mother." The salesman's jaw dropped, her eyes widening as she hastily stepped back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend." Isabella waved her off with a soft laugh. "It's all right." Once Isabella and Rex exited the store, the coworker leaned closer. "Mother, really?" the saleswoman said. "Maybe roleplay or sugar mommy," his coworker replied with a shrug. "Maybe," the salesman muttered, still staring after them. Underscore 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 underscore. Outside the store, Rex carried the bag of boxed watches, shaking his head in a sigh. Putting them into his storage ring. Mom, you really didn't have to buy all of them. Nonsense. You're my son, if I think you should have them, you should have them. You're spoiling me, Rex said, scratching his head. I'm allowed to. Isabella looked back at him with a smile, squishing his cheeks as she continued to say. Besides, you suit with every single one of them. Mom, can you stop? She stopped squishing his cheeks. Holding his arms with her hands, she continued to drag him around the mall. As they continued through the mall, they stopped at various shops, browsing clothes, jewelry, etc. After visiting several stores in the mall, Isabella and Rex decided to take a break and stopped at a restaurant on the upper level. The restaurant was modern, with large windows overlooking the bustling streets below. Isabella led the way to a table by the window. The waiter arrived first, putting on glasses of water as preparation. Sir, madam, would you like to order? Rex, how about you order for me as well? Rex nodded, taking the menu and started ordering the cuisines. Isabella sat beside and just looked at him, wanting to see what he would order, but one after another what he ordered were what she liked. After the waiter left. Mom, you should like all of them, right? They are your favorites. Isabella nodded, forgetting how he knew what she liked. Even if she asked, Rex's answer would be that he still remembered over the years. The real reason was that after Rex used the second step of the information gather function, he already knew many things about her. It was even stored as an icon with her information, as if it was a book inside that function. It seemed like a library of knowledge, with the books being about people whom he had knowledge on. When the food arrived, the waiter placed the plates in front of them with a friendly smile. You two make such a lovely couple, he said, before stepping back. Rex nearly choked on the water he was drinking, while Isabella simply laughed, shaking her head. Oh no. He's my son. The waiter froze, not knowing what to say. After all, to an outside perspective, no matter how they looked, it just looked like a normal date, and to the employees, to such customers who were out on a date, complimenting them might ensure them an extra tip aside from their wages. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir, ma'am. You both have this chemistry, I didn't realize. Isabella waved off the apology and the waiter scurried away. Rex, are you okay? I'm fine. This is starting to become a theme today. Are you fine with it? Are you embarrassed with Mom? Isabella asked, a little worried about what Rex might think. No, of course not, and Mom. You don't have to keep saying I'm your son every time someone makes a misunderstanding. Isabella raised an eyebrow. Why not? It's not a big deal. Mom, you don't need to worry about me being embarrassed by what others think. You're so beautiful, I don't blame them for getting the wrong idea. Sweet tongue. Isabella said, gently tapping his arm, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Where did you learn these? To her question, Rex only chuckled. The atmosphere was warm and comfortable. After visiting more stores, they came out of the mall. This time it was not the intention of Isabella, but rather Rex. The sidewalks around the mall was filled with activity, having various restaurants, cafes, and small stalls selling everything. Seeing Rex looking around as they strolled, Isabella couldn't help but ask curiously. Are you looking out for something, Rex? I wanted to see what I can buy for Aunt May and the others. Well, that's thoughtful of you. I know what May would like, but for your cousins, I am not sure. It's fine, Mom. I have a guess to what they might like. Seeing that Rex was getting along well with his cousins and his aunt, Isabella sighed in relief. Though Rex knew what Aunt May would like, he allowed his mother to guide him towards a stall that was selling silk scarves. Though Rex knew about Aunt May's preferences, he didn't know all of it. Though he had all the information of hers in his system, He didn't want to get into other people's privacy too much and only allowed it to get when he needed and to this options of what to get, necessary information for this choice regarding both Aunt May as well as Laura, Sarah and Alicia started to pour into his head. Inside the scarf stall, Isabella started to inspect a few before choosing a lavender scarf with embroideries. This is perfect. As for his cousin's gifts, Isabella let Rex take charge. After Rex had bought the gifts, he couldn't help but notice something. Looking at his mother beside him, something popped up in his mind. Finally buying the last gift, Rex noticed something from the corner of his eyes, a restaurant. To be specific, a noodle restaurant. A cozy noodle shop at the corner of the street, unlike its peers which appeared larger than it made it seem like a small restaurant. "Mom, what do you think about noodles for dinner?" he asked, glancing at Isabella. Her eyes lit up, though she tried to play it cool. "Noodles? Are you suggesting that for me, or are you craving them?" "Well, maybe both." Without waiting for her to reply, Rex led her toward the shop. They entered the small establishment, the warm, inviting atmosphere greeting them instantly. The faint glow of its signboard of its name and the sound of sizzling broth was apparent as they got closer. The boss, a cheerful older man with a towel draped over his shoulder, greeted them enthusiastically. "Welcome. Table for two." Rex nodded, and they were quickly seated. After glancing at the menu for a moment, Rex looked up at the boss. "Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, extra large, extra spicy." "Oh, are you sure with extra spicy, young man? We have spice levels that'll make even the strongest tear up. You sure you can handle it?" Rex nodded to his question. "What about the girl?" Rex turned to Isabella. "What do you think, Mom? Extra spicy for you?" She gave him a sharp look, her lips curving into a teasing smile. "Are you challenging me? Fine. Extra spicy for me and let's see how brave you are." Rex smirked and looked at the boss who was at the counter and yelled to him let him hear what Isabella chose. The boss nodded. "Coming right up." Rex's eyes wandered over the shop. Despite the shop's slightly weathered appearance, it was quite clean. Strange there's no one else here even though it looks clean, and the boss seems nice. As they sat waiting, a young girl, likely no older than a middle school student, emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray. Her bright eyes and smile made her look very cute, but she professionally carried over the tray towards their table. She placed a small bowl of soup and an assortment of appetizers in front of them. "Here you go," she said with a polite smile. "The soup is our house special, and these are some side dishes to enjoy while your noodles are being prepared." The girl was cute and polite, making Isabella fond of the girl as soon as she saw her. "Thank you," Isabella said with a light smile on her face which made the girl's face light up. The girl's enthusiasm was infectious, and Isabella found herself asking more questions. "How long has this shop been around?" "Almost 30 years, the girl replied, her tone brimming with pride. "My grandfather started it when he was a young man. He's the one cooking your noodles right now. You're very proud of him, aren't you?" The girl nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. Grandpa's noodles are the best in the world. He's worked so hard to keep this place running." Isabella's curiosity deepened. "If you don't mind me asking, where are your parents?" The girl's expression faltered for a moment, but she quickly composed herself. "Papa is at work, he should be back after an hour or two. As for Mom, she passed away a few years ago. She got sick after giving birth to my younger sister. Dad did everything he could to help her, but it wasn't enough." Isabella's heart ached as she saw the girl sad but hidden by her smile. "I'm so sorry to hear that." The girl looked at Isabella with a smile as she said. "It's fine, miss. I shouldn't be telling about these. Grandpa told me not to tell them to everyone, not to disturb them." She laughed it off, trying to brush it off. "I don't mind, can you tell me about it?" Isabella moved to the side and patted the empty side to motion her to sit and let her tell her story. The girl thought for a moment before looking at her grandfather, who was focused on cooking the noodles, not noticing her, and sat down beside Isabella. Well, it's like this. Underscore 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 underscore. In a hospital, there was a middle-aged man named Dante who held a child in his hands. Her name was Anna. Even though he was maintaining a stoic expression on his face, worry and anxiousness was apparent on his face. When the nurse opened the surgery room door, Dante's heart leapt with hope, but her solemn expression made him think of the worst. Mr. Dante. Congratulations, your wife gave birth to a healthy baby girl. What about my wife? With his voice trembling, he asked the question. To his question, the nurse hesitated with her eyes downcast. I'm so sorry, your wife. She didn't make it. The words hit him like a physical blow. His legs gave out, his body sinking to the cold floor. His cries echoing through the hallway. Anna, startled and frightened by her father's despair, clung to him tightly. She didn't fully grasp the weight of the news, but knew something was terribly wrong. The nurse crouched down beside them and asked Dante. Would you like to meet your baby girl? Dante couldn't speak, only nodding numbly. A moment later, the nurse brought out the swaddled infant, her small face serene and unknowing. As Dante held the baby in his arms, his anguish momentarily softened. Her tiny fingers curled around his, and he felt a spark of hope amidst the overwhelming grief. Anna, curious, leaned in to look at her little sister and whispered. She's so small. She's beautiful, just like your mother. Dante said, his voice choked with emotion. He pulled Anna closer with one arm, holding the baby securely in the other. Underscore 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 underscore. The day of the funeral was gray and the atmosphere heavy. Rain fell from the sky as if mirroring the solemn mood of the small gathering. A simple wooden casket was laying beside a dug-up hole. A few friends and neighbors stood silently, their heads bowed in respect. Dante, dressed in a black suit that hung loosely on his frame, held Anna's hand tightly. In his other arm, he carried the newborn, now named Sophia, wrapped in a blanket. Anna glanced up at her father frequently, her small face etched with worry as she tried to be strong for him. The two hired burly men started to put down the casket into the hole. Dante's eyes were fixed on the casket, a swirl of memories and emotions rushing through his mind and heart. The finality of the moment struck him when the casket was lowered into the ground. Anna tugged on his hand, her voice soft and hesitant. Papa, will Mama come back? Dante knelt down to her level, his voice thick with sorrow. No, my little star. Mama's gone to a place where she can rest now. But she'll always be in our hearts. Anna's eyes welled up with tears, but she nodded and hugged her father tightly. In the weeks following the funeral, the days were a blur of sleepless nights. Dante had to take care of Sophia during the day, work during the evening. He did everything he could to provide for his daughters, but the burden was immense. As much as he wanted to hire a nanny to take care of them, money was tight. His wife started to suffer from a disease while carrying Sophia. He even used their wedding money to try to find a way, but his wife started to give a premature birth. Fortunately Sophia was fine, but his wife unfortunately passed away. He didn't know how he was supposed to take care of a baby while working. His family mostly wouldn't help him. As for his wife's family, he didn't know how to contact them. He was a simple and honest man and didn't understand too much except for his work and family. Though it was tough, he could only turn to his daughter, Anna, who was much older than the baby Sophia. I'll help you, Papa. I'll take care of Sophia. Dante's chest tightened at her words. At such a young age, she was already trying to shoulder responsibilities far beyond her years. Anna stepped up in ways no child her age should have to. She learned how to change Sophia's diapers, and soothe her when she cried. Despite the work, she never complained. She even learned how to cook from the neighboring auntie and started to prepare simple meals for her father. Maybe she already understood what happened to her mother. But soon light would shine on them and their lives would turn for the better, it seems, as Anna found a small, worn address book while cleaning. She flipped through the book and found that it included the numbers of various people as well as the names. She remembered her mother often talking about her father, a stubborn but kind man who ran a noodle shop in a faraway town. The memory sparked an idea. She flipped through the book until she found his number and dialed it on an old phone with worn-out buttons. When the voice on the other end answered, Anna's heart raced. "Hello, who is this?" Her heart tightened as she tried to say something but came out breathless. Did I not press it correctly? How to do this? Hello, is this Grandpa? Grandpa, oh, is it Anna? Yes. Dear, how are you? I didn't expect the day where I would get a call from my own granddaughter. Anna's smile turned bright at those words as she heard a hearty laughter from the other side. How is your mother? She hasn't called me for a while. She used to call me, maybe once a week. I don't even remember with my old age, and I don't even know how to use this phone to call her. Dear, can you tell your mother to call me? Her voice started to choke a bit when she thought about her mother as she told her grandfather about what happened. Mom passed away. There was a small silence before her grandfather answered from the other side. Are you fine, my dear? How about your father? She talked about what she was doing these days and how her father was doing as well as what she thought. She felt that her father was becoming a little skinnier these days. Grandpa will come visit you. I'll be there as soon as I can, my dear. ____________. Every morning from then, Anna always took time to glance toward the entrance of the building from the window of their rented apartment. For 3 days, she did this with her heart beating just a little faster as she saw a few cars stopping from time to time near the place, expecting someone to arrive. But no one came. On the 4th day, Anna stood at the window, her eyes scanning the quiet street below. She saw nothing unusual. She was then startled by the sharp sound of the doorbell. Her heart leaped as she froze in place for a moment, a mix of anxiety and fear settling in her chest. Who could it be? Her father wasn't home, and they weren't expecting visitors. Slowly, she approached the door, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for the latch. Peering through the peephole, her breath caught. It was him. Anna recognized the familiar figure immediately. His warm yet weathered face, framed by white hair which was present due to his age. Her grandfather. Relief and joy washed over her, and she quickly unlocked the door. She had already seen him before at the pictures that her mother showed at her time of presence. The only thing would be that he looked a bit more older. Grandpa! She exclaimed, throwing the door open and throwing herself to him. Her grandfather smiled, his eyes softening as he looked at her, accepting her warm hug. Anna. After the hug, she led him into the house. Dad's not home right now. But there's someone I want you to meet. She led him toward the crib in the corner. Her grandfather's face softened with a smile as he looked at the small figure in the crib. This is Sophia. She said softly as if to not disturb the small figure that was in the crib, looking around curiously towards the new figure who looked at her with a gentle smile. Do you want me to show you how to hold her? No need, dear. Anna saw her grandfather knelt down, his movements slow and deliberate. Carefully, he lifted Sophia into his arms, holding her as if she were the most fragile and precious thing in the world. Seeing Anna looking at him curiously, he answered. I took care of your mother when she was this small. Sophia cooed and squirmed in his arms. As the evening sun cast a golden hue over the apartment, Anna's grandfather gently rocked Sophia in his arms before glancing at the clock on the wall. It's about time for dinner. How about we have some noodles? Anna's eyes lit up, thinking it would be handmade noodles which were often made by her mother when she was around. Do you need me to help cook, Grandpa? He chuckled, shaking his head. No need for that. I've got it covered. Reaching into the bag he had brought, he pulled out fresh ingredients: plump vegetables, handmade noodles, fragrant herbs, and spices. Anna watched in interest as he set up in their kitchen. He moved with practiced ease, humming softly to himself as he prepared the meal. Just as the aroma of simmering broth began to fill the air, the sound of keys jingling at the door signaled Dante's return. Dante stepped inside. He saw her daughter, who threw herself to him. "Anna, my little star. How are you, my dear?" She gigged and told him that she was fine. "Dad, there is someone visiting us." "A visitor?" The moment he caught sight of the old man stepping out of the kitchen, his eyes widened. A lump formed in his throat, and he looked down, his emotions threatening to spill over. "You finally arrived," the grandfather said, his tone filled with quiet understanding. "Father-in-law." Dante began, his voice breaking. The old man walked up to him, placing a firm yet gentle hand on his shoulder. "You were a good husband and a good father. Don't doubt that for a second. You've done your best, and now this old man is here to help. After all, we're family." Unable to hold back anymore, Dante embraced him tightly, tears streaming down his face. The guilt and exhaustion poured out as the old man held him, patting his back in silent reassurance. One of reason why he didn't try to even find the old man was due to guilt. He didn't want to face him since he felt that he failed to protect his own wife. After a few moments, the grandfather gently pulled back and wiped Dante's face with a handkerchief. "Look at you. So skinny," he said, touching Dante's arms with his big hands. "Have you not been eating properly? No wonder you look like this. Come. I already prepared dinner." A short while later, he emerged with 3 large bowls of steaming noodles. He set them down on the table, the tantalizing aroma making Anna's stomach growl audibly. "Ha, hungry already, dear." The old man looked at his granddaughter as he brought out a pot of the remaining noodles. "If you want more, you can take it from here," he said as he put it down in the middle of the table. Anna stared at her own noodle bowl in wonder. The presentation was perfect. The noodles glistened in a golden broth, topped with slices of tender meat, vibrant vegetables, and a sprinkle of fresh herbs. The smell alone was enough to make her mouth water. Curious and eager, she took a small bite, letting the flavors dance on her tongue. Her eyes widened in delight as the taste transported her to a distant memory of her mother's cooking. It wasn't the same, even a little better than her mother's in terms of taste, but it carried the same warmth and love. She glanced toward her father, who was quietly eating. Tears trickled down his face as he savored each bite, his expression a mix of joy and nostalgia. He almost choked, causing the old man to laugh heartily and slap his back. "Eat slowly. It's not going anywhere," the grandfather teased, his laughter filling the room. For the first time in a long while, Anna saw her father smile, a genuine, unguarded smile, untainted by grief or worry. She looked back at the bowl of noodles and felt as if they were magical. For the first time in a long while, Anna saw her father smile, a genuine, unguarded smile, untainted by grief or worry. She looked back at the bowl of noodles and felt as if they were magical. As if on cue, Sophia began to cry from her crib as if hungry from the smell of the aroma of the noodles. Dante instinctively started to get up, but the old man waved him off. "I'll handle it. Finish your food." The old man walked over to Sophia, cooing softly as he picked her up. He warmed a bottle of milk with ease and fed her while gently rocking her in his arms. Before long, she was fast asleep, her tiny hand clutching his finger. Once everything was settled, the grandfather sat back down at the table. "Dante," he began, his voice serious but kind. "You can't keep living like this. This is draining you physically, emotionally, and financially. Come live with me. My restaurant has an upper story with plenty of space for all of you. Expenses will be lower, and the environment will be better for Anna's schooling and Sophia's future as well." Dante hesitated, his brow furrowing. But, what would I do for work? The grandfather smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about that. My old friend's son runs a business nearby and could use a reliable worker like you. I'll introduce you. Dante looked at Anna, who was nodding eagerly, and then at Sophia, peacefully sleeping. Finally, he exhaled deeply and said, "All right, let's move." They moved to the old man's restaurant within a week. Underscore 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 underscore. That's how we moved here. After we moved here, I helped him renovate the shop and started posting about it online. We got a lot of new customers due to it and I got a lot praise from Grandpa for it, but a few months ago, someone came in asking to buy the shop. Grandpa said they didn't offer a good deal, so he rejected them. After that, our business slowed down. Even though Grandpa doesn't say it out loud, I know that they should have done something such as badmouthing our store, since after that day, the rating of our shop that I posted started to get decreased. Still, we have our loyal customers, and I know one day people will realize how amazing Grandpa's noodles are. Rex listened while sipping his soup from time to time. He looked at Isabella's bowl to see that it was already empty. She seemed to be really interested in the story as she even drank all the soup. Rex also listened, but he still maintained his thoughts as from the habits of his army life. He couldn't help but look at the small cute girl and felt something different from her. Ever since he glanced at the restaurant, he felt a small attraction from it. He sighed and used his true sight on the girl and almost threw out the soup he was drinking, but maintained it so that no one noticed it. Business talent, orange. The talent level graded by the system was 1. Gray. 2. White. 3. Brown. 4. Yellow. 5. Cyan. 6. Green. 7. Orange. 8. Violet. 9. Gold. 10. Black gold. Though it was not the highest, he compared it with his mother's own, which was cyan, 5th grade, and knew that her talent in business would be greater than even his own mother. Hearing the story of hers, he knew that his mother would be on the case to help her already, so he would only need to let her give a chance for Anna. He knew that he could read talents, but he never really paid much attention to it, but Anna here gave him a surprise and an idea. Ho ho ho, look what we have here, little Anna, dear, didn't I tell you not to disturb the customers? Anna pouted. I wasn't disturbing. I was just telling them how good your noodles are. Back to the kitchen, little one, he said, his voice kind but firm. But Grandpa, I was just. Seeing him look at her firmly, Anna nodded reluctantly and disappeared behind the counter. The old man turned back to Rex and Isabella. The name's Colton, but folks around here just call me Old Colt. It's a pleasure to have you in my humble shop. Old Colt, I can't help but ask, the offer you turned down. Is it okay if I ask about it? Isabella, curious, asked about it directly. It's nothing much. An agent from a big company came by and they wanted to buy our shop and surrounding shops nearby as well and turn it into one of their fancy chain restaurants. It seems that they built one down the street, and ever since then the customers started to decrease. I never really checked it out, but it should have good food since it draws so much customers. He placed the bowls from the tray, which were steaming with heat, to the table as his eyes sparkled with warmth as he gestured toward their bowls before leaving, carrying the tray. Go ahead, eat up before it gets cold. Magic, she says. Isabella thought, recalling the words spoken by the young Anna. She couldn't help but smile and savor the taste. She felt that if not for the base ingredients, the chef would be able to make even better noodles. After all, these were noodles made for mortals. Though it was just for mortals, her tongue started to feel hot, and her face turned bright red. Even with that, she continued to eat the noodles, but her tongue started to get hotter and hotter, and she couldn't handle it anymore. Even her face started to heat up a bit. Rex started to laugh at her appearance and handed her his soup bowl, which he hadn't finished yet. She didn't know why, but the soup instantly cleared the spice that was in her mouth. Ha ha ha, I told you, miss. The spice is hard even for grown man. Old Colt suddenly returned and put some grains from a bottle. You should stir it, and it should not be that spicy anymore. If you need to further reduce the spice, just use this bottle, he said as he put down the bottle on the table. After Colton left, Isabella quickly sprinkled some of the grains into her bowl, stirring them in as Rex watched with a teasing grin. What are you staring at? She asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Nothing, I just remembered that someone said they could handle extra spicy, that's all. Rex said with an innocent smile on his face. Are you looking down on your mother? I can handle extra spicy. Isabella crossed her arms defensively, her cheeks still tinged red, not entirely from the spice anymore. It's just that, the noodles caught me off guard, that's all. Rex raised an eyebrow, his grin growing wider. Caught you off guard? How exactly? Well. Isabella faltered, her eyes darting to the steaming bowl. It's the way the spices build up. Like a sneak attack. I was just analyzing the flavor when it hit me. Rex burst into laughter again, clearly enjoying her flustered attempt to save face. A sneak attack, huh? So now you're blaming the noodles for being too clever? Absolutely. Isabella continued, doubling down with a proud tilt of her head. I was simply unprepared for their tactical assault. Next time, they won't stand a chance. Of course, Mom, Rex replied, barely holding back another laugh. I'm sure the noodles are trembling in fear right now. Isabella huffed, lifting her chopsticks again. Laugh all you want, but I'll show you. Extra spicy is nothing for me. Just wait and see. Rex chuckled, shaking his head. Sure, sure. I'll wait for the day you conquer the noodles, Mom. How was the noodles, Mom? Rex asked his mother, who was beside him holding his arms. They had just came out of the noodle shop. It was delicious. It would be even better if the chef had better ingredients. Looking at his mother, who was happy to find a hidden gem. So, are you going to help them? Of course, why not? Little Anna is so cute, just like you when you were young. Speaking of that girl. Mom, it seems that I am able to also see the talents of others. Is it related to your inheritance? Yes, Anna, that girl has talent for business, tremendous talent. You should take her under your wing. Isabella's eyebrows arched in surprise. Does she really have that much talent? Her business talent might even surpass yours. He didn't tell her that the girl's talent was better than hers, just enough to mark her interest. As for the rest, he would let his mother find out about it. Isabella froze for a moment, her lips parting in astonishment. In her family, she had been hailed as a once-in-a-generation business prodigy. The idea that a mere child could surpass her was nothing short of shocking. Surpass me, she murmured, her thoughts already spinning. Rex smirked, knowing that his words had already planted a seed in her mind. He watched as her expression shifted from surprise to focus. Her sharp mind was undoubtedly already devising a plan to recruit the girl. Without warning, Isabella grabbed Rex by the arm and began pulling him down the street. Where are we going? Rex asked, bemused. To the restaurant the old man mentioned, Isabella said firmly. When they arrived, Isabella stood in front of the establishment and looked up at the sign. Her eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. Do you know this place? Rex asked, watching her carefully. Isabella nodded slowly, her gaze unwavering. I do. And if it's what I think it is, then there's definitely something going on here. How about letting the shadows figure it out? That would be boring, let's go in. This is time for our adventure. Isabella confidently led Rex inside the restaurant. They approached the host's stand, and she requested a table for two. The host led them to a cozy spot near the window, handing them menus before departing. They waited for a while before a waiter came. Excuse me. I was curious about some of the ingredients in the dishes here. Could you tell me what you use for some of the dishes here, like this 1-inch The waiter's polite smile faltered slightly. I'm sorry, ma'am, but our ingredients are private and can't be disclosed. Isabella arched an eyebrow, unfazed. I see. While it's understandable to withhold secret recipes, withholding all ingredient information is unusual, wouldn't you agree? The waiter's tone grew a bit blunt and rude. I'm sorry, ma'am, but our establishment has made notice that we can't tell anything. Rex's expression darkened. He placed his hand under the table, fingers curling slightly as if suppressing an urge. Isabella's hand grabbed his hand and whispered softly. Don't, she whispered softly. We're undercover. Don't let him sense anything. Rex took a deep breath, his muscles relaxing. Though his murderous aura had yet to surface, he instantly settled it, not letting it seep out. Not minding the rude tone, Isabella continued. I'm also curious about the restaurants in the area. How do they compare to yours? The waiter's face lit up with a sly grin. Oh, ours is the best by far. Especially compared to that rundown noodle place down the street. Their noodles are cheap and bland. Nothing like our superior taste and quality. I see. Thank you for sharing. They ordered a selection of dishes and waited as the waiter departed. When the food arrived it was already quite long, but both Isabella and Rex sampled the dishes. Rex leaned back after a few bites, frowning slightly. The food here. Isabella finally said. It's only better because of the quality of ingredients used. She wiped her lips with a napkin. But for those ingredients, this is the worst execution I've ever tasted. The chef has no skill, no understanding of what he is cooking, it's all wasted. And the noodles, they're cheaper, sure, but given the quality of the ingredients, it's a complete waste of money. I wonder if they are doing a charity cooking food like this. Let's return home. Isabella was speaking very lightly, but Rex could feel the anger contained in her words. Not finishing the rest, they just left after sampling the dishes. Back at the manor, in the living room, there were two figures on the sofa and in front of them was a TV displaying some kind of movie. Rex glanced at his mother, who seemed to be a bit dazed, not because of the movie but because of something else. Mom, what's on your mind? Is it related to the restaurant case? No, it's fine, dear. You were zoning out, there is definitely something on your mind. Can't you tell me about it? Looking at his resolute gaze, Isabella sighed and explained. Yes, it's the restaurant case. That restaurant is part of our chain. It's managed by one of my top managers, but he seemed to have given the responsibility to his son. From the report given by the shadows, he's outright arrogant. He's been using the restaurant as his personal playground, making ridiculous business decisions. Worse, he's been driving a hard bargain with property owners, refusing to offer fair prices when expanding or maintaining the chain. When he encounters something he likes, he uses one way or another to force the property owners to accept his ridiculous offers. The only reason he is able to maintain this is because he knows when to back off. He is afraid of the strong and only bullies those who are weaker than him. The ones he targets are only small property owners, such as the shop of Old Colt that we visited before. It's part of why their business is failing. Those who know about it hates them. The only reason for its customers is because of its name, my name. But that's not the only problem. The chain hasn't been generating much revenue for years, and I never really took the time to look into it. Using such expensive ingredients to make dishes, if not for all the employees being useless in that restaurant, it wouldn't be possible. All of the employees inside have one relation or another with him, and is one of the reasons why they are arrogant. That should not be the main reason, right, Mom? Yes, it just made me realize that I don't know whom to trust and whom to not. I trusted his father, and this is what I get in return. She sighed, not wanting to think about it. Ever since Burton betrayed her, she has been feeling restless, not knowing who to trust. She didn't show it on the surface when going out with Rex because she didn't want to worry her son over such a matter, but she felt alone. Mom, you can trust me, right? Of course, what kind of question is that? This was the second time he had asked her this question. When he exposed Burton, he asked this as well. Rex reached into his pocket, pulling out a small book. A list of people you can't trust, Rex explained. I visited them yesterday with the shadows. These are the individuals who are exploiting their positions or outright betraying your trust. As for these people, these are a few talented individuals who might be worth your attention. He graded the loyalty of the people with numbers the same as what he saw with his system. Isabella looked at the book, turning page after page, and finally put the book down and breathed out a breath of air. For her, it felt as if a ball of stress had fallen. At the least, not all of the people whom she had trusted were traitors. Thank you, Rex. This will make things much easier. Leaning in, she kissed him gently on the cheek. Her mind had been drifting to the betrayal of Burton and the growing realization of how deep the rot had spread in her business empire. Managing over 65% of the entire county's businesses was no small feat, and she had always prided herself on her ability to maintain control. But this was a wake-up call. Thinking of Burton, she remembered something about him. I wasn't able to get anything out of Burton. Mom, you don't need to worry, Rex replied, his voice calm and steady. I've already read his memories. Her eyes widened slightly, but she remained silent, letting him continue. He was a spy sent by a secret organization, though he doesn't even know its name. His loyalty isn't natural, it's likely tied to something. He doesn't remember anything before being sent here, he's just a pawn, Rex explained. And Ramos? She asked. Ramos seems to rank higher within their hierarchy. Rex said, his tone darkening. But don't expose this yet. They think I'm just a crippled mortal, unable to act. Let's use that misconception to our advantage. ___________. Isabella looked at the ceiling from her bed, wearing her blue nightgown. The warm glow of a vintage lamp casting a golden hue over the room. Its soft fabric shimmering faintly in the light as it clung to her graceful form. Barefoot, with the hem of her gown just brushing the tops of her feet. I've underestimated how bad things have become. Even in my own capital city, these parasites are lurking everywhere. She took out the book which was given by Rex. She had a smile on her face as she looked at the picture frame on the table beside her bed. The frame held a picture of Rex as a child and Isabella. Even though she hated that man whom she had been forced to marry, Rex had always been the light in her world. No matter what she faced, he always jumped in to shield her, even when he was just a small child. She thought to the time of when he had been no more than 5, running through the garden. Isabella had been seated nearby, reading a report when she noticed him freeze, his small face going pale. A snake had slithered onto the path before him, harmless but startling. Rex, however, had turned to her with fierce determination in his eyes. Stay back, Mama. He shouted, holding his tiny arms wide as though his small frame could shield her. She remembered watching him with a mix of amusement and tenderness, not the least bit worried. Not only was the snake not poisonous, she could easily have summoned a spell to dispose of the creature if it had been dangerous, but instead, she called calmly for a servant to remove the snake, not wanting her son to see the scene of bloodshed. Mama, I protected you. Isabella laughed, a rare and genuine sound to people who knew from the business side. She scooped him up into her arms. Yes, my little brave protector. She said, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Even now, she could still feel the warmth of his small arms wrapping around her neck as he hugged her tightly. The memory brought a bittersweet ache to her heart. She thought back to yesterday, to the moment Rex exposed Burton. The memory replayed in her mind vividly, the mix of tension and emotion lingering like a shadow. Mom, do you trust me? Rex had asked, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of something deeper. Isabella had been momentarily startled by the question but quickly softened, reaching out to cup his cheek. Why would you ask that? Of course, Mommy trusts you, she said, rubbing her face affectionately against his, the way she had when he was a child. Rex hesitated for a moment, then asked. "What about Burton? How much do you trust him?" Isabella straightened slightly, her expression turning thoughtful. "He is one of my confidants. He's been here since my birth," she said firmly. "He looks old only because of the use of a secret technique so he could gain that level of strength." Rex's gaze didn't waver. "What if I tell you that he's a mole?" Her heart skipped a beat, but she kept her composure. "A mole? Are you sure about that, Rex? Let me show it to you, Mom." His calm demeanor was unnerving, yet reassuring. Looking at his confident demeanor, she trusted him. Even if it turned out to be wrong, she wouldn't reduce her trust in him one bit. "Mom, do you have anyone else besides Burton that you can trust?" Rex asked. She paused for a moment, her thoughts racing. Then, with a slight nod, she called out, "Shadows." In an instant, a group of 5 appeared, their presence silent but imposing. "Are they as strong as Burton?" "Each one of them is stronger than Burton." Continuing on, the scene of Rex questioning Burton might have seemed murderous and terrifying to anyone else. But for Isabella, it brought her back to a memory of her young son standing between her and a garden snake, his small frame shielding her as though nothing else mattered. She saw the same fierce determination in him now, the same unwavering need to protect her, no matter the stakes. To others, Rex might have seemed like a cold and domineering person, but to Isabella, he was still her little boy, her light in the darkness. That little boy who had once tried to guard her from a garden snake had grown into a man capable of shielding her from far more dangerous threats. But she herself has been not that great as a mother, not even knowing that her own people was the reason for her son's condition worsening. She traced a finger along the edge of the frame, tears shed from her eye. "Thank you, Rex. For being my son, my light. _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Rex found himself in a spacious meeting room, with plush leather sofas and a polished wooden floor. He sat calmly on one of the sofas, his posture relaxed yet exuding an air of authority. After all, he needed to at least show a certain amount of authority and coolness in front of this group of figures. However, his mind was filled with thoughts. Why are they here? In front of him, a group of figures knelt on one knee in a formal salute. These were no ordinary people, they had battle-hardened faces and disciplined movements. Despite more than enough seats being present for them, they chose to bow in front of Rex. "Commander," said the man at the forefront, his voice steady and respectful. His name was Callan, a tall figure with sharp features and steel-gray eyes that seemed sharp enough to pierce through the air. His military uniform was fit and neat without a speck of dust. "We are glad that you are safe," Callan continued. "We wanted to rush to your side as soon as we heard you were injured, but we couldn't locate you until now." Calm. Rex raised a hand to silence him, his voice calm but firm. "No need to call me that anymore. I'm retired." Callan's expression faltered for a moment, his lips parting as though the words had caught him off guard. "Retired, sir." The soldiers exchanged glances, their disciplined composure briefly disrupted by the unexpected announcement. Though they had heard rumors, none of them had dared believe that the man they revered as a living legend would retire. "Sir, are you telling the truth?" one of the soldiers asked hesitantly. Rex's lips twitched into a faint smirk. "Are you suggesting I'm lying?" "No, of course not, sir." The soldier quickly replied, his voice filled with reverence. Rex sighed, leaning forward slightly as he spoke. "I was the sole survivor of that battle. My cultivation, it's gone. I'm no different from an ordinary man now." A heavy silence filled the room, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioning. Coming from the mouth of the person himself, they had to face reality and hear the bitter truth. For them, who had seen him at the peak of his strength, the revelation was almost too much to process. They had gone through fire and water, life and death with the commander in front of them. You lot should have taken this time as a holiday instead of chasing after me, Rex said, his tone light in an attempt to ease the tension. There's no need to waste any more of your time on me. Go, do whatever you need to do. Despite his words, not a single soldier moved. Callan, still on one knee, raised his head slightly. Sir, if I may make a bold request. Rex arched an eyebrow. Go on. Please allow us to become your personal soldiers. The room fell into a stunned silence. Even Rex was momentarily taken aback, his composure slipping as he continued to blink. Personal soldiers? Are you sure about that? Callan's gaze was unwavering. I don't know about the others, but my life would have rotted away in that swamp if not for you, sir. From that day on, I swore to follow you through fire and water, whether it be through the waters of Martua or the fires of the Nether. The army without you is not the one I belong in. Please accept my selfish request. Another soldier stepped forward as soon as Callan stopped his speech. I feel the same, sir. As do I, another added. One by one, the soldiers echoed their loyalty towards him, their voices steady without wavering. Rex couldn't help but smile faintly. He glanced at their loyalty indicators. Every single one of them exceeded 90 points. To gain this group of loyal subjects, Rex smiled knowing everything he had done during his time in the army was worth it. This is quite something. Rex said looking at the group of people who were bowing to him, looking at the ground in a mannered posture. If he didn't say less, they would stay like this for quite some time, even days perhaps, before they accepted it. Of course that is what Rex thought, what actions they would do, and as for how long they would wait if he were to reject, he wouldn't need to find out. Alright, I will accept you as my personal squad. But only if this is what you truly want. A collective cheer erupted, and Callan, acting as their voice, spoke again. Thank you for accepting us, Master. The others quickly followed suit. Thank you for accepting us, Master. Should I inform the rest, sir? No need to push anyone who doesn't wish to join. Let them decide for themselves. Callan nodded solemnly. Understood, Master. The day continued to pass till it reached the evening and the time to leave had arrived. Isabella was reluctant to see him leave. Of course his destination currently wasn't straight to home yet, it was to his barony first, using a teleportation array with his personal squad to arrive there. He had some matters to take care of here, as well as instructing Ayana for research regarding the Crimson Vine, as well as ask her to take control his newly formed squad to assist his barony. Helping the barony was, after all, an indirect way of helping him. He didn't need any help at home at the moment with the personal bodyguard whom his mother assigned to him ever since he retired. Though the personal was only one, his cultivation was not be scoffed at. ___________. A group of people arrived at the Tower of Teleportation, each teleport some. Rex strolled around the barony being introduced to various things in it by Ayana. Though as a barony only 3 towns could exist, the towns were not small towns but rather very big. He took the whole day strolling around before leaving the barony for home the next morning. As he boarded the train back to the valley, Rex leaned back in his seat, deep in thought. I should visit from time to time, finding more trustworthy aides for her. That way, she'll have more time for herself. The person in question he was thinking of was his mother. Though he had given her the booklet containing the trust and loyalty of people towards her and her organization, he wasn't able to take more time to find more trustworthy people for her. The main purpose was to free her organization free from those with ill intent. A faint chime broke his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. His phone buzzed on the small table in front of him. Picking it up, he saw a message from Sarah. Sarah, brother. When are you arriving? From her usual cold tone to brother, it was quite an advancement. He had been chatting with Sarah whenever he had time and had already informed her of him arriving today. She was the only one aside from his mother who was in his account to chat for the time being. Sarah usually called him brother while Alicia calling him big brother back in the days. Now it was slowly turning back. Rex smiled faintly, his fingers moving quickly to reply. Rex, around an hour later. He continued to chat with her till the train arrived at its stop. Underscore 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 underscore. Upon arriving at the familiar mansion, Rex opened the fence gate and approached the front door, knocking lightly as a precaution. Though he had a key, he didn't want to have an accident similar to the one with Laura during the festive days, and he didn't want to risk startling anyone inside. Hearing no response, he used the key and entered. The living room was unusually dark, the sunlight that usually illuminated it blocked by heavy curtains which were usually open by the time of this day but for some reason they were not. As Rex stepped further inside, the lights suddenly turned open as a collective voice sounded out from a direction. Surprise! A group of 5 familiar faces, including Clarissa, stood before him, party props in hand. Streamers and balloons filled the room, and a large banner hung across the wall with the words, "Welcome back, Rex," in bold, cheerful huge letters. "You guys," Rex said, a smile spreading across his face at the unexpected surprise. "Thank you." One by one, he hugged each of them. Madeline clapped her hands excitedly. "All right, I'll grab the cake," she said before dashing into the kitchen. "Cake? You even baked a cake, Aunt May?" "Of course, cake. This is a celebration, of course. The last time you came here unexpectedly. I didn't have any time to prepare, so this is the revenge." With her a bit short stature and cute face, she declared, hands on her waists as if she was a hero. Moments later, she returned carrying a beautifully decorated cake. Under the lights, the frosting of the cake shined and glimmered. Rex gazed at the cake, a smile still present on his face as he started cutting it into even slices. Taking a slice out from the slices, he used a spoon to scoop up the first bite. Looking up, he saw the expectant gaze of the 4 individuals except for Madeline. Though she was also expectant, it was not as fiery as his 2 little secret lovers who were gazing, or rather almost glaring at him as if competing who would be the first one to get the first bite, spoon-fed by Rex and his 2 little cousin sisters who were also looking expectant though not as fiery as the other 2. His 2 secret lovers, Clarissa and Laura, were practically staring holes into the spoon in his hand. To ease the tension and make time to think of a way, Rex made a quick decision. He chose the safest option of them all. Turning to Aunt May, he smiled and extended the first bite toward her. "Aunt May, as the one who worked so hard to make this cake, you deserve the first taste." "You're always so sweet, Rex." Madeline smiled brightly as she moved her chestnut brown hair behind her ears with her hand before taking the bite. With that, Rex turned back to the 4 pairs of eyes still locked on him. Excluding his 2 lovers, if he were to not give Sarah priority as well, he knew that she would sullen for a while and not allow him to see her. After all, she was a little tsundere who didn't want to show how much she cared for small acts like these. If he were to prioritize the 3 of them, he didn't want Alicia to be left out either. "It seems that I will have to bring out the big guns. Wait here, I'll be right back." The group exchanged puzzled looks as Rex disappeared into the kitchen. Madeline tilted her head like a child who didn't know what was going on. Moments later, Rex returned with not 1, but 3 additional spoons in hand. "All right, I'm not playing favorites," Rex said before scooping up 4 bites of cake simultaneously. "Everyone gets their turn, open wide." The celebration went on happily with everyone laughing and having fun chatting while eating the sliced cakes. "I also have presents for each of you." He took out the presents one by one, giving each person theirs, including Clarissa. As for Clarissa's present, he had to go buy it from another place. He reached into his space ring and pulled out a neatly wrapped gift. "Aunt May," he said warmly. "This is for you." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she accepted the gift. You didn't have to, Rex. It's nothing, really. He watched as Aunt May carefully unwrapped the package, revealing a soft, lavender silk scarf. As soon as she saw it, Aunt May gasped as her fingers ran over the smooth texture. This was not the same one which Rex and Isabella bought near the mall, it was just the design that was used. Isabella never intended to buy it and give it directly. Though the ones near the mall were good, she wanted it to be better, so she used better materials to make the same one but better. The gifts for the others were not able to be instantly found either, only some of them were able to be bought before he went to the noodle shop with his mother. He could only turn and ask for help from his mother to find the other gifts. Rex, this is beautiful. I've been looking for something just like this. It's the perfect color for me. She looked up at him with a grateful smile. You always know exactly what I need, don't you? Winter was coming very soon and such a scarf was quite good for such time. Rex laughed softly. I got a bit of help from Mom as well. I will have to thank Isabella on my next call with her. With a swift motion, Aunt May draped the scarf around her neck, letting it fall perfectly. I'll wear it, Rex. Thank you. Rex smiled, feeling a warm sense of fulfillment. He was happy to make her smile with everything she had suffered similar to his mother. Both of these women's fate were quite unlucky. Rex sighed in his heart as he thought of it. If he could do these to brighten their days more, he would be glad to do so. He turned to Laura as he pulled out another wrapped present. I had to do a little digging, but I think I've got something you'll love. He handed her a neatly wrapped package that was quite big. She opened the package and saw that it was a stack of books. This is volume 09. Oh, this one, this is a hidden volume, I have heard about it. She started to turn page after page, getting excited over it. It was quite a sight to see the always calm and relaxed Laura react like this. When she felt the gazes of everyone looking at her, a small blush covered her face before saying, "Thank you, Rex. I like this present." Next, Rex turned to Clarissa. He pulled out a small present box which seemed smaller than others, but the light in Clarissa's eyes never dimmed. Whatever Rex gave her, whether it be small or big, expensive or cheap, she didn't mind it. This is for you. She opened the box and gasped. The other girls who heard it were intrigued, wanting to know what was inside the present. Rex, she whispered. This must have been expensive. Clarissa took out the pearl necklace from the box. I can't accept it. It's a present, just accept it. If you don't accept it, I will just have to throw it away. Rex said, but seeing her still hesitating, Laura persuaded her and she finally accepted it with love in her eyes directed at Rex. Clarissa placed the necklace around her neck which fit her beautifully. Thank you, Rex. Okay, next one. Alicia. Huh, didn't you skip someone? Isn't this based on age? Those were the thoughts Sarah had in her mind, but she didn't want to ruin this festive atmosphere. Everyone else also thought of it but didn't question it. Alicia, who went out to accept her present, pretended that she didn't notice the burning gaze of Sarah. Yes, big brother. This is for you. Opening the present, Alicia saw tons of art supplies from art books which were guidance from beginner to advanced, watercolor kit as well as sketchbooks with color pencils. Her eyes widened with joy. She has been intending on trying art but never really had the chance to take the first step. This would help her and force herself to take the first step. Thank you, big brother. Though she didn't realize it herself, Rex knew that Alicia was good at art and she would find out her interest in it as she painted. Alicia painted when she was younger and was interested in at the time, but it was just scribbles on a book, but due to not drawing or painting for a long time, she forgot about how she felt at that time about art. Rex's intention was that this would hopefully help her remember her interest as well as develop her art skills. Okay, that should be all. And what about me? Sarah asked, looking at him with an expectant gaze. Well, Sarah has been on the naughty list. So, she will only get this. he said as he gave her a small present, but when opened, a clown sprang out from the box. Ah! Sarah screamed as she threw the box away, but Rex was able to catch it before it caused harm to anyone. Sarah looked back at Rex to see the teasing smirk on his face and instantly knew that she had been tricked. "Brother, I will bite you to death." She lunged at him, but Rex held her at bay by pressing her head with his hand. Laughter filled the room from both Rex and the others. All right, I am just kidding. Here is your real present." He gave her a small present box which made her look at him suspiciously again due to the size of the present before opening it. She saw the item inside and had a bright smile on her face. She screamed like a little girl and had stars in her eyes as she hugged Rex. "I love you so much, brother." Moments later, she released the hug and realized that everyone was watching and her face turned red as a tomato. Sarah tried to escape, but similar to her previous attempt, her waist was hugged by Rex, not letting her go. "Where do you think you're going?" Rex asked with a teasing expression on his face. I need to check if this gift card is real," Sarah stuttered, a blush still present. "It's real, all right. If it's a scam, I will buy you a new one, double the expense." "It's real. Even if it's not, I'll get you another one, double the value." Hearing the word double, she instantly looked between the gift card and Rex before going back to her seat. As she sat back down, clutching her gift, Sarah avoided eye contact with the others who were looking at her with a giggle, her cheeks still pink. ______________. The day before Rex had arrived. The soft glow of the morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a golden hue down the long hallway of the mansion. A door creaked open quietly, and from it emerged a girl with silver hair that shimmered like moonlight. Her light blue eyes, soft and gentle, carried a sleepy look as if she hadn't quite shaken off her sleepiness. She had an aura of cuteness that would make people want to protect her. Alicia was dressed in an oversized pajama colored pale pink with small white dots. The sleeves were too long for her short hands, but it didn't deter from making her look even cuter. Her petite and small figure was what she inherited from her mother. As she rubbed her eyes sleepily, she walked barefoot down the hallway, her steps soft on the polished wooden floor. Reaching the window at the end of the corridor, she stopped and took a look outside. The road beyond stretched into the horizon, bathed in the soft light of dawn. Alicia's gaze lingered, her small hands pressed against the glass. Her expression looked as if she was waiting for someone to appear, a carriage or a familiar figure. But the road remained empty, and her shoulders drooped slightly. A faint creak broke the silence as another door opened behind her. From it stepped out a beauty similar to Alicia. It was Sarah, her long dark brown hair flowed down her back. Her features bore a resemblance to their mother, Madeline. Unlike Alicia, she didn't inherit the sense of cuteness which could arise the desire of someone's want to protect them. Unlike Alicia, who was in her pajamas, Sarah was already dressed for the day in her maid uniform. Her sleepy expression quickly shifted to a small smile when she noticed Alicia staring out the window. "Alicia, don't worry," Sarah said, walking over to her. "He'll be back soon." Alicia turned her head and looked at Sarah, but before she could respond, Sarah pulled out her phone with a proud grin. She tapped the screen to display a messaging app. "See. I asked him myself when he's coming back. He said tomorrow." The faint sound of footsteps echoed down the hall from the direction of the stairs. Laura, their eldest sister, appeared from the opposite end of the hall. "What's going on here?" Laura asked, her voice curious as she glanced at her younger sisters. Sarah, still smug, waved her phone. "Alicia was worried about brother, so I told her not to be. He already told me he's coming back tomorrow." Laura's eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned closer to glance at the messages. An expression of surprise crossed her face, followed by a small hint of jealousy. "I forgot to exchange contacts with him," Laura thought while maintaining her neutral expression. "That's good to know." Alicia, observing this exchange, silently decided that she would make sure to get Rex's contact as soon as he returned. Sarah, oblivious to the silent plans forming between her sisters, puffed out her chest with pride. Alicia, Laura said, her gaze shifting to her youngest sister. Why are you still in your pajamas? Go and change into your uniform. We still have chores to finish. Underscore 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 underscore. Later, at the dining table, Madeline was seated at the head, enjoying her breakfast. Despite her petite stature and short frame, the aura she gave out was undeniably motherly. Her soft, warm demeanor contrasted with her unintentionally distracting knockers swaying as she reached for her cup of tea, which was a bit far from her reach. She didn't know how much destruction it brought as it moved around. Sarah, sitting nearby, glanced down at herself and frowned slightly. Though she had also inherited some of her mother's genes in this regard, but her own compared to her sisters, especially Laura, were not comparable. If ranked, it would be Laura, Alicia and her at dead last. Her thoughts wandered briefly. I need to drink more papaya milk. Mom, is something wrong? Laura asked, noticing a sigh escape from Madeline's mouth. It's nothing. Madeline said, a soft smile on her lips. I was just wondering when Rex will be back. The house feels empty with one less person. The three sisters glanced at the empty seat beside Madeline. Realization dawned on them, and Sarah quickly spoke up. Don't worry, Mom, brother already told me he'll be back tomorrow. Sarah said, which answered the doubts and worries Madeline had, and Madeline's face lit up as she spoke softly. Oh, that's wonderful. How did you know, Sarah? Brother gave me his contact before he left, Sarah replied. Contact, huh? I'll have to add him too once he's back, Madeline said as she hugged her heavy-weight balloons. Unlike the other technologies which she had difficulty with, Laura had not that much trouble teaching Madeline how to use a phone, at least how to message, call, scroll through the media. Sarah, upon hearing that her mother would also add her brother, felt that it was not something special that was only between her brother and her. But she instantly cheered up since she was the first one who had exchanged contacts with him after he had came back. How about throw a party for his return? We couldn't do it last time because he arrived in a surprise. The other three who heard the suggestion, their eyes turned bright and agreed to the suggestion. I'll also invite Clarissa, is that fine, Mom? Yes, yes of course, Madeline replied. I still don't know why everyone wanted to get my number after the party ended. Rex back to the scene of Clarissa, Laura, Alicia and even Madeline lining up to get his number. He didn't get why they wouldn't just share it among themselves after one of them had got it, but he didn't mind giving them each personally. He took out the body refining manual he had gotten from his mother. During his visit he told Isabella that he would give body refining a shot. She instantly handed over this copy of body refining manual, the best one that she could get from her family. During the time when he was injured before, hearing that he had lost his cultivation, the first thought she had for her son was body refining. Even after learning about my Dantian, she still kept it. Looking at the manual, he read through it. The manual offered a systematic way to build the constitution that was according to the name of the manual, the name of it being Iron Will Body Constitution. The manual only included the way to build the constitution of its name. No other information regarding body refining was given. The goal of the manual was to build the Iron Will Body Constitution. But the reason for his hesitation was that. But what's the difference between this constitution and the one Laura has? Hers is innate, something she was born with. This one, is it artificial? If building it, how does it compare with an innate one? So many thoughts but so little information. His fingers traced through the book as he skimmed through it. If I start refining my body toward this Iron Will Constitution, what happens if I gain something better later? The novice Gacha wheel has the pure young Emperor Constitution. Even just the names. He compared them in his mind, unable to stop himself from smirking slightly. Iron Will Constitution sounds sturdy, sure, but pure young Emperor Constitution. It literally has Emperor in the name. How could it compare? It wasn't because he was thinking of even using the Iron Will Constitution one bit. Pure Young Emperor Constitution was the way to cure Laura. He couldn't just forsake that for something he could get earlier. He just wanted to know more information about body refining. The manual outlined 6 stages, each progressively refining the body further, but even the 6th stage, the limit of the manual, would only put his strength on par with someone in the energy manifestation realm, 6th realm. This manual won't even bring me to the equivalent of transcendence. Is it incomplete, or maybe it was never meant to go further due to it being weaker? Hopefully the pure young Emperor Constitution won't have limiters like this. What he could only do to speed up his progress of his gaining this constitution would be to get closer with his girls. I guess there is a lot ahead for me. ____________. A month had already passed, and he already had enough pulls to empty the entire novice wheel. This wouldn't be without him trying to be a kissing demon towards Laura and Clarissa, getting close to them whenever while also keeping it a secret for now at their request, as well as Laura visiting every night to sleep with him. Though he might have rejected it at first, he thought that it wasn't something that would hurt. Especially more after they became lovers, but the points gained were a plus. Rex first rolled to delete the single digits rolls, then started with his 10 rolls. As the first 10 roll commenced, anticipation filled him. But the results were disappointing. A mix of cultivation years, basic alchemy resources, minor items, and some pills greeted him. Lady Luck must be on vacation. However, on the 5th 10 roll, something finally caught his eye. Congratulations to the host for getting an F-grade talent. Claiming the talent he just gotten, Rex felt a subtle warm sensation coursing through him. Not quite an E-grade talent yet. Rex said as he felt the mana from the air. His resonance with it as well as its attraction from it towards him increase. Though not quite an E-grade talent yet, he could sense that he had reached what could only be described as F+. Cultivation with such a talent would make him go nowhere. I will only start cultivation after I have at least a D-grade talent. It was not that he was arrogant, it was just that progression with either F and E-grade talents would have little to no effect unless he were to cultivate for decades. That was the reason for many ordinary people to live ordinary lives for those who had these talents, unless they have the other part of cultivation, which was resources, background and money. Rex continued with renewed determination to get something good. There was nothing that caught his eye until the 120th roll, where he finally struck something worthwhile. Of course, every item he got from the wheel was useful. It was just that it wasn't something he was looking for at the moment. Congratulations for the host for getting a book, Guide to Body Refining. He took out the book and opened the pages, a smile appearing on his mouth as he skimmed through it. Okay, I can read it later, I need to continue with the rolls. This book was what he was looking for a month ago. The information which he needed was present in this book, and happiness and dopamine filled him as he continued with his rolls, but it was only a drop in the ocean as he reached the last 10 roll. Really, I had to hit pity for the Constitution, he grumbled, irritated by the system's stinginess. He finally understood what Sarah felt when she lost in her gacha rolls. When they were young, he and Sarah would play gacha games. Sarah, being a grinder, would have more pulls than him, but every time they would do a pulling session together she would have to go to pity while he never had to. He gloated at her at those times, but now suffering it himself, he suddenly understood why she would want to kill him, seeing all of his lucky pulls. As if the roles had reversed, he could almost hear her taunting laughter echoing in his mind. Continuing on with the pulls, the final 10 roll began. The wheel started to spin on the last 10 remaining items in their portions. 9 times the wheel span, but none of it were the Constitution. Rex's eyes twitched as he saw that the wheel spin on the remaining item. Black lines appeared on his forehead as it continued to spin. Is there even a need to spin? What other item is there except for that? The wheel stopped on a part and he finally obtained the Constitution. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Fire Emperor Yang Constitution. Claim this reward. Yes, no. Warning. He claimed the Constitution and, nothing happened. Is this it? Did I already gain the Constitution? Then, suddenly a wave of heat erupted from his core, consuming him from the inside out. It started as a mild warmth, almost comforting, like standing under the midday sun. But within seconds, the warmth escalated into a burning inferno, coursing through his veins and igniting every cell in his body. Rex clutched his stomach, but that wouldn't contain the firestorm within. His breathing turned shallow, each inhale searing his lungs. It felt as though molten lava had replaced his blood, flowing through him with unrelenting force. Sweat poured down his face, drenching his clothes and pooling on the floor beneath him. His vision blurred, the room spinning wildly as he tried to remain conscious. Damn it, what's happening to me? Integration of Fire Emperor Yang Constitution initiated. Warning, intense physical and spiritual pain will occur. This feels more like a death sentence. Rex cursed amidst the pain, but he wasn't able to curse for much longer as a sharp, searing pain struck him, and Rex staggered, nearly losing his balance. His hand flailed, knocking over a stack of books on his desk. Rex. Are you okay? Laura's voice, tinged with concern, came from the other side of the door. She was passing through the hallway when she heard a sound of items falling from Rex's room. Gritting his teeth to suppress a groan, Rex stumbled toward the door. I'm fine. Just knocked something over. Can I come in? No. The response was sharper and louder than he intended, but his brain worked quickly for a response in order to not let her know what was happening to him. I'm training right now. It's better if you stay out since I don't want you to get hurt by accident. A pause followed, and Rex could sense her hesitation. Eventually, her footsteps receded, leaving him alone once more. Releasing a sigh in relief, Rex took out a sound isolation formation from his storage ring. He activated the item and the faint hum of the formation settling around him as another wave of agony tore through him. Needles of pain stabbed at every inch of his skin, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. The heat intensified, especially near his chest. Rex's heart felt as though it were about to burst, each beat sending shockwaves of pain throughout his body. He fell to the ground, writhing in agony, his nails digging into the wooden floor. Warning, please maintain focus to prevent spiritual collapse. Focus, he spat, his voice hoarse. Easier said than done. Through sheer willpower, Rex forced his eyes open. He focused on his breathing, trying to calm himself amidst the chaos. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. The rhythm steadied him, even as the flames continued to rage within. Time became meaningless as the torment stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. Hours passed, but finally, the burning sensation began to fade, leaving behind a dull ache. Rex lay motionless, his breathing ragged, his body drenched in sweat. He lay there motionless, too exhausted to move. Every muscle ached, and his skin felt raw, as if he'd been flayed alive. With trembling hands, Rex pushed himself up. It was worth it. Rex could feel that his entire body was stronger. Rather than feeling pain, he was feeling energetic at this moment. A refreshing feeling hit his body as if washing away all the pain he had suffered. Even cultivation has been improved somewhat. He used his element, a dark fire started to appear on his hand, expecting it to be in control as it had been before. But the flames erupted chaotically, spiraling out of control. The once familiar flame now felt hostile, making him remember a past occasion that he had faced before. He forcibly cut off the mana supply, making the flame go out, but pain exploded through his body once more. Rex gasped, clutching his chest. Damn it, not again. The Fire Emperor Yang Constitution was supposed to enhance his abilities, not hinder them. Yet it was clear that something was terribly wrong. It was not all the Constitution's fault, it seems, as Rex saw the words from the system. Warning, Conflict detected between host's innate fire element and the Fire Emperor Yang constitution. Please brace for the impact. Conflict? Are you kidding me? Rex shouted, his frustration was nothing more in the face of the soul-wrenching pain. The flames within him clashed violently, like two beasts fighting for dominance. His innate fire, an evolution of the normal fire element. His strongest element was within him since his first awakening, resisted to the Constitution. The Constitution in turn, sought to assert its dominance. Rex's body became the battlefield for this struggle. The fiery energies tore through him, wreaking havoc on his meridians. Each clash sent shockwaves of pain through his body, leaving him gasping for breath. The two beasts clashed incessantly, colliding in bursts of power that sent shockwaves rippling through his meridians. Rex's body trembled violently, his veins feeling as if they were being scorched and frozen simultaneously. Every cell in his body screamed in protest as he struggled to maintain control. Inside his inner world, Rex could clearly see the forms of the two flames. The dark fire appeared as a roiling inferno, its black flames laced with faint streaks of crimson, pulsing with chaotic energy. It writhed and twisted like a living creature, roaring defiantly at the golden fire. The golden fire, however, was no less magnificent. It burned with a dazzling brilliance, its flames pure and radiant, exuding an aura of majesty and authority. Each flicker of the golden fire seemed to declare its sovereignty, an unspoken command for the dark fire to bow before it. But the dark fire refused to yield, rising up again and again to meet the golden fire's challenge. Rex floated between them, his presence a mere speck in the vast landscape of his inner world. He could feel the immense pressure emanating from the two forces, each vying for dominance, neither willing to give an inch. This isn't going to work. If he couldn't stabilize the conflict, his cultivation could be crippled or worse, he could perish. If they keep this up, they'll destroy me. He extended his will, focusing all his energy on mediating between the two. It was like trying to tame two wild beasts, each snapping at the other with the intent to kill. The dark fire lashed out, its tendrils seeking to engulf the golden fire, but the golden flames burned brighter, repelling the attack and striking back with equal ferocity. Enough! Rex roared, his voice echoing through his inner world. For a moment, the flames hesitated, as if startled by his command. Seizing the opportunity, Rex plunged his consciousness deeper into the chaotic battlefield. He reached out with his will, wrapping it around the dark fire first. Its energy was wild and unruly, but it wasn't the first time Rex had faced such a case. He used his will and mental to wrap around the fire and chains started to form, binding it. You are mine. The dark fire quivered, its chaotic movements slowing. Next, Rex turned to the golden fire. It resisted his approach, its aura flaring in warning. The regal flames seemed to reject him, as if deeming him unworthy of its power. But Rex refused to back down. I need you for Laura, he thought, his determination unwavering. But if you're here, then you're mine too. Submit. The golden fire burned brighter in defiance, trying to burn the mental chains, but Rex didn't falter. He poured his mental power into it, matching its intensity, demanding its acknowledgement. Slowly, grudgingly, the golden fire's resistance began to wane. Rex sighed as he looked at the two fires under his control with his will, which materialized as chains strapped onto them. If he were to continue like this, it was sure that his mental power would be drained. If he were to encounter a situation which required a fight, it could be fatal. It was like a ticking time bomb. He could even feel the intent of the two fires, as if they were growling at each other even though under his control. This isn't going to work. He glanced at the churning chaos between the flames, where their violent clashes had left an unexpected remnant. It was a tiny ember, flickering weakly but undeniably alive. The small fire shimmered with a blend of black and gold, its color a perfect combination of the two battling forces. What is that? Rex said, his voice heavy with exhaustion yet with a tinge of curiosity still sparked as he saw it. The dark gold ember pulsed faintly, its energy subdued yet stable. It was unlike the wild rage of the dark fire or the regal dominance of the golden fire. Instead, it felt balanced, as though it held the essence of both without their inherent hostility. The two fires, upon sensing the dark golden fire, started to roar with renewed aggression, and Rex had to yank the chains that were strapping the chains, stopping them from whatever they wanted to do. Rex could feel the feelings of the two flames towards this new small ember, the anger they felt towards it, but what caused his interest was the small sense of fear they had towards it. What if? Rex focused on the ember, extending a thread of his will toward it. The small fire didn't resist, rather it seemed to welcome his presence. He didn't even need to materialize his will into chains like the other two flames. Holding the ember with his mental power/will, he looked between it and the two other flames before guiding it toward the two larger flames. As the ember approached, both the dark fire and the golden fire flared up in warning, their energies surging with renewed aggression. Rex gritted his teeth, tightening his mental grip on the chains. "Stand down," he said firmly, his voice resonating in the inner world. The flames hesitated, their movements slowing as the chains tightened on them. But it was enough for Rex to act. With painstaking consumption of mental power, he brought the ember closer towards the dark fire. The moment the ember touched the edge of the dark fire, a ripple of energy spread outward. The chaotic black flames recoiled slightly, their movements less wild. It wasn't that the dark fire was calming down on its own, rather, upon contact with the dark gold ember, the flame was entirely controlled. Afterwards it became docile for the entirety of the time in contact with the dark gold flame. Of course this was only but a test, and the moment Rex moved the dark gold ember away from the dark flame, the dark gold flame immediately showed aggression as it tried to attack but was stopped with his control. Next, Rex guided the ember toward the golden fire. When it made contact, the golden flames shimmered, their oppressive aura softening similar to the dark fire. Rex didn't know how the dark gold ember controlled the two flames, but when he let it continue to do its work, he didn't feel painful, or rather he could feel connected to the dark gold flame similar to how the dark flame was before, rather the connection between it and him was even stronger. He could feel it get stronger. He could feel the ember asking him to allow it to eat the two flames. Rex thought for a while before deciding. He positioned the ember between the two fires, its balanced energy acting as a buffer. Slowly, he began drawing the dark fire and golden fire closer, their edges now touching the ember rather than each other. The reaction was immediate. Instead of clashing violently, the two fires seemed to meld into the dark gold ember, their energies pulled inward rather than outward. "It's working." The ember began to grow, feeding on the energies of the two fires. Its color deepened, the black and gold blending into intricate patterns that danced across its surface. Black tendrils spiraled through golden streaks, forming a mesmerizing scene. Rex felt the strain on his will lessen as the chains dissolved, no longer needed. The dark fire and golden fire weren't fighting anymore. They were merging, being used by the dark gold ember. The ember pulsed with increasing intensity, its energy expanding to fill his inner world. Rex watched in awe as it transformed, becoming a blazing inferno that burned with unparalleled beauty. The once separate flames were now indistinguishable, their energies perfectly balanced. The new dark gold flame radiated a presence that was both familiar and foreign. It carried both the primal ferocity of the dark fire and the regal authority of the golden fire, yet it was neither. It was something entirely new, something greater. Rex extended his hand, and the flame responded, flowing toward him like a loyal companion. When it touched his palm, warmth spread through his body, not the searing heat of battle, but a comforting warmth. His entire body in his inner world was burning with the dark gold flames. Even though he was burning, he didn't feel any pain from it, rather it felt comfortable. The mental energy he used before seemed to have recovered. "I don't even need to control it like the black fire." It wasn't the first time Rex had been to his inner world. He knew that his element, specifically his fire element, was special. Though cultivators had normal elements which varied from person to person for which element they were stronger at. There were at times variations from the normal element types. These were very rare occurrences and at times only known to the user itself. Some show themselves while element testing while others hide themselves. As for Rex's own, it was the latter. He didn't know about it before he used it for the first time when he was young. He fell unconscious at the time after its first appearance, arriving at the inner world where he had to battle with the flame. Flashback. When Rex was just a child, after testing his talent in element, he was very happy to have gained a good talent. His strongest element was fire, so he wanted to try it out as soon as he had the time. Sitting in lotus position on his bed, Rex concentrated. The image of fire sprang into his mind, and a moment later, black flames roared to life in his palm, flickering ominously. It's a variation. Rex as a child never skipped out on his home-schooled lessons and knew about these special variations that some people had. Fit for a person like me who is going to kick the butt of that old bastard and his stupid son. The person in question was of course the person who was always talked about whenever he was concerned. After all, he was still his son, at least in name. There was a trace of anger on his childlike face. This will help me with my conquest. After all, special variations almost all of the time gave various benefits and boosted power. But his excitement turned to alarm. The flame turned wild the next second in consuming his mana, far beyond anything he had imagined. It surged out of his control, spreading rapidly and overwhelming his senses. Before he could react, the world went dark. When Rex opened his eyes, he was no longer in the real world. Instead, he stood in a vast, empty void illuminated by the eerie glow of the black flame. It hovered before him, crackling from time to time. "Where am I?" he murmured. The flame gave no answer. Instead, it lunged at him. Instinctively, Rex raised his arms to shield himself, but the attack hit him with overwhelming force. Pain racked his body as he collapsed, gasping for air. When he woke back in the real world, drenched in sweat and with a pounding headache, he should have been terrified. But Rex wasn't afraid. Rather, it ignited his sense of conquest. The stronger the flame, the stronger he would become when he could wield it, and the easier it would become for his conquest of teaching a lesson to the son and father pair. From that day, Rex became fixated. Every time he summoned the flame, it would drain his strength and force him into the strange inner world, where the flame awaited him. It could not kill him, so there was nothing he needed to be afraid of it. The battles were relentless. Rex could do little to harm the flame. His attempts to strike it were met with failure, his physical attacks did nothing against its ethereal body in chaotic energy. Each time, the flame would overpower him with ease, and he'd wake up battered, drained, and aching. But he never gave up. Rex already knew that brute force didn't work, and this dimension where he was in should be connected to himself, but he didn't know what it was. Through countless battles, he discovered the key, his mental power. The first time he discovered it was from his intent to want to have a fair fight with this flame, and something appeared on his hand before disappearing. Soon after, he got killed by the flame in his inner world, but it sparked a way for him. Rex tried it again inside the inner world at a spot where the flame wouldn't want to try and kill him. During his frequent fights with the flame, he had to most of the time dodge and ran away from it, but he discovered that when he got a distance away from it, it wouldn't try to catch him. Whether the flame felt that he was just an ant and didn't intend to catch him when he was at this far, or whether it was something else, it didn't matter for him. This was a place where he could test and train, and so he trained. At first, it was like trying to hold water with his hands. His mental energy would slip away the moment he tried. He tried and tried again till he would be kicked out of that inner world due to his mental energy being drained. But gradually, his efforts bore fruit. He learned how to shape his willpower into various shapes. The only limiter was his imagination plus mental strength and capacity. He would train till he thought, "Gutter. Sorry Aunt May, I didn't mean to scare you." "It's fine, Rex. she said with her back on Rex's chest. Where did that girl Laura ran off to? I thought I told her ages ago to get everyone to the table. Not wanting Laura to be blamed because the problem also included himself, Rex offered assistance. Do you need help getting the jug, Aunt May? I would be glad to have some assistance. Without waiting for further instruction, he tightened his hands which were present on her waist. Madeline let out a small yelp, her face flushing as she felt herself being lifted off the ground. Wah, what are you doing? She stammered, her voice rising slightly in pitch. Helping you get the jar, Rex replied, as if it was a matter of fact that this was the only outcome. Aunt May instinctively clung to his hands as he hoisted her up with ease. She closed her eyes tightly for a moment, a bit scared and flustered to see what was happening. You're up now. You should be able to reach it. Hesitantly, Madeline opened one eye, then the other. Realizing she was indeed at the perfect height to grab the jar, she quickly snatched it off the shelf. Got it, now put me down. Hold on, Aunt May. Relax, I will put you down. He lowered her gently back to the floor, and Aunt May quickly stepped away, her cheeks still pink. She placed the jar on the counter and turned to him, hands on her hips. You didn't have to lift me like that, she said, though her tone carried more embarrassment than reprimand. Well, you asked for help, and it worked, didn't it? Rex replied with a grin. Aunt May sighed, shaking her head. You're impossible to reason with, you know that. Creators. Did you become more handsome? Madeline asked in a dubious tone. She felt there was something about him that felt different about him. She wasn't as surprised as Laura due to the fact that as an elder, in her eyes, he always held Rex as a very handsome boy more than what could be seen with her own eyes. Rex had already thought of what he would do for this. Aunt May, I will explain it to everyone including you when we eat lunch. He decided to explain it to everyone during the dinner as to help himself from explaining to each of them personally. After all, they were family and he also trusted them, but as for the explanation, it would be the same explanation as what he gave to Laura. Even if it was a lie, it was a white lie and he would make it so that even this white lie is only told to those who are close to him. After all, he still needs to get stronger silently as to not alert those who were wanting to target him. Madeline nodded, she didn't mind even if he became more handsome than before. He would always be Rex, but she couldn't help but be curious about Rex's explanation. Rex dear, can you help me grab those three? I think she is in her room, reading a book instead of doing the task. Of course, Aunt May. Going upstairs to the rooms of everyone, Rex went to Laura's room first. After all, she was the starter of all of this. Usually when it was time for lunch, Laura would go to Sarah and Alicia's rooms and knock on it 2 times. He had heard of it from time to time and asked about why she would do it. The first time it was to alert the 2 of her sisters to know that it was almost time, and the second time was the time to go. They wouldn't want to go to the dining room early when the food wasn't even on the table yet. It was just wasting as Madeline wanted to cook food herself since they already helped with the house chores. This time, he thought that the food was already ready, so he went, but it seemed that it was not the case. Since he was already at the table, he had to drag her along as well. Knocking on the door, Laura's voice sounded from the inside of her room. Who is it? Laura, it's already time for lunch. We need to go. Go where? To the dining room, of course. Underscore. Inside the room, before Rex knocked on her door, Laura was lying on her bed in leisure as she read one of the books which Rex brought back. Time to time whenever he goes for a trip he would always bring back books for her, and because of that, aside from her online reading, she had a lot of books stacked for reading which made her happy. She swung her legs up and down idly as she read the book. However, a knock on the door stopped her from reading further. Who is it? Laura, it's already time for lunch. She heard Rex's voice at the front of her door. We need to go. Go where? To the dining room, of course. She looked at the clock on the table next to her and saw that it wasn't even time for lunch yet. Mom should still be preparing the food. Why is he rushing me to the dining room? Is this some kind of revenge because I told him early today? She would only tell Rex after knocking on Alicia and Sarah's doors for the second time, but this time she didn't. Whether it was a revenge or not, she didn't know. It's not time yet, I will go a bit later. If you aren't coming out, I am coming inside of your room. The door opened and Rex stepped in. Laura didn't mind the extra company and continued to read her book after glancing at Rex for a moment when he stepped into her room. So you aren't going? Rex had a cheeky smile on his face as he asked Laura, who was still reading her book, not intending to get up. Then you leave me with no choice. Laura felt her sight furthering away from her book. The words written in the book became smaller. She knew that she had been carried off from her bed. Rex, let me down, right this instant. No can do, this is how you will dragged into the dining room unless you do it yourself. With her face flushed, Laura agreed to his request. Fine, I will go into the dining room but explain why first. If this is because of getting revenge for me telling you early. She narrowed her eyes as if seeing whether he was this petty. I told Aunt May that I will explain to everyone at the dining table. What thing? This whole thing. He motioned his hands to his body and Laura understood as she nodded. It seems that she is curious about it, so she told me to get all of you. It's better for the explanation to be finished once and for all before we eat lunch. I see. Laura's expression shifted to one of realization. I will be needing your help if necessary when explaining. Well, I will go to the dining room early then. I will be off to get the other two then. Both of them separated and went to their own directions. Rex's next direction was towards Sarah's room. Knocking on Sarah's room, he waited for a response but it didn't came. But he could hear a sounds of button smashing and slightly pitched sounds from time to time. He knew exactly what she was doing. Opening the door, he saw Sarah on her mat, in her hands was a device and her gaze was at the monitor which was displaying the game she was playing. The device in her hand was to control the character in the game. She couldn't hear him knocking on the door due to the headphones she was wearing. Her gaze was intent and locked on the monitor. Come on, come on. No. Rex looked at the monitor to see that Sarah's in-game name was highlighted on the leaderboard, but not in the first place but in second place. The chat box at the left bottom of the screen flashed with strings of messages from the person who won the first place. Sarah's hands reached for her keyboard as soon as she saw the messages. Her typing was frantic, each keystroke was loud as if she was trying to smash her frustrations. Darnite 71, ha ha ha, pay up Iron Festi. Iron Festi, the only reason you won is because of that skip. Don't tell me you bet on this race. Sarah heard Rex's voice as she took off her headphones but couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt and didn't look at him in the eyes. She only looked at the screen monitor as if it was the fault of Darnite 71 for challenging her. Did you use all of the gift card money I gave you on this race? Not all of it. How much is there left? 100. How much did you lost in this game? 180. That much. I just have to win it back, okay? Rex sighed as he touched his forehead. The gift money he gave her was 300, which was enough to buy more than a dozen games depending on the price, yet she had already spent almost 2/3 of it on this race. He didn't know when Sarah even got into using money to bet in games. She only ever used money to buy games but never used them for in-game purchases, but this was different. Since when did you start using money to do stuff in-game? Sensing the gaze targeted at her, Sarah responded. Okay, fine, it was when I first won against you in character races. Rex and Sarah would race for whoever got the characters first when they were young, but Rex, due to his luck, would always win, and because of that Sarah became frustrated at the constant losses and finally recharged using her pocket money and won for the first time, but soon after she wanted to say that she cheated during that win. Rex had to leave for the army. I was so close to winning it but lost because he used a shortcut. If I play it again, I am sure to win. I won way more money here than that. And where did it all go, that you had to even use the gift money I gave you? Gotcha. A small voice was heard and Rex immediately knew where she had spent all of her money on. Combined with her horrendous gacha luck, Rex wanted to silently cry for all the money she had spent, though it was still a drop in the bucket compared to his own money. It was still money. Wait till I win it, I will get back way more than I even lost. Before he even had a chance to intervene, the timer passed and the race started again. This time, it was triple or nothing. Rex made himself comfortable, leaning back on the bed frame, crossing his arms watching the monitor as the race started. The cars roared to life, speeding down the track at breakneck speeds. Sarah's fingers danced across the controller, as she focused on the monitor intently. Rex knew about this game as well, he even tried it before in his own time, in his room. It was a game of luck and skill both combined. There were many tracks to go through as well as fuel system and damage system. During the tracks there were boost gain from many ways. This map which Sarah was playing on now was within the deep forest and the boosts were dropped from the trees. The fuel system was for speed burning. As you gain more speed you burn more fuel, but the fuel could be refueled at stations as well as repair the car due to the damage system, but if there was no damage done to the car, it could maintain top speed. Rex also played on this map as well. Though there were many routes which one could go through, which Rex went was none of the ones which other people choose, yet he won the game through it. Though there was a bit of luck at play, it was undoubted that he was also skilled. The track which Sarah and most of the people took was the best route according to analytics and was the least affected by luck, but it was still present. Of course Rex didn't know it, he just saw that Sarah and the Darknight 71 was neck to neck while being ahead of other players. Though Darknight 71 used skips which were present from time to time, due to Sarah's own mechanical skills, they were still neck to neck. It was clear that Sarah was not as knowledgeable about the game as much as Darknight 71. But at the cross of an intersection, 3 items dropped from the trees. One was a rocket, one was a dome and the other one was a plus sign which meant a heal. Due to the positions, Darknight 71 got the rocket and Sarah knew what to get, which was the dome. Darknight 71 immediately used the rocket and targeted her. Sarah used the shield and blocked the rocket, but it ricocheted from the dome and struck a tree to which was in Sarah's way. She had to dodge and go to other road from the intersection or else she would crash. No, I lost. Though Sarah was still using her controller to control the car, it was clear that she was unfocused. Rex didn't know why she was saying that she lost even though she could still go through the path she crossed into. Why are you saying that? The race isn't over yet. Because this path is slower and also has the most risks. There's no way I can catch up now, Sarah said, her voice filled with despair. Rex leaned forward, studying the screen. He recognized the alternate path she was on. It was longer and riskier, filled with tight turns and jumps, but it also had more opportunities for boosts, which was also the path which Rex took during the time he played. Switch, Rex said suddenly. Sarah blinked in surprise as her controller got snatched from her own hands. What? Brother, this isn't the time for. Trust me. Rex said firmly. The reason for Sarah stopping wasn't because of his speech but because she finally saw his appearance. Since the time he had came into her room, she was focused on her monitor as well as guilty to maintain eye contact face to face and didn't see how he had changed. But looking at his handsome face, she was absent-minded. Even if I lose, I will give you back the money for all your losses today on the promise that you won't bet on these races again. Yes sure. Even though she replied, whether she had really listened to what he had said, it was clear as light and day. After coming out of her daze, she wanted to ask what had happened to him. She didn't care about the race anymore. She had a backup doing triple or nothing for the bet, though she had to take out from her piggy bank. But before she could ask what had happened to him, her sight went back to the monitor to see that he was actually doing well on the track. Vines draped down from the trees, swaying ominously as it blocked the line of sight from time to time. Branches and vines of the trees poked out at dangerous angles on the road. Despite the obstacles, Rex didn't let his car slow down on the speed. The car's engine roared. Beside him, Sarah was already biting her nails, her eyes darting between the car and the incoming obstacles. "Brother, slow down, there's a route right there," she shouted, panic creeping into her voice as the car narrowed towards a tree root on the side of the road. Rex's finger moved the controller swiftly and deftly maneuvering the car to barely scrape past the root. Sarah's scream echoed in the room as the car passed the tree root, but Rex didn't flinch. Instead, he dodged left, narrowly avoiding a fallen tree trunk, and then curved right, evading a cluster of low-hanging branches. Every time the car came dangerously close to an obstacle, Sarah gasped as she moved along with the car as if she herself moving would make the car dodge. "Brother, a deer!" Sarah exclaimed in surprise as a deer suddenly darted across the track. Without hesitation, Rex executed a drift, sending the car sliding sideways while maintaining speed. The deer passed by unscathed, and the car straightened out perfectly on the track. Sarah was too stunned to react. Her brother's skill was nothing of what she expected, which made her think whether he had played this game before. He had, but compared to her hours, it was nothing, and this game came out only a few months back. The track continued to twist and turn through the forest. A sharp curve loomed ahead, with the jagged edges of broken rails marking the boundaries. Sarah's heart leapt into her throat. "Brother, that turn is impossible to take at this speed, slow down." To her scream, Rex only smirked. Before they had came to this turn, they encountered a power-up choice. Among the three options, a double arrow icon which was a double booster, a shield, and a plus icon with a repair tool on it which was a heal, Rex chose the booster without hesitation. Sarah's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the icon of the power-up usage light up. "Don't use that now, you'll fly off the track." Sarah screamed, but Rex had already activated it. The car's speed surged dramatically, and before Sarah could react, the vehicle launched itself off the sharp turn, flying over the broken rails. Sarah shut her eyes, unable to watch what she assumed would be a catastrophic crash. The sound of rushing wind filled her ears, and she braced herself for the worst. Hearing the sound of the engine's roar, she finally opened her eyes, and the car was miraculously back on the track, skidding slightly but stabilizing with the control of Rex. The health meter on the screen read 81%, just 1% above the threshold for a significant speed drop. Sarah's jaw dropped. How did you do that?" Rex shrugged nonchalantly and replied. "It's just about timing." Sarah couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. That shortcut, or rather be called skip, in this game that she saw from her brother wasn't just dangerous, it was insane. No player she knew had ever attempted it, let alone pulled it off successfully. Her thoughts raced. Did he watch professional videos? She shook her head, dismissing the idea. This wasn't something you learned from watching someone else, not only because no professional would ever take this path that they took due to statistics alone compared to the other path that Darknight 71 took due to the amount of danger it had, as well as the power-ups had the chance of being bombs. If all the three power-up choices were bombs or other types of obstacle, either you slow down going between it or risk it and try to take the chance with the one with lower damage. The race wasn't over yet, though. Rex kept the car at top speed, expertly dodging more obstacles along the way. Another drop of power-ups appeared on the road ahead, but the placement was far from ideal. A heal boost was dangerously close to a bomb, and a smaller speed boost sat slightly off to the side. Take the small boost. You can use it later. Using it in this sharp and windy path was nearly insane, but what she didn't expect was that, ignoring her suggestion, Rex maneuvered the car to snag the heal boost without triggering the bomb. Sarah gawked at the screen. "How are you even doing this?" she muttered under her breath, equal parts amazed and confused. Sarah had never really seen her brother play racing games nor other types of games apart from gacha games. The car's health was restored, and the increase in speed, though not much, was still fruitful, as in calculations would be worth more than the small boost because of the situation they were in. For the first time in the race, Sarah stopped worrying and started cheering. Yes. Keep going, brother, she shouted, her earlier doubts forgotten. She absolutely believed in her brother. Underscore 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 underscore. Note, totally didn't listen to Deja Vu while writing this. The rest of the pathway was smooth as Rex and Sarah arrived at another trio of boosters. This time, the options were a shield, a rocket, and a bomb. Since there were no projectiles to protect against at the moment, Rex grabbed the rocket without much thought. What are you going to do with that? Sarah was interested in what kind of miracle he was going to pull off again, but Rex really had nothing to show off. He just grabbed it because the shield was useless as there was no other players around them. To buy himself some time, he decided to fire the rocket aimlessly. It shot forward with a loud whoosh. As fate would have it, a monkey was crossing the road from one tree to another, holding a bunch of bananas in its hands. Before the monkey could cross completely, it heard the sharp sound of the rocket approaching. Panicking, it jumped to the other tree, tossing its bananas into the air before scurrying away. To Rex's surprise, a booster appeared on the road where the bananas had landed. He hadn't expected anything, let alone a booster, to materialize from such a random act. Upon closer inspection, the booster icon depicted bananas. Is it an attacking booster? Rex thought of a scene where his character who was driving the car suddenly threw the banana after eating it, making the car behind it slip. But that was just an imagination. Rex grabbed the booster and saw that the use icon for it didn't light up. Brother, what is that boost? I have never seen it before. Rex was surprised that even Sarah herself didn't know, because he was going to ask her about what the boost was, but Rex had a brilliant plan. Fake it till you make it. I don't know what others call it, but I myself call it the Great Banana Nana. Sarah looked at him with squinched eyes as if it was really the name he had came up with. I will just call it the Banana Boost. What is it used for? She was interested in the new information and wanted to know more. She had never seen this neither on the game forums or the wiki. You will find out soon. Rex said in a mysterious smile as if he truly knew what it does. They continued on the track. There should be a fuel station up ahead. This map truly fit Rex's style because unlike other maps where you had to manage your fuel and make it so that it doesn't run out before a station, this map had 3 and the track was short compared to other maps. When Rex took over, it was already the 3rd lap, the final lap. He speeded over without caring about the fuel usage before arriving at the fuel station, where a monkey mechanic came over quickly with his racer car colored shirt, which was orange. It was called a fuel station, but not only did it fuel your tank, the mechanic would fix your car. How much time it took would depend on the fuel and damage done to the car. The mechanics of these maps were monkeys. Depending on your starting positions, the fuel station would have their slotted places and you couldn't go in other players' fuel stations. Unlike Sarah, who didn't notice anything different, Rex saw something. The booster icon had shown a little though on the edges. He saw it and pressed it and an animation appeared. The character in the car gave the mechanic monkey a banana and the monkey had stars in his eyes as it turned into a flash. Within seconds, not only was the fuel tank restored, the entire car had been fixed. Both Sarah and Rex had surprised expressions on their faces. That's why I call it the Great Banana Nana. Sarah rolled her eyes over his explanation and continued to call it what she wanted to call. I didn't expect the banana boost to be able to do this. Wait, is the speed faster than before? She noticed that the speed of the car was faster than the top speed which can be achieved normally. A bright icon of a wrench appeared on the top right-hand corner. Is it a buff given by the mechanic monkey due to the banana boost? Yup. Rex didn't even know about it but decided to go with it. The buff had a time limit as the icon which appeared whole was slowly removing itself, but it was going down very slowly, which meant that it lasted for very long. Underscore 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 underscore. On the monitor was a black-colored red-striped car, which was the car of Darknight 71. The person who was in control of the car, looking at the monitor, was a beautiful girl who had scarlet red hair. She was wearing a pair of loose-fitting homeware shorts and an oversized hoodie as she lay sprawled across her bed with head resting on a pillow on the bottom end of her bed. If her mother walked in, she'd surely scold her for her being so unladylike, but of course this is because she was in her own room alone. If it was outside, she would be sure to maintain her status. Hee, with that I should be able to win the first place. I can't wait to see how Ironfestie will react when she reaches the finish line after. Though she used a bit of an underhanded way to make her go through the other path, she didn't feel guilty. After all, she was just using tactics and it was just a game. Though money was on the line, she wouldn't necessarily grab it if Ironfestie didn't have any. She had also seen how much money Ironfestie had won before. They were gaming friends who had been together for a few years. She couldn't beat Ironfestie in most of the other games, and this was the game she could. She remembered the other games where she lost against Ironfestie. She was just taking revenge and wanted to shove it in the face of Ironfestie. Seeing the finishing line from afar, she thought about whether to take a small skip. It's already nearing, better not to take risks. As she neared the finish line, she saw something. A car which was parked at the finishing line. Is someone AFK? She thought that it was something who had been AFK during the start of the round, but as she got closer, the color of the car became a little more clear. It couldn't be. She saw a sleek, orange-colored car which was stopped in front of the finished line as if it had been there for quite a while. She looked at the leaderboard and score line to see that it was indeed Ironfestie who had passed the finished line before her. How? Her legs swung up and down on the bed angrily as she smashed her hands into the pillow. After crossing the finish line in second place, she tossed the controller aside, grabbed the keyboard, and furiously typed in the chat. Darknight 71, how are you here? Ironfestie, can't I be here? Darknight 71, no, yes, no. Didn't you go through the road of hell? How did you even get here before me? Ironfestie, it's just a few skips, nothing much. Seeing the answer given by Ironfestie, her eyes twitched as she knew that the other person was getting revenge. Darknight 71, I challenge you again, same racetrack. Ironfestie, I will have to go now. Darknight 71, double the bet. Ironfestie, you sure about that? You will have to go into your savings. Darknight 71, yes. Ironfestie, as much I want to, I will have to reject, pay up the other bet. Darknight 71, fine, I will pay, but you need to tell me how you won. Ironfestie, secret. Darknight 71, you. Ironfestie, we can race later but no need for bets. Darknight 71, are you really the Ironfestie I know? Ironfestie, ha, I will tell you later in the boat. Passing the finishing line, Rex finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sarah on the other hand was looking forward to the score line and the first place winner animation. Now, you don't have to lose money and also gain back what was yours. Brother, you really didn't have to worry. Darknight 71 and me are friends, even if we bet against each other, we would give it back at the end of the day. We only take money from other people. Sarah said the last sentence in a sound of a mosquito, but Rex heard it clearly, but he decided not to question it. But he noticed something from her words which made him smirk. You have a friend? That's news. Sarah shot him a look that could pierce through steel. Ha, very funny. Narrowing her eyes, she stepped closer. What happened to you? And why do you look different than before? Poking his face with her hands while Rex continued to look through the controls before arriving at the viewing platform as he had finished the race and could view other people and put it on Darknight 71. I will explain later at the dining table. Aunt May is already calling you for lunch, go now. Wait, at least let me see the reaction of Darnite 71 when she sees me at the finish line, Sarah said with a pleading expression on her face, and Rex, seeing it, sighed and nodded. Hearing the sound of another player approaching the finishing line, they looked to see that it was indeed Darnite 71. As soon as she passed the finished line, she and Sarah started a barrage of texts, furiously typing on their keyboards. Rex on the side just looked at it with interest. Darnite 71, I challenge you again, same racetrack. Iron Festi, I will have to go now. Darnite 71, double the bet. Iron Festi, you sure about that? You will have to go into your savings. Darnite 71, yes. Seeing the double the price of the bet told by Darnite 71, she was tempted, but sensing the intent gaze of her brother, Sarah sighed and deleted the words she was going to write. Even though she said that they gave the money back to each other at the end of the day, her brother didn't believe it, but of course they wouldn't necessarily be like loan sharks asking about the money, they would give it on their own initiative. Iron Festi, secret. Darnite 71, Yule. Iron Festi, we can play later but no need for bets. Darnite 71, are you really the Iron Festi I know? Iron Festi, ha ha ha, I will tell you later in the boat. The word boat was just a codename for texting each other, of course which platform they used or which they used, she wouldn't tell her brother or other people that could be seeing the chat. Though both of them had a competitive spirit, at the end of the day, they were besties who met online and talked to each other daily. Though they have not made a meet-up, video calls and the like were common. Go to the dining room now. Okay. Underscore. Rex arrived in front of the last one, Alicia, also at times the most obedient one. Alicia, are you there? He had already knocked on the door, yet she wasn't responding, which was something he never faced before. He hesitated for a moment before opening the door, stepping into her room, but stopped momentarily, stunned when he saw what was in front of him. A canvas which was painted with a wonderful scene of a balcony and fantasy like medieval buildings. Alicia's attention was focused on the canvas as she looked back at her balcony from time to time. It was as if she could imagine those buildings were present, similar to the painting. Alicia's eyes were focused on the canvas, yet her mind was elsewhere, as if she was thinking about something. One of her hands was pinching her chin and the other holding the paintbrush was hugged around her chest. Looking around, she saw Rex and her eyes lighted up, but not in a way Rex expected. Big brother, can you go to the balcony? Rex followed her words and went to the balcony, and as soon as she saw it, her eyes brightened as if what she was thinking before was indeed correct. Touch the railing with one hand and look down at the crowd of people with a superior gaze, Alicia instructed, her tone serious. What crowd? There's no one there. Just pretend. Like royalty looking at their subjects. Rex humored her, adopting a haughty expression and glancing down below. Alicia's paintbrush moved rapidly across the canvas, her concentration unwavering. Finished. Rex came back into the room and looked at the painting, and his breath caught in his throat. Looking at the finished painting, it looked as if it was alive, moving as if momentarily, as if wind was blowing. There was a very handsome boy in the painting, holding the railing of the balcony as he looked at the cheering crowd. There was a crown on his forehead and a light smile on his face. His entire facade exuded royalty. Rex knew about her talent in painting, reason why he gave her gift before, which was painting resources as well as other things if she needed, was to let her see if she liked doing it and let it blossom and let her see that she was talented in something. No one wouldn't hate to know that they were talented in something. Some were even desperate to do so. The two difference was that whether it was innate or trained, and the other was whether they want to do it or not. Do you like it? Alicia asked Rex with a smile on her face, and Rex nodded as he complimented it. It's very beautiful. You are very talented in it, Alicia. Thank you, big brother, I wouldn't have realized it without you encouraging me to do it. I just wanted to let you experience painting, I didn't expect you to be so talented in it. It was a lie, but even if he explains later on that he knows about it, he could just brush it off as his inheritance, but right now, he hasn't explained it yet. He wanted to be done with it once and for all, but for that he needed patience. Alicia's talent in painting was yellow one rank below his mother's talent in business, but her painting was this good, which made him think what those with better talents than yellow would be like. "Big brother, I feel like your features have changed," she said in a soft tone, to which Rex didn't react till later due to his attention on the painting. But before he had a chance to speak, Alicia continued. "It's okay if you don't want to tell me, Big brother will still be Big brother no matter what." He looked at her, his heart warming at her sincerity. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek. "You're too cute for your own good." "Ow," she yelped, rubbing her cheek. "That hurts." "You'll live," Rex teased before saying, "I will tell you along with the others at the dining table. Aunt May is calling you for dinner already, let's go. Underscore 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 underscore." At the dining room, the atmosphere was warm, the aroma of freshly prepared food filling the air. "There's something I need to tell you all. It's about what's been happening to me recently, more so just today," Rex continued. "I know you've all noticed some changes. It's because of an inheritance." "An inheritance?" Aunt May repeated. "From whom?" "From a divine being," Rex answered plainly, his voice unwavering as if to sound that it was indeed the truth. "A being who, supposedly, had a connection with me in a past life." Silence filled the dining room for a moment before Sarah broke it. "You're saying that you were chosen by some divine existence as their inheritor because of a past life?" Rex nodded. "Though I don't have any recollection about that life. But that inheritance is the reason why I look different now." A Q&A session continued after that, and with Laura as his assistant, everything was successfully explained. "The other thing would be that, I've also recovered my dantian." You mean, you can cultivate again?" Aunt May asked, her voice shaken by the news that she heard. Rex nodded, yes. For a second, no one spoke, the weight of his words sinking in. Then, almost at the same time, they all spoke up. Laura already knew about it long before along with Clarissa, but everyone else here had no information about it. "But, my talent was at F when I recovered my dantian." Silence drew once more, Laura also already knowing about it but already knowing his strategy to it, but Alicia noticed something in his wording. "Big brother, you said it was at F, is there any change?" "Yes, the inheritance fortunately is recovering my talent with a secret method, and now it's at E grade medium talent." Everyone's eyes shone at those words along with Laura as well. "I am also intending on practicing body refining." "What's body refining?" Alicia titled her head and asked. I know. Sarah held up her hand and wanted to explain. Body refining is a way of strengthening the body, making it stronger. Long ago, it was another way of cultivation along with normal spiritual cultivation, but due to circumstances, most of the information from it are lost in time. "Are you sure about it, Rex?" Aunt May, a bit worried about him, asked. "I am fine, even if it doesn't work out according to my expectations, it won't be too late to turn back to cultivation. I am glad that you are able to gain these blessings. Now, I won't have to worry about living past you anymore." Rex knew that Aunt May herself had cultivation and could well beyond live his age if his situation didn't change, but he didn't know it was bothering her that much. "I hope that everyone can keep this a secret. I told you guys because I trust all of you." Everyone hearing these words, felt that their hearts were warm because of the trust that he had in them. Sarah, crossing her arms, said, "I get it." Alicia giggled, "I promise I won't tell anyone." Aunt May gave a soft nod. "You have my word as well." And finally Laura, though already knowing it before, said as well, "I understand. Now, let's eat before the food gets cold." Aunt May said, bringing them all back to the present moment. Body refining still had its manuals, why was that? It was because people without inherent constitutions could build their own through painstaking effort. However, the better the constitution, the rarer it was to obtain and the more resources it would take to build the constitution. Constitutions were broadly categorized into inherent constitutions and refined constitutions. For that, Rex had a suspicion and inkling to it before. He now understood the difference between the two. Refined constitutions take more resources to get stronger and break through. The resources used to break through each stage was several times more than what it would take compared to an inherent constitution. It was also the reason why it was called a money-burning method. Currently Rex was reading the book Guide to Body Refining which he got from the Gacha will not too long ago. So my constitution is an inherent constitution? Rex looking at the descriptions of the inherent constitution, he still didn't know which one he was. If he was a refined constitution then he wouldn't be able to progress since he didn't have a manual. Whether he was an inherent constitution, he could only find out one way. Closing his eyes, he went back into his inner world. When he opened his eyes he saw the dark gold flame. As soon as it saw him, it ran towards him as if he was its creator and hugged him with its flame-like body. Okay. Now, we have matters to attend to. The flame moved back and docile like a puppy stood there waiting for what Rex wanted to say. Tell me, what materials do you need breakthrough? To Rex's question, the dark gold flame titled its head and conveyed its thoughts. I know you won't need it currently, I just want to know what you will need at the time to prepare. The flame nodded its head and in Rex's consciousness, names and images of resources appeared. His theory indeed worked. Opening his eyes, he was back in the real world. I am indeed an inherent constitution. The reason for his confusion was because written in the book that normally, people who had inherent constitution would be able to sense the resources which were needed to break through as it drew nearer. Rex on the other hand testing it, couldn't sense anything even though his body refining realm was nearing its breakthrough. It could be said that it was at Root Awakening 9th Stage 1 but not quite yet at the peak of Root Awakening. There was no writing about constitutions having consciousness of their own but he had it so he had to ask it as it was the only way and it indeed worked. He flipped over to the next page and after he read both pages, he wanted to throw this book to whoever wrote it. Why would you put this information at the back? He left page had information on the ranks of body constitutions that is not the realms of the body constitution strengthening but rather the grades of the constitutions, some being stronger than others. 1. Mortal grade constitution. 2. Earth grade constitutions. 3. Spirit grade constitutions. 4. King grade constitution. 5. Emperor grade constitution. 6. Divine grade constitution. 7. Celestial grade constitution. Note, there are chances for those above and equal to king grade constitution to give birth to constitution consciousness. These consciousness will be useful if you are able to tame them. Be warned they can be both a gift or annihilation. P.S. If one has constitution consciousness, figuring out the materials for breakthrough can be gained from the consciousness. Reading the note, he could feel his eyes twitching but he calmed down. Rex could know that his constitution was in the Emperor grade but that was before the evolution and clash between his element and constitution but what about afterwards, he had no clue. But he had no time to ponder any longer as a knock on the door to his room sent his focus towards it. Rex, are you in there? It was Laura. He already knew it was Laura but as soon as he wanted to go open the door, his imagination couldn't help but flash certain lewd images. Focus, and you need to clam down. Rex said looking down at between his legs. A certain rod was standing proudly as if piercing through the heavens from his pants. Even before he had read the guidebook for body constitution, he had jerked off many times yet to no avail. It seems that after gaining this new constitution, his stamina seems to be endless. Only his hands were tired and tissues were wasted but his desires were still present. Rex. Coming, wait a moment. Opening the door, he saw Laura in her pajamas as always as she entered his room without much thought and rolled on his bed. What took you so long? I was brushing my teeth. Looking at her figure and back as she rolled on the bed, Rex hit his front while going back to his computer table, continuing to read his book. Underscore 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 underscore. Night had arrived and Rex couldn't sleep. Beside him was Laura. Looking at her beautiful face, he brushed her hair which was in the middle of her face to her sides. As the moonlight reflected on her, he couldn't help but see something below. One of her buttons on her shirt was unbuttoned and her bountiful breasts couldn't help but show its whiteness which sent a strong signal towards his dick. Rex clutched the bolster between his legs. He had a habit of hugging something while asleep, so he always hugged this bolster between his legs, but it seemed to be useful at this moment where he needed to stop his reproductive system from growing any bigger than it already was. Rex, slowly moving his arms, reached towards her shirt and buttoned it but couldn't help but feel the tightness of her shirt as he tried to pull the button to its opening on the other side. He sighed in relief as the wonderful yet wrongful situation seemed to end. Slowly but surely he also fell asleep, but it seems that it wouldn't just end on just this wonderful situation.